Chapter 36:15. Walk horizontally. Jian Wushuang had explained in great detail how he had received the blow, and it was the truth. However, Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor were still confused and shocked. After a long time, the three finally managed to regain their senses, but their faces were still filled with shock and disbelief. A godly body comparable to a universe supreme treasure? This is simply inconceivable. That's right. We've roamed this territory for so long, and we've come into contact with some of the surrounding territories, but we've never heard of anyone with a godly body that's as powerful as a universe supreme treasure. Incredible, truly incredible. The three rulers were also very excited at this moment. After a while, "Little guy, you just said that you've only mastered the first level of the secret skill?" Temporal Temple Master suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "The level of the secret skill is very high. Just by mastering the first level of the divine body, it can be comparable to an elementary universe true treasure, and by mastering the second level, it can be comparable to an advanced universe true treasure, and so on. Unfortunately, the threshold for cultivating the secret skill is very high. The first level alone requires a principles master to cultivate it. I can barely master the first level because of my perfect life form. In addition, during the process of cultivating this secret art, you will need some natural treasures to assist you. In addition, these natural treasures are extremely rare and precious. For example, the first level's natural treasures can be acquired in our territory, but the second level's natural treasures are hundreds of times more valuable and rare than the first level's natural treasures. It is virtually impossible to find them in this territory. In other words, you can only cultivate the first level in this territory? Taoist Xian God asked. Yes, if you want to cultivate the second level, you have to leave this territory and go to the deepest part of the universe. Only there can you find the genius earthly treasures needed to cultivate the second level, Jian Wushuang said. That's a pity. Taoist Xian God sighed. Yes, the first level alone is so heaven-defying. If you have the chance to cultivate the second level, then you are truly invincible in this territory. Your divine body is comparable to an advanced universe supreme treasure. Who can shake it? The Heaven Ancestor also sighed. However, even if you can't cultivate the second level, just the first level alone is already incredible. This is definitely a big surprise for us, Temporal Temple Master said. Yes, a big surprise. This is definitely a big surprise. Taoist Xian God was also excited. A divine body comparable to an elementary universe supreme treasure, coupled with a pinnacle universe supreme treasure armor. Even if you take a full strength attack from a ruler realm expert, you only use 1/10 of your divine power. This means that you can completely ignore an ordinary elementary ruler. Even if you stand in front of him, he probably won't be able to do anything to you. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Indeed, he had now experienced two primary rulers. One was the tall man from the Three Saint Realms who had ambushed him in Devil's Smoke Valley, and the other was the Heaven Ancestor. In terms of strength, the tall man from the Three Saint Realms was probably stronger, but he was definitely not much stronger. Now that the Heaven Ancestor's full strength attack had hit his body, it had only consumed 1 out of 10,000 of his divine power. It was like scratching an itch, and could not shake him at all. After all, the speed at which he absorbed divine power was even faster than this. And that tall man's full strength attack could only cause 2 out of 10,000 damage to him at most. It still could not affect him much. Besides, if he were to really fight against the ruler, there was no way he would just stand there and allow his opponent to attack him. If that was the case, then in this territory, a junior ruler really would not be able to do anything to him. It's not just a junior ruler. Even a senior ruler like the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master wouldn't be able to do anything to your godly body, Taoist Xian God said with a laugh. Yes, with your current divine body and the protection of your supreme true treasure armor, you can completely ignore a primary ruler. As for a senior ruler, he can barely hurt you, but it's impossible for him to threaten your life. Even if 2 or 3 senior rulers joined forces, it would be difficult for them to kill you. The only one who can really threaten you is probably a top-tier ruler, but as far as I know, there's only one such ruler in this territory. And that ruler has always paid attention to his status. He doesn't have any enmity with my Star Palace, so he won't come to deal with you for no reason. In other words, you can almost do whatever you want in this territory now, the Heaven Ancestor said with a smile. Jian Wushuang also smiled. He knew that once he mastered the first level of the Supreme Eternal Celestial Body, his life-saving ability would be greatly enhanced. In this territory, there were very few people who could kill him. At least, he did not have to care too much about ordinary rulers. Of course, you should not be too conceited. After all, the Devil Cloud Star Master definitely has the strength to kill you, Taoist Xian God suddenly said. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and his expression became serious. Indeed, his biggest enemy, Devil Cloud Star Master, was a master of a second-grade star world. He had dozens of masters under his command, and experts of that level had long reached the peak of the master realm. Of course, they had the strength to kill him. Not only that, as far as I know, Devil Cloud Star Master also has an extremely special supreme treasure in his hand. That supreme treasure is different from the others, and it has an extremely special power. That power is the bane of all special life forms. When the 7-star mysterious sect was destroyed, Xian Yi was heavily injured by that supreme treasure and lost most of his divine power, which was why he died, Taoist Xian God said seriously. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. Senior Xian God, is the supreme treasure you mentioned a spear? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, you know it? Taoist Xian God looked at him in surprise. I was lucky enough to see a picture of that battle in the 7-star divine realm. In the picture, my master Xian Yi was pierced through the heart by a spear. That attack should be fatal to him, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, it was that spear that caused your master Xian Yi's death, Taoist Xian God said seriously. Your master Xian Yi is also a peerless genius. He has also obtained many great opportunities. Not only is his strength extremely strong, but he also has perfect control over the mountain river map as a supreme treasure. At the same time, he also obtained a heaven suppression tablet by chance. Chapter 36:16 The Heaven Suppressing Tablet. Heaven Suppressing Tablet? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Of course, he was familiar with the Heaven Suppressing Tablet. In his previous life, Di Shan had taken him to a Heaven Suppressing Tablet, and through it, he had obtained an extraordinary opportunity. At that time, he had heard from Di Shan that there were 9 Heaven Suppression Tablets, and one alone was enough to shock the world. If the 9 Heaven Suppression Tablets were gathered together, they could suppress the world. One could imagine how powerful the Heaven Suppression Tablet was. The Mountain River Map, the 2 supreme treasures Xian Yi had, is the most powerful one in the domain category. It should be in your hands now. Taoist Xian God looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, it's in my hands. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The Mountain River Map had been his most powerful supreme treasure since his last life. It was also one of his most powerful trump cards. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he knew that this supreme treasure was extraordinary. In addition, he had never fully exerted the power of this supreme treasure since he got it. Even when he was on Saha Island, the power of the entire blood wave realm was infused into his body because of the blood waves. It had allowed him to possess the combat power of a ruler for a short period of time. However, even so, he was still unable to fully unleash the power of the Mountain River Map. For example, the most terrifying killing move of the Mountain River Map, the 9 Dragons Heaven-Cleaving Great Formation, had only been able to unleash the 2 Dragons Heaven-Cleaving Great Formation. One had to know that the most powerful move of the 9 Dragons Heaven-Cleaving Great Formation was the 9 Dragons Heaven-Cleaving Great Formation. Moreover, the Mountain River Map was a domain-type supreme treasure. Its most terrifying technique was a domain, not an offensive technique. However, the most powerful domain of the mountain river map, he could not use it. A domain-type supreme treasure? Master really gave me a good treasure. Jian Wushuang sighed. He had never been clear about the level of the mountain river map. Before he came to the universe battlefield, he thought the map was a top-tier universe supreme treasure, but after arriving here, he immediately changed his mind. After all, he had come into contact with many supreme treasures. A top-tier universe supreme treasure could never have such tyrannical power and could not be used by him. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had guessed at that time that the mountain river map might be a supreme true treasure. Now, it seemed that it was true. A supreme treasure, a domain-type supreme treasure, might not be able to unleash its full power even if it was a ruler realm expert. He was just a saint, and even if he had the invincible battle strength of a principal's master, how could he unleash its full power? As a domain-type supreme treasure, the mountain river map is coveted by countless ruler realm experts. Back then, Xian Yi relied on this supreme treasure to fight against several rulers at the same time. However, the mountain river map was not Xian Yi's supreme treasure. His true supreme treasure was still the heaven suppression tablet. Taoist Xian God's voice was low. The heaven-suppressing monoliths were obtained by Xian Yi from the core of the quicksand demon realm, one of the 3 great battlefields. There were a total of 9 heaven-suppressing monoliths, and only 3 of them appeared in the quicksand demon realm. However, even if only 3 of them appeared in the quicksand demon realm, the commotion they caused was still unbelievably huge. As he spoke up to this point, Taoist Xian God could not help but exclaim in admiration. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. That was indeed a huge commotion. The Temporal Temple Master nodded as well. The 3 great battlefields have existed in this territory for so many years, and countless treasures have been born within them. Even supreme treasures have been born before. Every time a supreme treasure is born, there will be some commotion. However, there has never been a supreme treasure that has been born that is comparable to the birth of the heaven-suppressing tablet. That scene not only shocked the entire quicksand demon area, but even the other 2 battlefields and the territory wherein can sense the astonishing energy fluctuation. The entire territory can sense the fluctuation? Jian Wushuang was shocked. After all, the territory he was in was extremely vast. There were dozens of astral worlds, and these astral worlds were connected to each other. Even him, who traveled at the speed of a principal's master, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach here. These were only 2 astral worlds that were connected to each other. From this, one could imagine how vast the entire territory was. However, when the heaven-suppressing tablet appeared, the commotion it caused could actually affect the entire territory? At that time, the commotion was too great, causing all the experts in this territory to be alarmed. Countless experts even dared to head into the depths of the quicksand demon realm like madmen, including many rulers. In the end, it caused the most intense battle in this territory. During that battle, I remember that there were a total of 18 rulers who participated in it. As for the principal's masters, there were countless of them. There were so many experts who wanted to obtain the heaven-suppressing monument, yet there were only 3. Hence, the frenzied battle began. In the end, the 3 rulers died on the spot. As for the principal's masters, a large number of them died. No one even bothered to count them. In the end, 2 of the 3 heaven suppression tablets fell into the hands of 2 extremely powerful rulers in this territory. As for the other one, it was obtained by your master Xian Yi. Master actually obtained a heaven suppression tablet from that multi-ruler expert? Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming. He knew that his master was only a principal's master at his peak. Although his battle strength was comparable to a ruler, there were a total of 18 rulers on the battlefield. In the end, a total of 3 rulers died. How difficult would it be to obtain a heaven suppression tablet from that multiple ruler? At that time, your master's combat power was only comparable to that of a low-level ruler. He was considered average among the 18 rulers. However, he had many tricks up his sleeve, and his life-saving abilities were even more impressive. Most importantly, he still had the mountain river country map, a domain-type supreme true treasure. In addition, he was only a principal's master. Those rulers didn't guard against him in the beginning, which was why he was able to succeed. Taoist Xian God smiled and said, "When your master obtained the heaven-suppressing tablet, his strength reached a whole new level, and he could even rival a superior ruler." What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Why? Isn't it incredible? Taoist Xian God looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. According to Taoist Xian God, his master was only comparable to a primary ruler at that time. However, after obtaining the heaven-suppressing tablet, he was now comparable to a superior ruler. A superior ruler was 2 levels higher than a primary ruler, and there were probably no more than 3 such rulers in this territory. A treasure could allow Xian Yi's battle strength to go from a primary ruler to a superior ruler and directly match a superior ruler. Chapter 36:17 3,000 Years of Closed-Door Cultivation. What level is the Heaven Suppression Tablet? Jian Wushuang asked in shock. The Heaven Suppression Tablet was so terrifying that someone with the battle strength of a primary ruler could instantly rival a superior ruler. I don't know what level it is, but I'm sure it's more powerful than a supreme treasure. Only supreme beings are qualified to use such a treasure. Taoist Xian God paused for a moment, then he said seriously, "Little guy, there's only one reason why I'm telling you so much. Your master is as strong as a superior ruler. Although he doesn't have your terrifying divine body, which is comparable to an elementary universe supreme treasure, the treasure in his hand is extremely powerful. Even so, he still died under that special spear. There's no room for struggle. So, you must be very vigilant against that spear. In the future, if you meet an expert invited by the 3 Saint Realms and see him take out a strange spear, don't hesitate and run away immediately. Do you understand?" "I understand." Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. He knew that it was the existence of that special spear that caused his master's death. He did not want to follow in his master's footsteps. Of course, he had to be wary of that spear, which had a great restraining effect on any special life form. "By the way, I've seen Master's heaven-suppressing tablet before," Jian Wushuang said. "It's not strange." Taoist Xian God smiled. "Although your master died, he left a way out for the 7-star mysterious sect. He sealed the entire 7-star divine realm and kept all his treasures. He gave you the mountain river map, but the heaven suppression tablet is too high level. You were too weak to refine it. But the heaven suppression tablet must be left to you in the end. After you break through to become a principal's master and break the seal, you can go to the heaven suppression tablet and try to refine it. Once you refine the heaven suppression tablet, your strength will certainly reach a new level." "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The heaven suppression tablet. Jian Wushuang had a trace of desire in his heart to make Xian Yi, who only had the strength of a primary ruler, a supreme treasure that could rival a superior ruler in one leap. "Well, continue to cultivate." Taoist Xian God waved his hand and said. Jian Wushuang bowed respectfully to the 3 rulers in front of him, and then turned to leave. After Jian Wushuang left, the 3 rulers began to chat again. "This little guy is worthy of being created by Xian Yi, who gathered all the heavenly Tao and good fortune in the 7-star divine realm and the divine beginning realm. He is even more blessed than Xian Yi," Taoist Xian God said. "Yes, a body-refining secret skill that can make your divine body comparable to a universe supreme treasure. I've never heard of it before. It's too abnormal. Such a secret skill must come from the deepest part of the universe. In the deepest part of the universe, only some big forces can have it. To be able to get such a secret skill, it's really extraordinary." The Heaven Ancestor sighed. Not only that, he also had a special opportunity in the Blood Wave realm. The master of the Blood Wave realm is undoubtedly a super powerful warrior from the depths of the universe. However, such a powerful warrior helped him with all his strength during the battle on the Saha Island. He even caused the entire Blood Wave realm to collapse. It can be seen that their relationship is no small matter. After he came out from the Bloodwave realm, his power has soared. It can be seen that the opportunity he got in the Bloodwave realm is not small either. Temporal Temple Master chuckled. He already has a heaven-defying opportunity. With the help of us and the things Xian Yi prepared for him, he has thousands of opportunities in his body. If he can't take the final step, there won't be anyone else in the divine beginning realm who has the same opportunity as him. The three sighed. Soon, Taoist Xian God and Temporal Temple Master gradually disappeared. The Heaven Ancestor continued to pick up the axe in his hand and began to chop the trees next to him. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Jian Wushuang returned to the courtyard where he lived, but his heart was still very heavy. The supreme-level immortal Xian body did not disappoint me. It's comparable to a divine body of an elementary universe supreme treasure, so I don't have to care about ordinary elementary rulers or even advanced rulers now. However, just as Senior Xian God said, Devil Cloud Star has a treasure that is specialized in restraining special life forms. My master died under that long spear. Although my current body protection ability may be stronger than my master's, that long spear can still pose a fatal threat to me. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Keep cultivating. I need to fuse the three rules as soon as possible and break through to become a principal's master. When that happens, my strength will skyrocket. If I can refine the Heaven Suppression Tablet again, I might be even stronger than my master when he was at his peak. By then, even if my opponent has the special spear, as long as the real body of Devil Cloud Star Master doesn't arrive personally, it shouldn't be able to pose a fatal threat to me. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang began to cultivate in seclusion again. This time, he was in seclusion purely to merge the three rules and break through to become a principal's master. Moreover, he had made up his mind that he would not come out of seclusion until he had completely merged the three principles. Time passed quietly. The merging of the three principles was dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than the previous two principles. However, Jian Wushuang had already mastered the destruction will. After so many years of groping, especially when he was trapped in the 18 Ultimate Formation, the breakthrough in Sword Principle triggered the universe origin of Sword Principle. Although the universe origin was in the aspect of Sword Principle, it was more or less helpful to the various principles of heaven and earth. Because of this, he had already made some progress in the fusion of the three principles. Now, he had obtained a large number of treasures from the Supreme Treasure Vault that combined the destruction principles, the space-time principles, and the samsara principles. This allowed him to go further and further in the fusion of the three principles. It was not until the 3000th year of Jian Wushuang's seclusion. Finally, he had completely fused the three principles he had comprehended. The three principles of destruction, space-time, and samsara are perfectly fused. Jian Wushuang sat in the secret chamber with his eyes open, but his eyes were full of surprise and excitement. After 3000 years of secluded cultivation, he had finally taken this step and perfectly integrated the three principles. At the moment of integration, he immediately gained an additional power of will. However, this power of will was not what Jian Wushuang really wanted. What he wanted was to break through the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time. As I expected, after the three rules were merged, I could clearly sense where the bottleneck was. What I have to do now is to force a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. Let's begin. The Principal's Master's breakthrough began. Chapter 36:18. Breakthrough. The perfect fusion of the three principles had long exceeded the requirements for an immortal saint to break through to the Principal's Master realm. Even though Jian Wushuang was a perfect being and was extremely restricted by the universe principles, after the fusion of the three principles, he had finally met the requirements for the breakthrough. What he lacked now was a final kick. He had to forcefully kick it away. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang's face was cold, and his divine power surged. At the same time, a light cyan divine sword appeared in his hand. This light cyan divine sword was the pinnacle universe supreme treasure he had obtained from the Supreme Treasure Vault. It was called the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword. Compared to the many divine swords he had used before, its blade was not as sharp as before. Such a divine sword would allow Jian Wuxuang to display the strongest tearing effect when he used the sword art of laceration. However, the sword with a thicker body was stronger under the gravitational force, so its power was naturally much stronger. Break for me! With a low shout, Jian Wuxuang's three principles merged divine power crazily rushed toward the barrier in his body. At the same time, he swung the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword in his hand. It was the most powerful skill that Jian Wuxuang had created, Starfire Burning Sun. Boom! The space trembled, and Jian Wuxuang's body roared crazily. After a while, the barrier in his body collapsed. I've made a breakthrough! Jian Wuxuang was overjoyed. In fact, it was quite normal. He had already met the requirements for a breakthrough. In addition, he had accumulated enough power before, so it was natural for him to make a breakthrough. As he made a breakthrough, the vast and majestic divine power in his body surged and began to change qualitatively. During the process of the divine power's transformation, the divine power gathered in his body also increased at an incredible speed. The Star Palace. That special tower was the tower where the Empyrean Patriarch was located. Within the special space on the top floor of the tower, the forest had already disappeared. What replaced it was an enormous estate. This estate was incredibly beautiful and majestic. In the center of the estate was a stone pavilion. Taoist Xian God, the Temporal Temple Master, and the Empyrean Patriarch were seated together, casually drinking tea while chatting. That little fellow has been in closed-door training for 3,000 years, right? The Empyrean Patriarch said slowly. Right. It has been 3,000 years. It seems he intends to completely break through to become a Principal's Master before coming out. I wonder how long he will need, the Temporal Temple Master said. There's no rush. Taoist Xian God just smiled. A long time ago, I sent some people to the territory which Devil Cloud Star is located in. I've been keeping an eye on Devil Cloud Star's movements, and from the information I've received, Devil Cloud Star doesn't have any intentions of personally coming to our territory. He doesn't even have any intentions of sending a few rulers here. As long as Devil Cloud Star doesn't come here in person, we have nothing to worry about. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. That's true. Temporal Temple Master nodded slightly. They already knew that Devil Cloud Star had sent 3 rulers to this territory, and that they were staying on the sacred island. However, they did not care about these 3 rulers, even if they were very strong. Moreover, they were not worried about bringing the spear that could restrain Jian Wuxuang. With Jian Wuxuang's current life-saving skills, it would be too difficult to kill him. What they were afraid of now was Devil Cloud Star Master, who had reached the peak of the ruler realm. If their original body came in person, together with the spear that could restrain Jian Wuxuang, that would be a fatal threat to Jian Wuxuang. However, since Devil Cloud Star Master did not intend to come to this territory, they were not worried. Not only that, they also said that Devil Cloud Star seems to have caused some trouble recently. The entire planet is very busy. I'm afraid that we won't be able to take care of our territory in a short time, Taoist Xian God said with a smile. Haha, that's great! Temporal Temple Master was overjoyed. This is indeed good news for us. The Heaven Ancestor nodded solemnly. As long as the original body of the Devil Cloud Star Master did not arrive in this territory, they would have 1 more day to prepare. Jian Wuxuang could also have 1 more day to improve his strength. If the Devil Cloud Star Master delayed for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years before coming here, that would be even better. After all, with Jian Wuxuang's talent and speed of improvement, he might have become a ruler in hundreds of thousands of years. By that time, even if Devil Cloud Star Master noticed it, it would be too late for him to rush over. I just hope that Devil Cloud Star Master can't get away. He can't worry about this place and give the little guy enough time. Even better, he might as well give up on the Divine Beginning Realm completely, Taoist Xian God said. Give up on the Divine Beginning Realm? How is that possible? Temporal Temple Master sneered. To possess an astral world and comprehend the workings and evolution of an astral world is a tremendous opportunity. Even many top rulers and even legendary autarchs would covet it. Why would he give up? Not necessarily. You have to understand that the reason why Planet Devil Cloud Star Master is so crazy about accelerating the evolution of the Divine Beginning Realm is because he wants to squeeze out the potential of the Divine Beginning Realm in order to break through as soon as possible. However, if he has truly broken through and Moyun has caused trouble for his flawless clone, he might really give up on this place, Taoist Xian God said. If? How can there be so many ifs in this world? In my opinion, it's absolutely impossible for him to give up on the Divine Beginning Realm, the Heaven Ancestor said seriously. I was just casually saying that. Taoist Xian God smiled awkwardly. Let's not talk about this for now. The Temporal Temple Master waved his hand. Black God, you said earlier that you wanted to get that little fellow a suitable Supreme Attack treasure. What was the result? That Supreme Treasure is a bit troublesome, said Taoist Xian God. Why? Can I get it? Temporal Temple Master frowned slightly. A Supreme Treasure was much more powerful than a Pinnacle Supreme Treasure. Jian Wushuang only had a Pinnacle Supreme Treasure Divine Sword, which he had just obtained. However, if Jian Wushuang could get a Supreme Treasure Divine Weapon that was suitable for him, then his attack would definitely be improved. It was gonna be a big step up. I can't say that I can't get it at all. It's just that there are some problems, and I can't solve them either. Taoist Xian God pondered for a moment before saying, in short, there are some twists and turns in this process, or wait for the little guy to come out of seclusion, I will tell him in detail. Yes. The Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor all nodded. Two people also did not continue to inquire. And right at this moment, boom! The entire world suddenly shook. Chapter 36:19 Divine Might Unrivaled. The world trembled, and the special spacetime where the three rulers were located began to shake wildly, as though it would collapse at any moment. What's going on? The three rulers, who were chatting leisurely, all had solemn looks on their faces. Such a huge commotion. Could it be? Taoist Xian God glanced at the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor, only to discover that the latter two were just like him, and their eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. Let's go out and take a look. The three rulers immediately moved out of spacetime, arriving in the void outside the Star Palace. As soon as they left, they immediately sensed the source of that enormous disturbance. As expected, this disturbance came from the place where that little fellow lived. Taoist Xian God was incomparably excited. Haha! It seems that little fellow has finally made a breakthrough. The Temporal Temple Master was overjoyed as well. They all understood that it was impossible for such a disturbance to appear within the Star Palace for no reason. Without a doubt, it was definitely caused by humans. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, their breakthrough would cause some sort of disturbance. Moreover, the higher the level of the breakthrough, the more heaven-defying the cultivator would be. The disturbance that would be caused would also be greater. An ordinary immortal saint breaking through to become a principal's master would also cause some commotion. However, the commotion was not very big and would not attract the attention of the three rulers. The key point was that the commotion that was spreading out at this moment, it was so huge that it caused an uproar in the entire Star Palace. In addition, the source of the commotion was where Jian Wushuang lived. Therefore, there was no doubt that Jian Wushuang had broken through. This little guy did not disappoint us. He broke through to become a principal's master so quickly. What a big commotion. When I broke through from a principal's master to a ruler, the commotion I caused was not as big as his, the Heaven Ancestor said with a smile. Not good. Taoist Xian God's expression suddenly changed. It's a good thing that the little guy made a breakthrough, but we didn't expect him to cause such a big commotion. We didn't hide anything for him. There are so many cultivators in Star Palace, so they must have known that he made a breakthrough at the first moment. I'm afraid this news can't be hidden. Soon, all the forces in this territory will know, and so will Sacred Island. If you know, then so be it. The Temporal Temple Master waved his hand. Since this little fellow has already broken through, unless he doesn't use his full strength or doesn't meet with a ruler realm expert, he will definitely be exposed. We can't hide it even if we want to. We might as well let the world know. It's not a big deal. Even if that Devil Cloud Star Master gets the news, he probably won't be too alert. Yes, Xianyi had reached the level of Principal's Master and stayed there for a long time, but he was still killed by the Star Master. With Xianyi's example, the Star Master might not take him seriously. The Heaven Ancestor added. Taoist Xian God was worried that the news of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough would alert the Star Master and speed up his arrival. However, just as the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor had said, the news of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough would spread sooner or later. Moreover, because of Xianyi's example, Devil Cloud Star Master thought that he could still kill Xianyi, who had been in the Principal's Master for a long time. Therefore, even if Jian Wushuang was allowed to stay in the Principal's Master realm for a period of time, as long as his original body made a move, he could still kill Jian Wushuang easily and would not take it seriously. Hearing their words, Taoist Xian God frowned and did not say anything more. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's divine power had clearly begun to transform. A terrifying divine power swept out from where he was, covering the entire Star Palace in an instant. This divine power was too strong. It had completely exceeded the scope of Principal's Masters, and it was still improving crazily. Within the Star Palace, other than the three rulers, there were still quite a few Principal's Masters present. When that divine might completely filled the area, these Principal's Masters instantly became extremely terrified. Some of the weaker ones, their legs even began to go weak, and they almost knelt down. Divine might was unrivaled. This divine might suppressed everything in the surroundings, causing all the Principal's Masters within the Star Palace to tremble in fear. This sort of fear was as if they were facing a powerful ruler alone, and that ruler was unleashing all of his divine might to suppress them. They were indescribably terrified. Most importantly, this divine might was still increasing at a terrifying speed. Too terrifying! This divine might is too terrifying! Who is it? Who is emitting this divine might? How can it be so terrifying? Blood Sword Master is Blood Sword Master! The commotion was caused by him, so he must be the one who released the divine power. It's obvious that he has made a breakthrough. A breakthrough? To become a ruler? The Principal's Masters in Star Palace were all shocked. They were both envious and terrified of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough. Blood Sword Master had been recognized as the strongest Principal's Master before he made the breakthrough. Now that he had become a ruler, how strong would he be? They could feel it just by looking at the divine power in front of them. The divine power emanating from Jian Wushuang was obviously not something an ordinary ruler could have. This divine power is really scary. The three rulers stood in the void of the Star Palace and felt the divine power from up close. Their expressions were quite interesting. It's indeed terrifying. It's much more powerful than an ordinary ruler. When I broke through from Principal's Master to ruler, the divine power I released was probably not even 1/3 as strong as his. The Heaven Ancestor said. You are nothing more than the most ordinary ruler of this universe. How can you compare yourself to a freak at the level of a perfect being? Taoist Xian God laughed. The special life forms of this universe are all extraordinary creatures to begin with. They are far more powerful than ordinary cultivators, especially when it comes to divine power. They have a tremendous advantage, while perfect life forms are even more heaven-defying. I've seen Mystic One make a breakthrough before, and the commotion was just as terrifying. He only broke through to become a Principal's Master, but the commotion of his breakthrough and the godly power he released were much greater than many rulers who had just broken through. And this little guy is naturally no weaker than Mystic One. In fact, from what I can see, the godly power he is displaying now is even stronger than Mystic One's. This proves that his potential is definitely greater than Mystic One's. Chapter 3620 Triple Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor were chatting and laughing. On the other side, Jian Wushuang's transformation of divine power was coming to an end. The overwhelming divine power that had filled the entire Star Palace was finally beginning to fade away. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, he clenched his hands tightly, and instantly felt a terrifying power that could easily crush stars. This power was much stronger than his previous saint level. It's just as I guessed. At the immortal saint realm, my divine power is no less than that of an ordinary principles master, or even stronger than an ordinary principles master. Now that I've broken through to the principles master realm, my divine power is comparable to a ruler. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The innate advantage of a perfect life-level cultivator was simply too great. And this innate advantage was first reflected in the power of divine power. He had only just broken through to become a principles master, but his divine power was already comparable to a ruler. Of course, this also had a few functions of the power of will. After he broke through, the power of will he had grasped, it had also undergone a qualitative transformation and had reached a new level. Moreover, this was only the basic power of divine power. Life divine power. With a thought, Jian Wushuang activated the life divine power. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang felt that his strength had increased by a large margin, almost by 40%. It has improved so much all of a sudden? Jian Wushuang was immediately delighted. He had obtained the life divine power from Blood Wave. It was a secret skill from the Life Palace, which was specially for special life forms to cultivate. To a large extent, it could allow special life forms to exert their innate advantages. However, the effect of this secret skill had a lot to do with the realm of the cultivator. Previously, Jian Wushuang was only at the level of the immortal saint. After using this secret skill, the increase in power was equivalent to an additional portion of the power of the will. Now that he had reached the level of principles master, his divine power was comparable to that of a ruler. When he used the life divine power, his power was increased by another 40%. Don't underestimate this 40% power. This was the power of a ruler. Just an additional 10% was enough to have a great impact on a big battle. 40%. This meant that if he encountered a primary ruler in the future, he could definitely crush his opponent in the power of divine power. Although Senior Blood Wave gave me the life divine power, this life divine power is only the first level. There is still a limit to the advantages I can bring out. If I can learn the complete life divine power one day, it will be even more helpful to me. Jian Wushuang sighed. He knew very well that he could only exert 10% of his innate advantage by using the first stage of the life divine power. However, he had heard from Blood Wave that the creator of the life divine power had cultivated the life divine power to the peak. He could exert more than 10% of his innate advantage. Unfortunately, he did not have the complete life divine power. In addition to the life magic power, Jian Wushuang had another trump card, which was the heaven cleaving skill. Now that I have broken through to become a principles master, my realm is no weaker than that of my master at his peak. Logically speaking, I should be able to exert the strongest power of the heaven cleaving skill. I wonder how much the heaven cleaving skill can improve my strength. Jian Wushuang had a trace of expectation in his heart. The heaven cleaving skill was the most powerful skill created by his master. Most importantly, this skill was very unique. When Jian Wushuang used it, even Blood Wave was shocked by it. At that time, Blood Wave said that if he could use all the power of his heaven cleaving skill, he would be able to use 30% of his innate advantage. After all, the life divine power he was cultivating now could increase his own power by 40%, but this 40% was only 10% of his innate advantage. If he could use 10% of his innate advantage, he would be able to use 40% more of his divine power. As for the 30% innate advantage, let's give it a try. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He waved his right hand and immediately used the heaven cleaving skill. The moment he used the heaven cleaving skill, the power in his hand suddenly increased. Boom! A low sonic boom was heard in the void. The void in front of him was almost shattered by him. This power. Jian Wuxuang widened his eyes. He could clearly feel the sudden increase in power when he used the heaven-cleaving skill. The power had more than doubled. The 30% innate advantage didn't disappoint me. Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands, a hint of surprise on his face. Then he tried again. He wanted to fully understand the level of power he had reached after using the life divine power and heaven-cleaving skill. After trying again and again, he soon figured it out. My current power is equivalent to that of an ordinary ruler, maybe a little stronger than an ordinary primary ruler. When I use the life divine power, my power will increase by 40%, which is equivalent to 140% of my power. But once I use the heaven-cleaving skill, my power will more than double. If I count all of them, I estimate that my power will be 280% or 290%. Jian Wuxuang muttered. 280%, or even 290%. This was almost 3 times the power of an ordinary primary ruler. 3 times the power of a primary ruler. If I only talk about power, I'm afraid I can compete with an ordinary advanced ruler. Jian Wuxuang exclaimed. He had to admit that the life divine power and the heaven-cleaving skill had given him a great surprise, especially the heaven-cleaving skill. One had to know that he had already activated the origin of the Sword Dao universe and had already created a 7th-tier high-grade ultimate art. Combined with the power that was comparable to that of a high-grade ruler, his battle prowess would be able to reach the level of a high-grade ruler in a short period of time. Even if he couldn't completely compare to a high-grade ruler, he would at least be very close. As for a high-grade ruler, one had to know that even in this territory, there were very few of them. Taoist Xian God, the Temporal Temple Master, and the Heaven Ancestor were all just low-grade rulers. In the Divine Beginning Realm, after Xian Yi had fallen, it seemed that only the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance Master had the battle strength of a senior ruler. However, now that he had broken through to Principal's Master, his battle strength had risen to the level of a senior ruler, which surprised Jian Wuxuang. Chapter 36-21, Blood Sword Ruler? After a long while, Jian Wuxuang calmed himself down. Then he stood up and walked out of the secret chamber. At this moment, Star Palace was no longer as quiet as it used to be. On the contrary, it was very lively. There were hundreds of experts under Star Palace. Although most of them had gone to the 3 battlefields to explore, there were still nearly 80 who stayed in Star Palace. These nearly 80 Principal's Masters were alarmed at this moment, all of them gathered in the void in front of Jian Wuxuang's courtyard. Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor were also standing there. As Jian Wuxuang walked out of his residence, the surrounding heated gazes instantly shot toward him. At the same time, the nearly 80 Principal's Masters also bowed down one after another. We pay our respects to the Blood Sword Ruler! His voice reverberated throughout the entire Star Palace. Ruler? Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows, but his expression was rather strange. At this moment, his divine power had already been restrained, and there was not a trace of divine power or aura spreading out. With the naked eyes of these Principal's Masters, they could not see that Jian Wuxuang had accumulated any power at all. However, when the Principal's Masters thought of the enormous divine power and movement just now, they had already determined that Jian Wuxuang had broken through to the ruler realm. Therefore, as soon as Jian Wuxuang came out, they immediately kowtowed. However, in reality, Jian Wuxuang had not reached the ruler realm. Ha ha, Blood Sword Ruler, congratulations! Hearty laughter rang out. Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor also came to Jian Wuxuang, and all 3 of them smiled. Seniors, even you! Jian Wuxuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was not a ruler. Although the Principal's Masters could not see it, the 3 rulers could see it at a glance. However, the 3 of them clearly saw it, but they did not point it out. Instead, they addressed him as a ruler. It's not convenient to say so much here. Let's go to my space, Heaven Ancestor said. Okay. Jian Wuxuang nodded and then followed the 3 of them to the space. While they were leaving, Taoist Xian God gave an order. Don't mention what happened today to anyone else. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. This order made the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor feel very strange. Because the three of them had said that since so many people had seen Jian Wushuang's breakthrough, it was impossible to stop the transmission of the news. But knowing this, Taoist Xian God still gave such an order. In that special space, in the beautiful manner. Ha ha, little guy, you've finally broken through to Principal's Master. Taoist Xian God laughed very happily. Xian God, pay attention to how you address him. Jian Wushuang has already broken through to Principal's Master. If nothing goes wrong, his strength should be comparable to that of a ruler. His strength is already on par with ours. You can't call him little guy anymore, Temporal Temple Master said. Yes, I was slow. Please don't take offense, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Taoist Xian God apologized on purpose. Jian Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seniors, although you have already broken through, you are indeed just a little guy in front of the three of you. You can call me that. It doesn't matter. Besides, the three of you are from the same era as my master, so it's reasonable to call you that even according to seniority. 1. No. The Temporal Temple Master shook his head. Although in terms of age, we are indeed much older than you. However, from ancient times until now, cultivators have always depended on their strength, not on who is older. Your current strength is no weaker than ours, so naturally, you will communicate with us as equals. This is a rule among cultivators, and you cannot go against it. Yes, my dear Heavenly Sword Marquis, just listen to us. As for your master, you don't have to pay attention to him. He has already fallen. Even if he is still alive, I dare say that he will let you communicate with me as equals. The Heaven Ancestor said. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly, but he did not refuse again. In that case, I have offended the Black God, Temporal Temple Master, and the Heaven Ancestor. Ha, that's more like it. Xian God immediately laughed. My young friend, although you've just made a breakthrough, you should have some understanding of your current strength, right? Temporal Temple Master looked over. I do have some understanding. Am certainly not inferior to an ordinary primary ruler in terms of battle strength. As for what will happen when I encounter an advanced ruler, am not sure, Jian Wushuang said. He was already very humble. He knew very well that with his full strength, the power of a primary ruler was 3 times stronger than that of a primary ruler. In addition, he had created an advanced level 7 secret skill. Even if he encountered an advanced ruler, he would still be able to fight against an ordinary primary ruler. He would definitely be able to crush them. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the eyes of the 3 rulers lit up. Taoist Xian God added, Since you can't make an accurate judgment, let us help you. Heaven Ancestor, it's better for you to fight with this little guy. I have no objection. The Heaven Ancestor nodded. In that case, please enlighten me, Heaven Ancestor. Jian Wushuang smiled. In this space-time, Jian Wushuang and the Heaven Ancestor fought again. The last time they fought, Jian Wushuang was just testing the strength of his divine body, so he did not dodge the attack of the Heaven Ancestor. Instead, he used his divine body to receive it. But in this battle, the 2 of them were going to fight head-on. Although in this space-time, their strength was limited, so they might not be able to completely let go of their hands and feet, but in some simple exchanges, was enough for them to have a certain understanding of each other's strength. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying explosions could be heard in this space-time. Jian Wushuang and the Heaven Ancestor were fighting madly in this space-time. Every time they collided, the space-time would tremble violently as if it could not withstand the power of the 2. In the end, the space-time was even on the verge of collapse. Soon, an hour passed, and the space-time was on the verge of collapse. At this time, Jian Wushuang and the Heaven Ancestor finally stopped. The 2 put away their magic weapons and stood together. Taoist Xian God and Temporal Temple Master, who had been watching the battle, also walked over. However, at this moment, Taoist Xian God, Temporal Temple Master, and the Heaven Ancestor, who had been fighting Jian Wuxuang, all had strange expressions on their faces. My dear Heavenly Sword Marquis, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? The Heaven Ancestor looked at Jian Wuxuang seriously. Well, Jian Wuxuang just laughed dryly. I knew it. The Heaven Ancestor sighed heavily. I could tell from your calm and composed look when you fought with me that you didn't use your full strength, but even so, you still completely suppressed me. Chapter 36-22, Trouble. He really didn't use his full strength. Taoist Xian God and Temporal Temple Master nodded to themselves. They had clearly seen the battle just now. Apart from some of his trump cards and life-saving methods, the Heaven Ancestor had indeed used all of his strength. But what about Jian Wuxuang? From the beginning to the end, he had been very casual and relaxed. No matter what kind of attack the Heaven Ancestor used, he could easily resolve it. Even if he used his swordsmanship casually, it would still be extremely terrifying. It was so relaxed and comfortable that it was obvious that he had not used all of his strength. Even so, the battle in the last hour had been one-sided. The Heaven Ancestor had been completely suppressed by Jian Wuxuang. It seems that your strength is much stronger than we thought after you broke through to Principal's Master, Taoist Xian God said. That's normal. During the years I was trapped, my cultivation of Sword Principle had improved greatly. I have created advanced Level 7 Absolute Arts. As for elementary Level 7 Absolute Arts, I have created many of them. Now that I have made a breakthrough, my strength is no weaker than that of an ordinary ruler. With the advantage of the Absolute Arts, I can indeed gain the upper hand when fighting with an ordinary elementary ruler. Of course, the Heaven Ancestor must have held back a little, Jian Wuxuang said with a smile. Don't hold back from me. I know very well whether you have held back or not. The Heaven Ancestor curled his lips. Jian Wuxuang could only smile. Not bad. To have such strength right after breaking through is already much stronger than we expected. If you can get a suitable Supreme Treasure Divine Weapon, your strength should be even stronger, Taoist Xian God said. Xian God, is there any result for the Supreme Treasure Divine Sword? Jian Wuxuang immediately looked at Taoist Xian God. Before he went into seclusion, Taoist Xian God had told him that he would find a way to get a Supreme Treasure Divine Sword for him. Now that 3,000 years had passed, there should be a result. That divine sword is a bit troublesome. Taoist Xian God frowned. Troublesome? Jian Wuxuang's expression changed. My young friend, I told you before that the most powerful supreme treasure, the divine sword, is in the hands of an extremely powerful ruler, who is also the leader of a major force. Taoist Xian God said seriously. Originally, I had prepared sufficient resources. Not to say that I could completely impress him, but using these things I prepared to exchange for the most powerful supreme treasure, which he doesn't need at all, he should have definitely made a profit. The possibility of him agreeing should be very high, but the result was completely beyond my expectations. Did he refuse? Jian Wuxuang asked. It would be easy if he refused on the spot. Since he refused so decisively, it means that the supreme true treasure divine sword is not useless to him. On the contrary, he may value it more. For example, if an expert who specializes in sword principle breaks through to become a ruler, he can leave the divine sword to him. But the key point is that he did not refuse directly at the beginning. He paused for a moment. Taoist Xian God continued. He didn't reject me directly. Instead, he asked me who I wanted to give the supreme treasure sword to. Since the ruler had nothing to do with the sacred island and had no grudge with my star palace, I didn't think too much about it and said that it was for you. Unexpectedly, the ruler immediately changed his mind and said that he would never give you the supreme treasure sword. What? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. At first, he did not refuse, but when he heard that Taoist Xian God would give him the divine sword, he immediately changed his face. It was obvious that the ruler had a lot of opinions about him. What's going on, my young friend? Apart from Sacred Island, have you offended other rulers in this territory? Temporal Temple Master looked at him. Well, I don't know. Although I've been in the 3 battlefields for a while, I haven't really offended many experts. As for the rulers, I've been in the 3 battlefields for a long time, but I've never met any other rulers except those from Sacred Island, Jian Wushuang said. He was puzzled. When he was in the 3 battlefields, he had been very careful and did not offend any experts, let alone the rulers. Why did any of the rulers have such a strong opinion of him? Xian God, what's going on? Temporal Temple Master looked at Xian God. I asked, and the ruler told me the reason. It does have something to do with the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Xian God took a deep breath. He asked, Heavenly Sword Marquis, when you were in Devil Smoke Valley, did you have any dealings with the people of the North Sea Palace? The North Sea Palace? Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Among all the forces in this territory, the North Sea Palace, which was ranked in the top 3, could be said to be an ruler in this territory. Jian Wushuang really had dealings with the North Sea Palace. Could it be them? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He said, When I was wandering in Devil Smoke Valley, I met with the Shurian Master and the Red-Eye Master. The Shurian Master and the Red-Eye Master worked together to search for prey in the 9 Twists Demon Cave in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley and forcibly seized the treasures in each other's hands. At that time, they found me. What happened in the end? Taoist Xian God asked. They were strong, but they were not as skilled as me. I was fine during the encounter, but they suffered a great loss, Jian Wushuang said. Not just a great loss. I heard from the ruler that you almost killed the Red-Eye Master during the encounter, Taoist Xian God said strangely. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. If they wanted to kill me, I would fight back with all my strength. If I had the chance to kill one of them, I wouldn't show any mercy. Red-Eye Master underestimated me and was severely taught a lesson. If it weren't for one of the masters, she would have been dead. That's it. Taoist Xian God shrugged. The ruler who has the supreme treasure Divine Sword is one of the leaders of the North Sea Palace, Master Sky Rock. He is also the strongest expert in the North Sea Palace. The Red-Eye Master who almost died in your hands is one of his direct descendants. Direct descendants? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. My young friend, you might not know this, but the Sky Rock ruler is an extremely ancient ruler. He rose to power very early. When he rose to power, his family soared to the sky because of him and became a great ruler of his Fang Xinjia. He has stood tall and firm for a long time. After so many years, there are many members in his family, and naturally, some of them are extremely talented. Chapter 36-23, Going to the North Sea Palace. The Red-Eye Master is the most outstanding of the junior disciples of the clan which Sky Rock ruler belongs to. She is highly regarded by this Sky Rock ruler. In fact, Sky Rock ruler once personally guided her for a period of time. In the North Sea Palace, she received far more treatment than many peak 6-stage experts, and you nearly killed her. Taoist Xian God sighed. Of course, you didn't kill the Red-Eye Master, and the Red-Eye Master provoked you, so the Sky Rock ruler wouldn't lower himself to deal with you. However, not dealing with you doesn't mean that he doesn't care about it. Therefore, when he found out that I was going to give you the Divine Sword, he changed his mind. Is that so? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor were also puzzled. What bad luck! Jian Wushuang could not help sighing. I have been in the 3 battlefields for a long time, and the only one who has a grudge with me is the Red-Eye Master. I didn't expect the Red-Eye Master to have such a great background. Moreover, the most powerful supreme treasure magic weapon happened to be in the hands of Master Sky Rock. Jian Wushuang felt bitter in his heart. He was indeed unlucky. The only person who had a grudge against him happened to have a close relationship with Master Sky Rock. If I had known, I would have just run away when I was forced by Shurian Master and Red-Eye Master. Jian Wushuang felt a little regretful. There's no other way. Even in the North Sea Palace, not many people knew about the relationship between Red-Eye Master and Master Sky Rock, and the outside world didn't know about it. They only treated her as an ordinary expert of the North Sea Palace. In the end, that's all that happened, Taoist Xian God said. If that's the case, I'm afraid this supreme true treasure sword is really troublesome. Jian Wushuang's face darkened slightly. How could a person who almost killed his beloved junior disciple be willing to give this sword to me? If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. That's why he sent me away earlier. Taoist Xian God said calmly. Suddenly, his expression changed. Although this matter is very troublesome and it's impossible for him to exchange the supreme treasure divine sword for ours, there's still a way to get it. What way? Jian Wushuang, the temporal temple master, and the heaven ancestor immediately looked over. I only thought of it after I saw the divine body of the divine Marquis, which is comparable to an elementary universe supreme treasure. The Taoist Xian God smiled slightly, then he said, You three should have heard of the Sky Rock ruler. He is a superior ruler, and his strength is far stronger than ours. In addition, his North Sea Palace is one of the top 3 forces in this territory. He must be very arrogant. Arrogant? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Yes, arrogant. And that's what we're going to use. Taoist Xian God smiled and explained his plan briefly. After listening to Taoist Xian God, Jian Wushuang, temporal temple master, and the heaven ancestor all looked very strange. This method is really stupid. Jian Wushuang could not help but say. Haha, the method is a little stupid, but it might actually work. Heaven ancestor smiled. Yes, but you still have to be careful. Don't go too far. After all, it's the territory of the North Sea Palace. If you go too far and force the Master Sky Rock into a corner, it's hard to guarantee that he won't do anything. Temporal Temple Master smiled strangely. By the way, is that why you ordered the experts of Star Palace not to spread the news of the Heavenly Sword Marquis breakthrough? Yes. Taoist Xian God nodded. What I said is indeed a little stupid. Moreover, this method can only be used before the news is completely spread. That is to say, when the Sky Rock ruler believes that the Heavenly Sword Marquis is only a principal's master, he might be fooled. However, if the news is completely spread and everyone knows that the Sky Rock ruler has made another breakthrough to become a ruler, then the Sky Rock ruler might not be fooled. Although the Heavenly Sword Marquis is still a principal's master and hasn't reached the level of a ruler, he might still be wary of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough in the Star Palace. That's why I gave the order. Of course, although I gave the order, I know clearly that it's impossible for the experts in the Star Palace to carry it out. Therefore, the news will definitely spread. However, it won't be so brazen, and it won't spread too fast. That gives us time to complete the task. In other words, we have to go to the North Sea Palace and get the Supreme Treasure Divine Sword before the news spreads to the North Sea Palace? Temporal Temple Master said in a deep voice. That's right. Taoist Xian God nodded. The North Sea Palace is one of the top 3 forces in this territory. They have many universal passageways in this territory. I know one that can help us get to the North Sea Palace as quickly as possible. If nothing goes wrong, we can get there before the news reaches the North Sea Palace. Taoist Xian God said. Jian Wushuang understood what had happened and let out a sigh of relief. He said, I had planned to return to the Divine Beginning Realm to open the seal and return to my hometown after my breakthrough, but now it seems that I have to put this matter aside and wait until I come back from the North Sea Palace. Jian Wushuang felt a little regretful, but he soon looked up again with a fierce gleam in his eyes. Let's not delay. Xian God, let's go to the North Sea Palace now. Okay. Taoist Xian God nodded. They immediately rushed to the North Sea Palace as fast as they could. As for the Temporal Temple Master and the Heaven Ancestor, they did not participate in it. After all, Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God were going for the Supreme Treasure Divine Sword, and their opponent was the North Sea Palace of the Sky Rock ruler, which had the strength of a top-tier ruler. Moreover, there was not only one ruler in the North Sea Palace, so they could not force him like when they had obtained the Netherfire Blood Crystal. They could only use their wits. They had already made a plan, and only Jian Wushuang and Xian God were needed to complete it. The North Sea Palace was one of the rulers of this territory. The 3 palace masters of the North Sea Palace were all experts at the ruler realm, especially the Sky Rock ruler, who was widely recognized as a top-tier ruler. Among all the rulers in this territory, he was definitely one of the strongest rulers in this territory. The North Sea Palace was located in the east of this territory, and its base was also on Earth's star. However, the North Sea Palace occupied a total of 3 Earth stars, and its scale was not something the Star Palace could compare to. Chapter 3624, in the North Sea Palace. This is the North Sea Palace? It's so grand. Jian Wuxuang stood in the void of the universe and looked at the 3 triangular-shaped world stars in front of him. The 3 world stars were connected with each other in a magic formation. Although they were 3 huge world stars, they looked like a whole. After all, he is one of the rulers of this territory, so of course he is generous. Taoist Xian God said. Follow me. Taoist Xian God brought Jian Wuxuang to one of the Earth stars very quickly. However, because of the existence of the magic formation, they could not enter the Earth star directly. I have already sent a message to the people of the North Sea Palace. Someone will come to pick us up soon. My young friend, when we enter the North Sea Palace and meet the Master Yunqin, you must do as I told you on the way. We must cooperate with each other so that we can trick the Master Sky Rock. Taoist Xian God warned. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded. It did not take long for a figure to walk out from the sector star. It was a middle-aged man in a white robe with a gentle face. Jian Wuxuang recognized him the moment he saw him. Master Yunqin, one of the 7 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm in the North Sea Palace. He is also the personal disciple of the Master Sky Rock. Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. There were not many ultimate experts of the 6 realms in this territory, but the North Sea Palace had a total of 7. This showed how powerful the North Sea Palace was. As for Master Yunqin, although Jian Wuxuang had never met him, he had read his information. Master Xian God, you are here again. Master Yunqin bowed slightly to Taoist Xian God after he arrived. When he raised his head, he looked at Jian Wuxuang, and his expression immediately turned cold. You are Blood Sword Master? Master Yunqin's voice became low. Master Yunqin knew that Jian Wuxuang had caused such a huge commotion in Devil's Smoke Valley and was now recognized as the strongest principal's master in this territory. He had also seen the mirror image of Jian Wuxuang fighting with the 5 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm. He remembered Jian Wuxuang's appearance, so he recognized him at a glance. Compared to the mirror image, Master Yunqin's heart was slightly moved when he saw Jian Wuxuang in person. Although Jian Wuxuang had restrained his divine power, and he could not sense any aura, just standing there made him feel an extremely dangerous aura. This aura, he had never sensed it from other principal's masters. It's said that Blood Sword Master is the strongest principal's master in this territory. I had some doubts before, but now it seems that he is indeed the strongest. Master Yunqin muttered to himself. After all, he was also an expert at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Among the many experts at the pinnacle of the 6th realm in this territory, he was also extremely powerful. However, Jian Wuxuang gave him a sense of danger just by standing there and not making a move. Jian Wuxuang must be much stronger than him. Hello, Master Yunqin. Jian Wuxuang greeted Master Yunqin with a smile. I didn't expect you, Blood Sword Master, to come to the North Sea Palace in person. I'm surprised. Master Yunqin gave Jian Wuxuang a deep look and then waved his hand. Follow me. Master Yunqin immediately led the way. With the guidance of Master Yunqin, the magic formation of the North Sea Palace did not make things difficult for Jian Wuxuang and Taoist Xian God. They soon entered the North Sea Palace. When they arrived at the North Sea Palace, many experts of the North Sea Palace immediately noticed the presence of Jian Wuxuang and Taoist Xian God. Look, among the 2 people following Master Yunqin, is the person carrying the divine sword, the Blood Sword Master? Yes, it's him. I've seen the battle between him and the 5 Blood Spirit Kings. It's exactly the same. It really is the Blood Sword Master. he actually came to our North Sea Palace? The person beside the Blood Sword Master seems to be a ruler. Could it be the one from Star Palace? It's him. Not long ago, the Palace Master of Star Palace also came to our North Sea Palace. Last time, he came alone, but this time, he actually brought the Blood Sword Master with him. What are they trying to do? The entire North Sea Palace began to discuss. Because the North Sea Palace had 3 Earth stars, Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God only appeared on one of them. However, the experts of the North Sea Palace did not see them on the other 2 Earth stars. The 2 Earth stars were still very calm. On one of the Earth stars stood a huge golden tower. This golden tower had a total of 33 floors and was extremely majestic. This tower was extremely famous in the North Sea Palace and was one of the most important cultivation resources in the North Sea Palace. There was only one use for this golden tower, and that was to temper the strength of one's soul. It was precisely because of this that experts from the North Sea Palace would often wander around the golden tower, making their souls stronger and more resilient. At that moment, on the 30th floor of the golden tower, there was a beautiful woman wearing a purplish-red robe. Her eyes were strangely red, which meant that the Red-Eye Master was sitting there cross-legged. She allowed the surrounding waves of soul power to madly charge at her. She forced her eyes to clench their teeth and forcefully endure the soul power. What she was good at was the soul, and the soul attack from the golden tower was a form of cultivation for her. It could make her soul stronger faster. At this moment, Red Eye. A communication token in her interspatial ring started to vibrate crazily. Red-Eye Master opened her eyes and took out her communication token. She replied, "Shuryen, what's wrong? Are you still training your soul power?" On the other end of the token, Shuryen Master's voice sounded urgent. Yes. Red-Eye Master was puzzled. She and Shuryen Master had quite a good relationship. Previously, the two of them had been adventuring in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley together, and they had even worked together to snatch treasures from various experts. However, it had not been long before the two of them had returned to the North Sea Palace. All these years, she had been training her soul power. As for Shuryen Master, she had also stopped adventuring and remained in the North Sea Palace. Stop training. Quick, come to this Earth star of mine and become the ruler of this place, Shuryen Master said hurriedly. What's going on? Red-Eye Master was even more puzzled. It's Bloodsword Master, Shuryen Master said suddenly. Upon hearing this name, Red-Eye Master was instantly stunned, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Bloodsword Master, this name had always been engraved in her heart force. She had never forgotten it. Back in Devil Smoke Valley, she had nearly died at the hands of this Bloodsword Master. Chapter 3625, Sky Rock Ruler. What's wrong with Bloodsword Master? Red-Eye Master asked in a low voice. He's here. He came to our North Sea Palace personally. He's on this Earth star. It seems he's here to look for the ruler, Shuryen Master said. What did you say? Red-Eye Master was furious. Furious to the extreme. One had to know that she, Red-Eye Master, was born very high. Her family was the ruler of the astral world, and the person in power behind her was the strongest person in the North Sea Palace, Ruler Sky Rock. It could be said that her background was extraordinary, and her talent was also extremely high. She had not been born for too long, but she had already reached the level of a 6th grade Principal's Master. Furthermore, she had extremely high attainments in the aspect of the soul. Even Ruler Sky Rock doted on her very much. It was also because of this that she had rarely encountered any major setbacks or trouble along the way. As for the dangerous ones, she had encountered them before, but there had never been a time when she had been so close to death. After all, many of the upper echelons of the North Sea Palace had held her in their hands. But that time in Devil Smoke Valley. That time, the Red-Eye Master had encountered this Bloodsword Master. At that time, Bloodsword Master was only a well-known Principal's Master. Although she had some strength, it was nothing in Red-Eye Master's eyes, not to mention that she had a Shuryen Master by her side. Therefore, When they met Jian Wushuang in the Nine Twists Demon Cave, they thought they were going to take him down. However, she did not expect that Jian Wushuang, whom she did not care about, had shown his terrifying strength and skills. Most importantly, his amazing plan had forced her into a desperate situation. That battle, she was lucky. In addition, Shurian Master had saved her at the fastest speed possible. However, if she was a little less lucky or Shurian Master had come a little slower, she would have died. It could be said that it was indeed the closest she had come to death. That was why she held a grudge against Jian Wushuang. After the incident, she frantically used the power of the North Sea Palace to search for Jian Wushuang, hoping to avenge herself. However, she did not expect that Jian Wushuang would completely disappear not long after meeting them. Moreover, he had been missing for nearly 100,000 years. At that time, Red-Eye Master thought that Jian Wushuang had died. Therefore, she could only accept the fact and did not continue to pursue the matter. However, who knew that Jian Wushuang, who had been missing for nearly 100,000 years, suddenly appeared again. Moreover, he had defeated 5 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm by himself in an invincible manner among Principal's masters. The Red-Eye Master could not accept such a terrible result at first, but she could not do anything about it. After that battle, the senior officials of the North Sea Palace had decided to let the matter go as long as Jian Wushuang did not provoke the North Sea Palace. This made the Red-Eye Master even angrier. But she also knew very well that even the North Sea Palace would not easily provoke a supreme expert who could be called the strongest among the Principal's masters. There was nothing wrong with the decision of the higher-ups of the North Sea Palace. Even her backer, the Sky Rock Ruler, did not stand up for her. This lets the Red-Eye Master also very helpless, also can only put down that matter first. But who would have thought that she had already decided to let it go and no longer bother with the Blood Sword Master, but the other party did not give up and actually took the initiative to find her in the North Sea Palace, and also to find the Master Sky Rock. This Blood Sword Master is really courting death. Red-Eye Master's eyes were burning with flames. Without hesitation, she immediately left the Golden Tower and rushed toward the Earth Star where Jian Wushuang was located. On the other side, although many experts of the North Sea Palace were discussing this Earth Star, no one dared to follow Jian Wushuang's path. Under the guidance of Master Yunqin, Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God soon arrived at the palace where Master Heaven Rock lived. It was called a palace, but upon entering it, one would find that it was a vast grassland. On the grassland, there were thousands of fierce beasts, some big and some small, and some strong and some weak, but without exception, they had all been completely tamed. On this prairie, they were like ordinary livestock, actually eating grass. And on top of one of the tall fierce beasts, a barefooted man wearing a thunder shirt was lazily lying there. In the end, he even had a weed in his mouth. This barefooted man was the Sky Rock Ruler. As for the grassland and the tens of thousands of beasts, they were all deliberately created by the Sky Rock Ruler in order to reminisce about the past. No one knew that the Sky Rock Ruler was actually just a cowherd in the mortal world from the very beginning. It was only because of the drastic changes in his family that he began to grow up step by step. He rose up step by step and experienced a long period of time. Only now did he become one of the most powerful figures in this region. Master Black God has arrived. Someone stood there in the air above him, then bowed respectfully towards Sky Rock Ruler, who was seated atop the savage beast. Sky Rock Ruler! Taoist Xian God bowed slightly as well. Although they were both rulers, there was a massive difference in power between them. When faced with Sky Rock Ruler, Taoist Xian God truly had to show a hint of humility and even reverence. Xian God, you're here again. And this time, you even brought the little guy here. It seems that you still don't want to give up. The Sky Rock Ruler remained motionless on the beast and did not look at Taoist Xian God. Taoist Xian God smiled slightly and then gave Jian Wushuang a look. Jian Wushuang took a step forward and bowed. Blood Sword greets the Sky Rock Ruler. Little guy, I know you. You defeated 5 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm by yourself. Now everyone in this territory says that you are the #1 Principal's Master. No Principal's Master in the North Sea Palace is as strong as you. Master Sky Rock's voice sounded slowly. But you are too bold. How dare you come to the North Sea Palace in person? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? You must be joking, ruler. I don't have any deep enmity with the North Sea Palace. If that's the case, why wouldn't I dare to come? Jian Wushwang said with a smile. Oh, really? The Sky Rock ruler finally raised his head and looked at Jian Wushwang with his dark eyes. It seemed that he was going to see through Jian Wushwang completely. However, Jian Wushwang was no longer the same as before. He still stood there calmly in the face of Master Sky Rock's gaze. At this moment, Blood Sword Master, how dare you! A fierce shout suddenly sounded in the void. Chapter 36:26. Narrow-minded. This voice was filled with monstrous fury. With a flash, the Red-Eye Master appeared beside Sky Rock Ruler, accompanied by the Shurian Master. Clan Master. Ruler. Both the Red-Eye Master and the Shurian Master bowed respectfully to Sky Rock Ruler. The Red-Eye Master was a descendant of the Sky Rock Ruler's clan, so he had always addressed the Sky Rock Ruler as the Clan Master. Yes. The Sky Rock Ruler only nodded slightly. The Red-Eye Master's eyes flashed and instantly fixed on Jian Wushwang. Blood Sword Master, how dare you come to the North Sea Palace? I don't have any life and death feud with the North Sea Palace, so why wouldn't I dare? Jian Wushwang smiled. Humph, no feud? Don't forget that you almost killed me in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. Isn't this still a feud? The Red-Eye Master snorted. Red-Eye Master, it was you and the Shurian Master who came to me first in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. It was you two who wanted to kill me first. I was just fighting back normally. Do you think that if you two want to kill me, I can only let you kill me without any resistance? If that's the case, then your North Sea Palace is too overbearing. Jian Wushwang shouted in a low voice. You really know how to quibble. Red-Eye Master smiled coldly and then looked at Master Sky Rock. Master, Blood Sword Master almost killed me in the Nine Twists Demon Cave. If Shurian Master hadn't arrived in time, I would have died. I didn't want to bring it up again, but I didn't expect Blood Sword Master to come to the North Sea Palace. This is too much. If I don't punish him severely, people will think that the North Sea Palace is easy to bully. So, please help me, Master. Red-Eye Master knelt down and said in a loud voice. Master Sky Rock's face darkened slightly. He glanced at Jian Wushwang and asked, Blood Sword Master, why did you come here today? Master Sky Rock, to tell you the truth, I came here today to apologize, Jian Wushwang said. Apologize? Master Sky Rock was surprised. Red-Eye Master looked at Jian Wushwang in surprise. Jian Wushwang smiled, he said. I know that there was some unhappiness between Red-Eye Master and Shurian Master. Although it was Red-Eye Master and Shurian Master who provoked me, in the end, it was Red-Eye Master who suffered a loss. However, I didn't know about the relationship between Red-Eye Master and Master Sky Rock. Now that I know, I have to apologize. Upon hearing Jian Wushwang's words, Red-Eye Master snorted and said, You're smart. Master Sky Rock also nodded slightly. Since you didn't know about it before, and it didn't cause too much of a consequence, and now you've taken the initiative to apologize, then this matter is completely understood. From now on, the North Sea Palace will not mention it again. Thank you, Master Sky Rock. Jian Wushwang smiled. Haha, it seems that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Taoist Xian God's laughter rang out at this moment. Master Sky Rock, since this matter has been completely settled, then what I told you before. Master Sky Rock's expression suddenly turned cold. Xian God, I guess that you must have come because of the previous matter. Taoist Xian God laughed awkwardly. You're right. The matter between the Bloodsword ruler and Red-Eye has indeed been put behind us, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't happened before. Do you think that just because you dragged the Bloodsword ruler over to my North Sea Palace to apologize and give me a way out, he'll agree to that? Humph. Sky Rock Ruler let out a cold snort. Let me tell you this. Although your Star Palace and my North Sea Palace weren't enemies, we definitely weren't on very good terms. As for what you said just now, don't even think about it. Upon hearing Sky Rock Ruler's words, Taoist Xian God's face instantly changed. Sky Rock Ruler, do you really not have any leeway at all? Not at all. The Sky Rock Ruler waved his hand decisively. It was obvious that he had already made up his mind. He would never give the supreme treasure divine sword to Taoist Xian God. Even if Taoist Xian God brought Jian Wushuang here to apologize and put the matter of the red-eye behind him, he would not agree. Taoist Xian God's expression turned somewhat ugly when he saw the Sky Rock Ruler's spear shadow attitude. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was beside him, exploded. Humph, Palace Master, did you see that? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. I've said before that even if I take the initiative to apologize and lower myself, they will never agree to that. After all, this is the North Sea Palace, one of the top forces in this territory. The Sky Rock Ruler is one of the top 3 rulers in this territory. Such a ruler is very arrogant. He won't take our sincerity seriously. Before Jian Wushuang could finish his sentence. Blood Sword, don't talk nonsense. Taoist Xian God immediately interrupted him. What? Did I say something wrong? Since I've offended the North Sea Palace, it doesn't matter if I'm here to apologize or what I've done. The North Sea Palace will hold a grudge against me. As for the Sky Rock Ruler, he may be very strong, but he's still arrogant and self-righteous. He's as narrow-minded as the average superior. Jian Wushuang sneered, there was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. Not only Taoist Xian God, but the other principals masters of the North Sea Palace were also shocked. Blood Sword Master, how dare you? Red-Eye Master was completely enraged. She carefully glanced at Ruler Sky Rock from the corner of her eyes. As expected, Ruler Sky Rock's face turned completely gloomy. Boy, what did you say just now? Master Sky Rock stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold gaze. A terrifying aura was slowly gathering on his body. Master Sky Rock, I'm sorry. This little guy has only cultivated for a short time and acted too rashly. He offended you and the North Sea Palace with his words. I'm here to apologize. I hope you don't mind. Taoist Xian God immediately apologized. However, Jian Wushuang was even more unhappy. Palace Master, why are you apologizing? I've already said that Master Sky Rock is arrogant. As long as you offend him, it's useless no matter what you do afterward. Moreover, he's a narrow-minded villain, but on the surface, he looks like a sanctimonious person. What a joke. Shut up, don't mess around. Taoist Xian God was completely anxious. The ruler's gaze became completely cold and emotionless as well. The nearby Red-Eye Master was frightened by this gaze. Chapter 36-27, Giving You a Chance? I've never seen such a terrifying gaze from the clan leader. Red-Eye Master was alarmed. Beside him, Master Yunxin and Shiyan Master were also throbbing their throats. Is this Blood Sword Master courting death? How dare he say such words? Does he not know who he is facing? Shiyan Master was secretly amazed. What kind of figure was the Sky Rock Ruler? He was a supreme ruler, an almost invincible existence in this territory. Such a figure was absolutely high and aloof in this territory. As for Jian Wushuang, he was just a principal's master. Although he was publicly recognized as the strongest principal's master, he was still a principal's master. In front of the Sky Rock Ruler, he was still a little guy. However, this little guy actually pointed at the Sky Rock Ruler's nose and called him a narrow-minded person in the North Sea Palace. In front of his disciples and juniors, was he not courting death? Everyone present thought that Jian Wushuang was crazy. They looked at him as if he was a fool. However, Jian Wushuang did not pay attention to them. He continued. Master Sky Rock, I know that you are high and mighty, but because of that, you can't help the Red-Eye Master because of your status. Thanks, this is really embarrassing. Boy, have you said enough? Master Sky Rock finally spoke. His voice was as cold as ice. The surrounding air had also been completely frozen, and a faint killing intent had surrounded the space. What, do you want to fight? Jian Wushwang smiled. If you want to fight, then don't hold back. Just fight. Let me see what you are capable of, the high and mighty Sky Rock ruler. At this point, a normal person would have already attacked, but Master Sky Rock did not. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wushwang. He wanted to see through Jian Wushwang, but no matter how he looked at him, he could not figure out what was going on. Why aren't you fighting? I gave you a chance. Are you afraid that if you kill me here, the experts will laugh at you and bully me in your own territory? Jian Wushwang laughed heartily. If you're really afraid, let's make a bet. You can kill me within 10 breaths. If I die in your hands within 10 breaths, then I deserve it. My palace master will not complain about the North Sea Palace, and he will come out and explain to the outside world that I offended you and was killed by you. You don't have to worry about being called a bully. But if I don't die in 10 breaths, I want what I want. What do you think? After saying that, Jian Wushwang looked at the Sky Rock ruler. But after hearing him, the Sky Rock ruler's expression and eyes became calm. That thing? The Sky Rock ruler smiled faintly. Sure enough, you've said so much, but your ultimate goal is still that thing. Jian Wushwang was stunned, and Taoist Xian God's heart sank. The process of meeting the Sky Rock ruler in the North Sea Palace was discussed by Jian Wushwang and Taoist Xian God. Their goal was to obtain the supreme true treasure divine sword of the Sky Rock ruler. However, the problem was that the Sky Rock ruler was an ancient ruler who had lived for God knows how many years. It was not easy for them to scheme against such a ruler. As expected, Master Sky Rock saw through their real purpose at a glance. Haha, I admit that my ultimate goal is to get the thing in your hand. But at the same time, Master Sky Rock, do you dare to say that you don't want to kill me at all? Jian Wushwang smiled coldly. I can clearly feel the killing intent that filled this space and time just now. Even now, the killing intent hasn't completely disappeared. Indeed. Before I met you, I did not have any killing intent toward you. However, I do now. The Sky Rock ruler coldly said. His killing intent had indeed risen. After all, he was an incomparably aloof ruler. Over the many years, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Moreover, they had even pointed at his nose and scolded him. Even an ordinary person would not be able to endure this, much less him. In the face of such humiliation, it would be a joke if he did not make a move. Although he knew that Jian Wushwang was deliberately luring him to make a move, Jian Wushwang's plan was bound to succeed. Boy, just as you said, 10 breaths is too long. As a mere principal's master, no matter how strong you are among principal's masters, 1 breath is enough for me to kill you, said the Sky Rock ruler. 1 breath? Then I'll let you do it, Master Sky Rock. Jian Wushwang smiled happily. Not only Jian Wushwang, but Taoist Xian God, who was behind him, looked anxious, but he was also very happy. Others did not know Jian Wushwang's real strength, but he knew it very well. He already had the strength of a ruler, and he had a divine body that was comparable to an elementary universe supreme treasure and boundless divine power. Such a means and ability, even if Master Sky Rock was given 4 hours, he would not be able to kill Jian Wushwang. Jian Wushwang had said that he would give the Sky Rock ruler a chance to kill him in 10 breaths. He did not expect the Sky Rock ruler to say that he would only take 1 breath. 1 breath could only kill Jian Wushwang? Even if the Devil Cloud Star Master came personally, he might not be able to do so. However, the Sky Rock ruler clearly did not know this. Just as Taoist Xian God had said, he was indeed a supreme figure. Such a supreme figure would be somewhat arrogant or conceited. The Sky Rock ruler had such arrogance. He was a ruler, and a superior ruler. Although Jian Wushwang had restrained his divine power, he could tell at a glance that Jian Wushwang was still at the level of a principal's master. Since he was only a principal's master, he could kill him in a breath's time. Of course, he could kill him easily. Soon, the Sky Rock Ruler made his move. Rumble! As the Sky Rock Ruler slowly raised his hand, the world instantly shook, and a world-shaking power instantly gathered in his palm. The sky collapsed, and the earth shook wildly. The thousands of fierce beasts on the grassland began to run for their lives. This was the Sky Rock Ruler. The power formed with just a thought completely exceeded the limits of this special space-time. Boom! Suddenly, the Sky Rock Ruler's finger descended. Chapter 3628 One Breath Spacetime was completely crushed. Endless power was pressing toward Jian Wushuang, making him secretly shocked. Although he knew that the Sky Rock Ruler was a superior ruler and would be very powerful, when the Sky Rock Ruler really attacked, he was still shocked. Just the finger in front of him gave him a feeling that he could not resist it at all. If he fought it head-on, this finger could easily crush him. However, Jian Wushuang knew that this finger was not the strongest strength of the Sky Rock Ruler. Jian Wushuang struck out with his sword. He slashed out with his sword and instantly activated the origin of the sword principle universe. However, in terms of power, Jian Wushuang only used less than 10% of the power of his sword. Although it was only 10%, it was still much stronger than an ordinary principle's master. In addition to the ruler realm's secret skill, Jian Wushuang displayed the most powerful battle strength of the principle's master that everyone recognized before he made a breakthrough. Of course, he did this on purpose. Bang! The finger directly collided with the long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. Almost in an instant, Jian Wushuang's sword momentum collapsed and the long sword in his hand almost flew out. However, the finger of the Sky Rock Ruler continued to attack. Finally, it landed on his divine body. A terrifying power suddenly exploded on Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang let out a muffled groan and shot backward like a meteor. Until the very edge of the spacetime, he smashed into the spacetime barrier, which cracked. Seeing this, the Red-Eye Master, who was standing in the void, sneered, "Blood Sword Master is overestimating himself. He thinks he has some strength and is invincible among Principle's masters, so he can challenge a ruler. What a joke! The gap between a ruler and a Principle's master is not so easy to make up for. Moreover, he chose the clan master, the strongest superior ruler in this territory. Red-Eye, I don't think it's that simple," Shiyan Master suddenly said. "Look at Blood Sword Master. He's still alive." "Huh!" Red-Eye Master immediately looked over. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang had already stood up. "You should be proud of yourself for being able to take my finger and not die. But that's all." Master Skyrock's face was cold. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and then moved. A shocking power gathered in his hand again. It should be known that Jian Wushuang and Master Skyrock were limited to one breath. One breath might be very short for ordinary cultivators, but for super experts like Master Skyrock, one breath was enough for him to do many things. For example, when he fought with Jian Wushuang now, one breath was enough for him to attack Jian Wushuang at least 5 times. Just now, it was only the first time. Then, the Master Skyrock attacked again with more power. In the face of the Master Skyrock's terrifying strength, Jian Wushuang seemed to be vulnerable. He seemed to be trying his best to resist the Master Skyrock's attack, but he was easily defeated by the Master Skyrock. In the blink of an eye, the Master Skyrock had attacked 4 times, and he had almost used up the time of one breath. He was just a little bit short of time. Sky Rock Ruler only had one last chance. 1. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Time and space started to tremble crazily. A purple glove appeared in Sky Rock Ruler's hand, and it gave off a suffocating aura. Supreme Universe True Treasure. As a top-tier ruler, Sky Rock Ruler had a supreme attack True Treasure that was suitable for him. However, he had not taken out any of the previous 4 attacks. But this 5th and final attack was Sky Rock Ruler's. Clearly, he was going all out. Star-crushing finger! A fierce light flashed in Master Sky Rock's eyes, and a large amount of blood-colored fog surrounded him. The blood-colored fog gathered crazily and eventually formed a huge blood-colored vortex, as Master Sky Rock pointed out. The blood-colored vortex immediately covered Jian Wushuang. For a moment, the world changed color. The surrounding spectators, even someone as powerful as Taoist Xian God, had a drastic change in expression when they saw the blood-red vortex. As for the principal's masters, their hearts trembled. "This power, Master, you used your full strength!" Red-Eye Master exclaimed. "A top-tier Tier 7 ultimate skill! This is the strongest continuation created by Master. 200 million years ago, in the depths of Crimson Rock Mountain, when Master was fighting for a supreme treasure with a top-tier ruler, I saw the ruler use it. In order to kill Blood Sword Master, Master actually used his strongest ultimate skill?" Master Yunshin was also shocked. The most powerful skill created by Master Sky Rock was not something that could be used easily. Normally, he would only use it when he was facing an opponent that was on par with him. But now, he had used it. Perhaps it was because the previous 4 attacks were not fatal to Jian Wushuang. In order to be safe, Master Sky Rock had used his killer move with all his might in the last attack. It was not only for the supreme true treasure magic weapon, but also to protect his reputation. The Sky Rock ruler would definitely not allow a principal's master to live for more than a breath in his hands. Feeling the power of the Sky Rock ruler's final attack, the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly. "As expected, I finally used my full strength in the final attack. Unfortunately, it's too late." Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. At this juncture, he finally stopped holding back. He had deliberately shown weakness in his previous 4 exchanges with the Sky Rock ruler. The strength he had displayed could only be described as invincible among principal's masters, but it did not meet the standards of a ruler. But now, buzz! Jian Wushuang's divine power finally burst out completely. At the same time, he immediately activated his life divine power and heaven-cleaving skill, making his divine power 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary ruler. In addition, the Blood Demon Cave armor he was wearing was a top-grade Supreme Treasure armor. As Jian Wushuang's strength increased, he could now activate the 2nd level of power, which was 100 times the power of the pinnacle of the 6th realm. This made Jian Wushuang's divine power a little stronger. "Let me see how powerful a top-grade ruler is." Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with excitement. The top-grade Supreme Treasure in his hand, the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword, also trembled slightly. In an instant, an extremely violent power rose up and a large area of flame swept over. It was as if it could burn the world. It was a 7th level advanced absolute art, Starfire Burning Sun. Whoosh! The sword light fell. The 3 people who had been watching the battle and the surrounding void, including Red-Eye Master, Master of Cloud Sinking, and Shurian Master, were all shocked when they saw Jian Wushuang's sword light. Chapter 3629, Ruler? This sword, how is it possible? Red-Eye Master was in disbelief. The power of a ruler. This sword is definitely at the level of a ruler. It's even stronger than an ordinary ruler, Master Yunshin said. Has Blood Sword Master already broken through to become a ruler? Shurian Master was also shocked. They were all principal's masters, so they could see that Jian Wushuang's sword was more powerful than that of a principal's master. It was definitely at the level of a ruler. But why had Blood Sword Master not shown his strength before? Instantly, the 3 principal's masters had a bad premonition, especially the Red-Eye Master. Boom! The enormous blood-red vortex, with its incredible strangling power, finally collided with Jian Wushuang's sword light, which could burn everything in the world. Although Jian Wushuang had used all his strength, the power it released was barely comparable to that of an advanced ruler. However, he was facing the full-strength attack of the Sky Rock ruler, so the final result was still that Jian Wushuang's sword light was mercilessly destroyed, and the blood-red vortex still enveloped Jian Wushuang. Then, the terrifying strangling power completely affected Jian Wushuang's body. Splash! Jian Wushuang only felt that his divine body was constantly being attacked by divine power. Even though the power of the Blood Demon Cave armor was greatly weakened and his divine body was comparable to an elementary universe supreme treasure, the impact of divine power at this level still reached the limit of his divine body and began to destroy his divine power. In the end, when the strangling power in the blood-red vortex was completely exhausted, Jian Wushuang's divine power was also depleted by a full 1%. Amazing! As expected of the Sky Rock ruler, he actually used 1% of my divine power in one strike. Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming in his heart. He was truly amazed. It must be known that before he made a breakthrough, his divine body, which was comparable to an elementary universe supreme treasure, could already make an ordinary elementary ruler or even an advanced ruler despair. For example, the Heaven Ancestor had tried, but his full-strength attack could only deplete 1 out of 10,000 of Jian Wushuang's divine power. This was because Jian Wushuang was just standing there and did not resist at all. But now, he was using his full strength to resist. He had already unleashed his strongest move, which was to use Starfire Burning Sun to clash with the Sky Rock ruler's finger, which had already weakened a lot of the power of the finger. However, the last finger had still depleted 1% of his divine power. In other words, the power of the Sky Rock ruler's finger was hundreds of times stronger than that of the Heaven Ancestor. Of course, this was also because the Sky Rock ruler had used his most powerful supreme treasure divine weapon, but even so, it was still very terrifying. If the Sky Rock ruler can destroy 1% of my divine power in a head-on fight, then as long as he can find a way to stop me from escaping, I'm afraid there's a glimmer of hope that he can kill me. Jian Wushuang sighed inwardly. Jian Wushuang was amazed by the strength of the Sky Rock ruler. However, the Sky Rock ruler was overwhelmed with emotions. He's not dead. How could he survive my strongest attack? The Sky Rock ruler's eyes were cold. Not only is he not dead, but his aura is well preserved. In other words, I didn't even manage to severely injure him. The Master Sky Rock could not accept this result at the moment. Master Sky Rock, the time for one breath is up. Thank you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Master Sky Rock took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. After a while, he nodded and said, Blood Sword Master, it seems that I have indeed underestimated you. The people of this territory have also underestimated you. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Jian Wushuang just smiled awkwardly. This is what you want. Master Sky Rock waved his hand and threw an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it and scanned it with his consciousness. He was immediately delighted. There was nothing else in the interspatial ring except a sword, a floating black magic sword that gave off a terrifying aura. Thank you, Master Sky Rock. Jian Wushuang immediately thanked him. Take your things and get lost. Master Sky Rock waved his sleeve and turned around. Jian Wushuang was not annoyed. He glanced at Taoist Xian God. Haha, Master Sky Rock, sorry to bother you. Taoist Xian God laughed heartily, and immediately left with Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang and Xian God left, Master Sky Rock's face immediately darkened. Yunchen, Master Sky Rock said. Master. Master Yunchen immediately walked over. Go to the Heaven June Pavilion, Master Sky Rock said. Heaven June Pavilion? Master Yunchen was stunned. The Heaven June Pavilion was the department in the North Sea Palace that was responsible for collecting intelligence. In this territory, not only the 3 battlefields, but also the various forces in the astral world were all collected by the Heaven June Pavilion. Go ask the Star Palace and the Blood Sword Master. Once you have done that, come back to me, Ruler Sky Rock said. Yes. Master Yunchen immediately turned and left. Patriarch, the Red-Eye Master and Master Stonehate were still standing there. They raised their heads and carefully glanced at Ruler Sky Rock, but when they saw the look on his face, they were so frightened that they did not dare to say anything else. They knew very well that the Sky Rock ruler had lost all his face today. And the one who had caused all of this was the Blood Sword Master. After just half a day, Master Yunchen returned once again. Master, when I arrived at the Heaven June Pavilion, I asked for information about the Star Palace and the Blood Sword Master over the years. However, there was no problem. I immediately asked them to investigate carefully and asked someone to inquire. In the end, they quickly found out that a major incident had happened in the Star Palace a few days ago. Master Yunshin's voice was somewhat anxious. What's the matter? The Sky Rock ruler asked. It's that Blood Sword Master. He caused a huge commotion in the Star Palace and even exploded with an incomparably terrifying divine might. That divine might even surpassed that of an ordinary ruler. The many principals masters who stayed in the Star Palace saw it with their own eyes. They all believed that this Blood Sword Master had already broken through to become a ruler. Even the Star Palace Master, Temporal Temple Master, and Heaven Ancestor, when they saw this Blood Sword Master, they immediately addressed him as the Blood Sword Master. Master Yunshin said. What did you say? Hearing Master Yunshin's words, Red-Eye Master immediately exclaimed. You said that Blood Sword Master has already broken through to become a ruler? That's right, and from the strength he just displayed, that is indeed a ruler realm battle strength. Master Yunshin said solemnly. Bastard, he clearly has already broken through, yet he still disguised himself as a principal's master to gamble with the clan master and let the clan master kill him within a breath. This is clearly deceiving the clan head. Clan master, we cannot let this matter rest. Red-Eye Master shouted sternly. Chapter 3630. One must accept one's loss. Yes, deceiving a ruler is unforgivable, Chuyen Master said in a low voice. Clan leader, that Blood Sword Master is not far from my North Sea Palace. If we chase after him now, it will definitely be in time, Red-Eye Master said. Shut up! Master Sky Rock finally spoke. Red-Eye Master and Chuyen Master were so frightened that they did not dare to make a sound. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Master Sky Rock said in a low voice. Do you think I can't tell whether Blood Sword Master is a principal's master or a resident? Red-Eye Master was stunned. Yes, Jian Wuxuan had shown his strength in front of Master Sky Rock. If he was really a ruler, Master Sky Rock would have seen through him. But the truth was, the Sky Rock ruler had always thought that Jian Wuxuan was only a principal's master. In this territory, no one can hide their true cultivation in front of me. Even if he really got a great opportunity and cultivated a special secret skill to hide his aura, once he shows his divine power, he will be exposed. However, the Blood Sword Master was a bone master from the beginning to the end. Therefore, we can be sure that the Blood Sword Master is only at the level of a principal's master. There is no dispute about that. As for the breakthrough he made in Star Palace not too long ago, it wasn't necessarily a breakthrough to become a ruler. It was a major breakthrough in other areas, such as the laws or top-tier secret arts, which allowed him to instantly become comparable to rulers in terms of combat power. Ruler Sky Rock said. But the divine power he displayed during his breakthrough was at the ruler realm as well. Master Yunshin could not help but say. So what? The universe is vast, and it is filled with all sorts of strange things. Even though he is only at the level of a principal's master, his godly power is comparable to that of a ruler. There are also some in this universe, such as those special life forms who are blessed by nature. These special life forms have an astonishing innate advantage. The higher the level of the special life form, the greater the innate advantage. For ordinary cultivators, it is indeed inconceivable for principal's masters to possess the godly power of a ruler, but for special life forms, it is not impossible. Master Sky Rock said. Master, are you saying that the Blood Sword Master is also a special life form? Master Yunshin asked in surprise. The Blood Sword Master came from the Star Palace, and the origin of the Star Palace is the Divine Beginning Realm. I have some understanding of the Divine Beginning Realm, and I have seen a supreme character in the Divine Beginning Realm. If the Blood Sword Master is related to that supreme character, then everything can be explained, the Sky Rock ruler said. He was extremely certain that there were some terrifying special life forms in the universe. At the level of a principal's master, their divine power was already comparable to a ruler's. That was because many years ago, in the quicksand demon realm, 3 heaven-suppressing monoliths were born. He had personally fought for one of them. However, his luck was not good and he was not able to obtain a single heaven-suppressing monoliths. However, he could clearly see the process of that battle. There was one person who attracted the attention of others. That person was a principal's master. Although he was a principal's master, his strength was not inferior to an ordinary ruler. In fact, when he unleashed his full strength, he was much stronger than an ordinary low-level ruler. From the start, he was just like an ordinary principal's master, staying in the surrounding void. He did not participate in the battle until a perfect opportunity presented itself. He directly acted and suddenly unleashed his full strength, catching the other rulers off guard. He actually managed to obtain a heavenly suppression monument before escaping. During that battle, many rulers were ruthlessly tricked by that person. He, the Sky Rock ruler, was one of them. Naturally, his memory was still fresh in his mind. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Later on, he also learned that that person came from the divine beginning realm. His name was Xianyi. Later on, although he did not meet Xianyi again, he heard some things about Xianyi. For example, after Xianyi refined the heaven-suppressing tablet, relying on the steel, actually can burst out the top of the Dominator's combat strength, but at that time in this area caused a sensation. Although later do not know exactly what reason this mystic one fell, but he created before those legends, but still. Therefore, with Xianyi's experience, he could accept that Jian Wushuang was only at the level of principal's master, but his battle strength was no less than that of an ordinary ruler. Regardless of the reason, regardless of whether Blood Sword Master had planned it in advance or not, he managed to survive for one breath in my hands despite being at the level of a principal's master. If he is willing to bet, he must admit defeat. Even I have nothing more to say, Sky Rock Ruler said. If he was willing to bet, he must admit defeat. As soon as he said these words, the surrounding Red-Eye Master, no matter how unwilling they were, could only be impatient. After all, the bet between Master Sky Rock and Jian Wushuang was a fact. It was also a fact that Jian Wushuang had won the bet. It would be a real disgrace if the mighty Master Sky Rock could not even accept his defeat. Listen up. Don't mention what happened today to anyone. Red-Eye, let's put an end to the grudge between you and Blood Sword Master. In the future, if it's not necessary, don't provoke Blood Sword Master. If you meet him in the 3 battlefields, avoid him immediately, just like when you meet other masters. Do you understand? Master Sky Rock looked down. Yes. Although the Red-Eye Master was still somewhat unwilling, he still nodded heavily. Master, are we really not going to pursue the matter today? Master Yunshin could not help but ask. How are we going to pursue it? Do you want me to personally take action and kill that Blood Sword Master? The Sky Rock ruler glanced at Master Yunshin. Let's not talk about my status. If I were to recklessly pursue and kill a principal's master, it would cause all the experts to laugh at me. Most importantly, that Blood Sword Master isn't weak at all. In addition, his protective techniques are even more inconceivable. I've already used all my strength with my finger earlier, but in the end, his divine power wasn't depleted at all. In other words, even if I attack with all my strength, I won't be able to kill him. If that's the case, then why should I waste my strength and not gain any benefits? Also, there's another point. This Blood Sword Master is only at the level of a principal's master, and his battle prowess is already so tyrannical. If he breaks through to become a ruler one day, how strong will his strength be? I'm afraid that even I might not be his match at that time. It's better for the North Sea Palace not to provoke a person with such incredible potential unless it's necessary. Although Sky Rock Ruler was arrogant, he was not stupid. He was very sensible and knew his limits. He knew that he might not be able to do anything to Jian Wushuang. However, if Jian Wushuang grew up in the future, he might be able to do something to him. In that case, it was better for him not to provoke Jian Wushuang when there was no big enmity between them. Master Yunshin, Red-Eye Master, and Shuryen Master also nodded and quickly left. Chapter 36-31. Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God were flying side by side in the dark void of the universe. Haha, I just wanted to try my luck. I didn't expect it to work. Taoist Xian God beamed with joy. Xian God, your plan is very thoughtful and well matched with mine. Otherwise, the Sky Rock Ruler would never fall for it, Jian Wushuang said. My plan was stupid and easy to see through. The reason why I succeeded this time was because the Sky Rock Ruler was too confident. Taoist Xian God said with a smile, then he sighed and said, I still can't calm down. The Sky Rock Ruler is a supreme ruler in this territory. He is a superior existence, but this time, we have set him up. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. Yes, they had set the Sky Rock Ruler up from the beginning to the end. They made use of the Sky Rock Ruler's confidence and his arrogance. To be honest, Taoist Xian God's plan was very stupid. First, he would anger the Sky Rock Ruler and make the Sky Rock Ruler kill Jian Wushuang. Then Jian Wushuang would give the ruler a chance to kill him. In other words, it was a provocation. It was a very simple provocation that could be easily seen through. Master Sky Rock also saw through it at a glance. He could see that Jian Wushuang had deliberately said so many things to annoy him. His purpose was still for the supreme treasure Divine Sword. But even if he saw through it, Master Sky Rock could not refuse the bet. Jian Wushuang had indeed angered and offended him. As a superior ruler, his dignity and pressure were all there. If he did not get angry after being offended, then where was his dignity as a ruler? Therefore, he had to make a move. At least, he had to teach Jian Wushuang a big lesson, not to mention killing him. At this time, Jian Wushuang had given him an opportunity to gamble, so he could only seize it. The most important point was that Sky Rock Ruler could see that Jian Wushuang was indeed just a principal's master. Out of absolute confidence in his own strength, he did not think that Jian Wushuang could really last a breath of time in his hands, so he agreed. But the final result was beyond Sky Rock Ruler's expectations. It could be said that this matter had been planned by Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God from the beginning to the end. The Sky Rock Ruler knew it was a plan, but he could only jump in. My young friend, why don't you take out the sword that the Sky Rock Ruler gave you? Taoist Xian God asked. Jian Wushuang smiled and flipped his hand. The black magic sword, which gave off a cold and heart-palpitating aura, appeared in his hand. As soon as the black magic sword appeared, a supreme treasure aura swept out, and the surrounding void seemed to immediately sink into an ice cave. It's so strong and cold. This is the strongest attack supreme treasure. Taoist Xian God's eyes were shining. Indeed, compared to a pinnacle universe supreme treasure, this sword is much stronger. Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming in surprise. Although he had not completely refined the sword and made it recognize him as its master, he could feel the supreme power contained in the sword just by holding it in his hand. Its power was much stronger than the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword he was using now. A Supreme Universe True Treasure seemed to be only one level away from a Pinnacle Universe True Treasure, but the difference was too great. A Pinnacle Universe True Treasure could usually be used by an ordinary ruler, but a Supreme Universe True Treasure, even a ruler, could hardly use all its power. That was the difference. Hurry up and refine it, Taoist Xian God urged. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and immediately began to refine it. The process of refining was not easy. After all, a supreme treasure had a spirit, and the spirit of a top-tier universe supreme treasure was extremely arrogant. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators, even rulers, to get its recognition and refine it. Jian Wushuang was only a principal's master. Therefore, when he first felt Jian Wushuang's cultivation, the spirit of the supreme treasure was very resistant to Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had activated the origin of the Sword Principle Universe and truly stepped into the origin of the Sword Principle Universe. When he used the origin of the Sword Principle Universe, the resistance of the spirit of the Supreme Treasure was immediately eliminated. On the contrary, it became extremely excited. The subsequent refining process was extremely smooth. Soon, Jian Wushuang completely refined the divine sword. After completely refining it, Jian Wushuang also learned the real name of the divine sword. It was called Netherworld. It meant the netherworld of hell, and it was an extremely cold, killing divine sword. At the same time, after Jian Wushuang communicated with the spirit of the divine sword, he learned that the reason why the spirit of the divine sword immediately changed its attitude after sensing the origin of the universe of sword principle was because the origin of the universe of sword principle was too high-end. It was difficult for ordinary rulers to master it. But Jian Wushuang was only at the level of principle's master, which showed his talent in sword principle and his future achievements were bound to be limitless. Because of this, the spirit of the divine sword immediately changed its attitude and allowed Jian Wushuang to refine it. Netherworld divine sword. Jian Wushuang held the black divine sword in his right hand and felt the terrifying coldness contained in the sword. He was pleasantly surprised. The strongest universe supreme treasure is much stronger than a pinnacle universe supreme treasure. When I used the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword, my battle strength could barely match an advanced ruler. Now that I have this magic sword, my strength will definitely be at the advanced ruler realm. Even among the advanced rulers, I can be considered very strong. He knew very well that with a supreme true treasure godly weapon in hand, his offensive power would definitely rise to a new level. In addition to his incredible protective techniques, he could practically do whatever he wanted among senior rulers. After all, many rulers did not have supreme true treasures. Furthermore, the offensive godly swords of supreme true treasures would cause an even greater impact on those true treasure armors that were below the level of supreme true treasures. For example, if a supreme true treasure armor was attacked by a ruler, if the opponent's attack divine weapon was only a supreme true treasure, the armor could still reduce the power of the ruler's attack by about 90%. However, if the opponent was holding a supreme true treasure, it would be completely different. The attack of the supreme true treasure and the armor of the supreme true treasure level could only reduce the power of the armor by 80% at most. As for the supreme true treasure armor, few people in this territory had it. It could be said that Jian Wushuang's attack and defense were one. The only drawback was that the heaven-cleaving skill consumed too much divine power, so he could not use it recklessly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36-32. My young friend, it seems that you are very satisfied with this divine sword. Taoist Xian God looked at him. Yes, of course I am. Jian Wushuang smiled. What could he not be satisfied with? Although the Sky Rock ruler gave me the Netherworld divine sword, he must be unwilling to accept it. After a little investigation, he will probably find out what happened in Star Palace. By then, he will know that we have set him up. Jian Wushuang smiled. That's right, but it doesn't matter. Master Sky Rock has lived for a long time. He's not a fool. He knows your potential and that he can't kill you. Therefore, even if he feels uncomfortable, he won't come to deal with you openly. Unless one day you die, he may come to deal with Star Palace. However, if you die, there's no point for Star Palace to exist, Taoist Xian God said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but suddenly his expression changed. By the way, the North Sea Palace is in the east of this territory, and if I remember correctly, the Earth Saint Star seems to be nearby. Earth Saint Star? Why, are you going to the Earth Saint Star? Taoist Xian God asked. Previously, Jian Wushuang had asked Axe One Master for information about the Ice Heart Glazed Jade, but Taoist Xian God did not know about it. Earth Saint Star Master has a piece of Ice Heart Glazed Jade, which is very important to me. However, when I asked Axe One to negotiate with him on behalf of Star Palace, he did not give Star Palace any face at all and casually dismissed Axe One, Jian Wushuang said. If it's something in the hands of Earth Saint Star Master, and he refused decisively before, it won't be easy to get it from him again. Taoist Xian God narrowed his eyes. But I must get the icy heart glazed jade, no matter what the price. Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. Xian God, how strong is the Earth Saint Star Master? The Earth Saint Star Master is not very strong. He is considered average among the rulers, slightly weaker than the Heaven Ancestor. Moreover, the Heaven Ancestor obtained a supreme treasure by chance, but the Earth Saint Star Master doesn't have a supreme treasure, Taoist Xian God explained. However, no matter how weak he is still a real ruler. He has many tricks, strong life-saving abilities, and a weird and irritable personality. Therefore, he has always been a ruler who is not easy to provoke. Take Star Palace as an example. If it's not necessary, we definitely don't want to provoke such a ruler. After all, a barefooted person is not afraid of wearing shoes. Earth Saint Star Master has nothing to worry about, and Star Palace is involved in many things. As long as we provoke him and can't kill him, he can attack our experts without any scruples. When that happens, our Star Palace will have a headache. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Taoist Xian God noticed the change in Jian Wushuang's expression and immediately changed the topic. My young friend, it's okay if you really need the ice heart glazed jade. It's just an Earth Saint Star Master. We can just kill him and force him to hand it over. Xian God, didn't you just say that the Earth Saint Star Master is not to be trifled with? Jian Wushuang looked over in puzzlement. Yes, previously, the Earth Saint Star Master was indeed not to be trifled with. Taoist Xian God smiled. Previously, although there were 4 rulers in Star Palace, the strongest heaven-cleaving alliance master had been staying in the divine beginning realm and could not escape at all. On the other hand, I, Space-Time, and the Heaven Ancestor are only primary rulers, and Space-Time is not good at fighting head-on. The Heaven Ancestor and I are not much stronger than the Earth Saint Star Master. Even if the 3 of us join hands, we can only force the Earth Saint Star Master into a very sorry state, but we cannot really threaten his life. Since his life isn't in danger, there's no need for him to be afraid of us. But now, the Star Palace has one more ruler, and that's you. You have the most powerful attack true treasure, and you're good at sword Dao and killing Dao. If you attack, you'll be able to crush him by yourself. Plus, Space-Time and I will help him, making it impossible for him to escape. That will be enough to threaten his life. Although this Earth Saint Star Master is irritable and eccentric, he is a master who bullies the weak and fears the strong. As long as his life is not threatened, he will not give face to anyone. However, for the top forces in this territory, such as the North Sea Palace and the 3 rulers of the North Sea Palace, the Sky Rock ruler alone is enough to kill him. He will never dare to provoke such a force. As long as we can put enough pressure on him and make him feel that his life is in danger, he will have no choice but to bow his head. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. I see. Jian Wushuang smiled. In that case, let's go to the Earth Saint Star now and send a message to time and space to ask him to come as soon as possible. I'll send a message now. Taoist Xian God immediately sent the message, and the 2 of them immediately went to the Earth Saint Star. The Earth Saint Star was a very ordinary Earth star. It was not big, and its geographical location was not as good as the Earth star occupied by the major forces. However, because of its remote location, the Earth Saint Star Master had completely become the ruler of this territory. After occupying this place, he had completely become the ruler of this territory. He was basically an unruly existence around here. No one dared to provoke him, and his life was extremely comfortable. However, at this moment, in a dark void near the Earth Saint Star, Jian Wushuang, Taoist Xian God, and Temporal Temple Master were standing side by side. The Earth Saint Star is ahead. The Earth Saint Star Master hasn't been to the 3 battlefields for a long time. He should be in the Earth Saint Star now. Should we kill him directly? Taoist Xian God said. There's no rush. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Let's go and meet the Saint Star Master first. If he changes his mind now and is willing to hand over the Ice Heart glazed jade or give it to us, it will save us a lot of trouble. If he is still as tough as before, it's not too late for us to attack him. How about this? I'll go to the Saint Star with Xian God. You stay in the void around the Saint Star and wait for my news. As long as we don't make a deal with the Saint Star Master, I'll send a message to you. Then you can directly seal the space around the Saint Star Master and not give him a chance to escape. Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Temporal Temple Master nodded. Xian God, let's go and meet Earth's Saint Star Master. Jian Wushuang smiled and immediately rushed toward Earth's Saint Star with Taoist Xian God. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Earth's Saint Star. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36-33. Before they reached the Saint Star, several streams of light rushed out from the Saint Star and blocked Jian Wushuang. A cold voice sounded. These people were obviously the guards of the Saint Star. It was naturally impossible for the Earth's Saint Star Master to be the only one on such a huge Earth's Saint Star. In addition, there were also many cultivators who relied on him. They were all Principles Masters with different strengths. For example, these people in front of them were also Principles Masters, however, their strength was very ordinary. They were only at the second or third level of the void. However, even if their strength was weak, because of the Earth's Saint Star Master behind them, they were able to walk unhindered in the surrounding territories. As time passed, their mentality also changed and they became arrogant. Especially in such an occasion, when someone came to the Earth's Saint Star, they would normally come to visit the Earth's Saint Star Master. Therefore, their attitude became even colder, and they even had a trace of arrogance. This was also the order of the Earth's Saint Star Master. Whoever came to the Earth's Saint Star would first show off their strength. But this time, it was obvious that they had raised an iron plate. Seeing the arrogant expressions of the people in front of him, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Taoist Xian God, who was next to him, snorted coldly. In an instant, his aura at the ruler realm swept out directly, it pressed down on the bodies of the Principles Masters. The Principles Masters were immediately suppressed to the point that they did not dare to breathe loudly. The arrogance on their faces disappeared in an instant. There was only fear. They immediately understood the identity of the person who had come, and they became even more afraid. Go and inform them that Star Palace Master, Xian God, and Blood Sword Master have come to pay a visit to Earth's Saint Star Master, Xian God said. Star Palace Master? Blood Sword Master? The Principles Masters immediately looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. They were not very familiar with Xian God, but from his aura, they knew that he was a high and mighty ruler. He looked at Earth's Saint Star Master behind them. However, Blood Sword Master was a well-known figure to them. As the strongest among the Principles Masters, Jian Wushuang was very famous in this territory, and the Principles Masters were full of admiration for him. He had defeated 5 experts of the pinnacle of the 6th realm by himself, which was enough to make countless Principles Masters look up to him. After knowing the identities of Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God, the Principles Masters immediately became respectful. One of them returned to the Earth's Saint Star to report the news. Taoist Xian God was right. Earth's Saint Star Master was indeed in the Earth's Saint Star, and he was living a very leisurely life. In the center of a huge and beautiful manor there was a high platform. On the high platform, there were many beautiful dancers dancing gracefully. These dancers were all captured from the star world around Earth's Saint Star Master. They were all very weak and had not reached the level of the Principles Master. They were only at the level of saints. However, in the Earth's Saint Star, saints were no different from the Principles Master. What these beauties had to do was to make the Earth's Saint Star Master believe in them as much as possible. Around the high platform, there were 3 beautiful women who were wearing revealing clothes. 2 of them were serving them, and one of them was sitting on the Earth's Saint Star Master's lap. The Earth's Saint Star Master was drinking the fine wine and fruits that Meiji had handed over to him, while moving his hands up and down on Meiji's lap. It was needless to say how much he enjoyed it. But at this time, the Principles Master who had come in to report had arrived in the manor. he respectfully called out from a distance. Star Master, Star Palace Master Xian God and Blood Sword Master have already arrived outside the star. They say that they're here to pay you a visit. Earth Saint Star Master's expression slightly moved, and the flush on his face slightly faded. He slowly stood up, he said. I also know Star Palace Master. He is just a low-grade ruler. Who is that Blood Sword Master? A Principal's Master. Do you want me to know about him? Star Master, that Blood Sword Master is now publicly acknowledged as the strongest Principal's Master in this territory. Not long ago, in the depths of Devil Smoke Valley, he single-handedly defeated 5 pinnacle of the 6 realm experts, and even killed one of them. His name shook the world. The Principal's Master respectfully said. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Oh? The Earth Saint Star Master raised his eyebrows, but then he sneered. To be able to defeat 5 pinnacle of the 6 realm experts by himself, his strength is indeed not bad. But so what? He's still just a Principal's Master, an ant. Tell them that I'm currently in high spirits and have no time to care about them. Tell them to scram. With that, the Earth Saint Star Master continued to lie down, enjoying the service of the surrounding beauties. As for the Principal's Master who had come in to report, his expression was bitter. He had been in the Earth Saint Star for many years and knew what kind of temper this Earth Saint Star Master had. However, the crux of the matter was that the one waiting outside was a ruler after all, and the strongest of the Principal's Master, directly asking the other party to scram. Even though the Earth Saint Star Master dared to say this, he might not dare to say it. Listen, tell them exactly what I just said. If you say one wrong word, I'll cut you into pieces. The voice of the Principal's Master rang out again. Yes, yes. The Principal's Master, who was still hesitating, immediately left the manor in fear. When he came to the outside of the Earth Saint Star and saw Taoist Xian God and Jian Wushuang, the Principal's Master felt bitter in his heart, but he still told them exactly what the Principal's Master had said. However, his tone was certainly not as tough as the Earth Saint Star Master's. Guys, my Star Master said that he is in high spirits and has no time to care about you. He wants you to get lost. After saying that, the Principal's Master lowered his head in fear. He did not dare to look at Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God. However, he did not know that Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God did not get angry after hearing that. Instead, they smiled faintly. Earth Saint Star Master is indeed as unreasonable as the rumors say. Taoist Xian God smiled. At least there's a ruler visiting us now. It's fine if Earth Saint Star Master doesn't want to see us, but he wants to chase us away. Thanks. No wonder he doesn't have any good friends in this territory. Jian Wushuang also smiled. If he doesn't want to see us, what should we do now? Taoist Xian God asked. There is a layer of formation in the Earth Saint Star, but it doesn't seem to be very strong. With our strength, it shouldn't be difficult to break it, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Since the Earth Saint Star Master doesn't want to see us, we can only force our way in. Force our way in? Sure. Taoist Xian God smiled. Hearing the conversation between Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God, the Principal's Masters in front of them were frightened. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36-34, Saint Star Master. My lords! The Principal's Masters wanted to say something, but Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God had already made their moves. Boom! The earth-shaking aura of the ruler suddenly erupted and immediately caused the suppression of the array on Saint Star. However, the array on Saint Star was not too profound. It was not a problem to stop the Principal's Master, but it was not realistic to stop the ruler. Jian Wushuang did not make a move at all, but Taoist Xian God easily broke the array and the two of them directly entered the Earth Saint Star. Rumble. The array broke and the entire Earth Saint Star began to shake crazily. In the central manor of the Earth Saint Star, the dancing beauties stopped and scattered in fear. Earth Saint Star Master, who was on the exquisite bed, suddenly stood up, A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Ha ha, Saint Star Master, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Hearty laughter also rang out in the Saint Star. Taoist Xian God and Jian Wushuang, who were speaking, had also arrived in the void where the manor was. They both looked at Saint Star Master on the bed. This is Saint Star Xian God. You broke into the formation without my consent. It seems that you don't care about me at all. Saint Star Master's voice was cold. Humph, just you wait. They'll go to your Star Palace in a while. Ha ha, my Star Palace's base is there. You can go if you want to. But I don't know if you'll be able to come out again. Taoist Xian God was very relaxed. What a joke. Now that Jian Wushuang had joined the Star Palace, the battle strength of 4 rulers was there. In addition, Taoist Xian God had operated the Star Palace for so many years. The various arrays and techniques in the Star Palace, the Earth's Saint Star could not compare to it. If the Earth's Saint Star Master had recklessly run to the Star Palace, he was really confident that he could completely keep the Earth's Saint Star Master. Earth's Saint Star Master, we came here specially to visit you. We have no ill intentions, Jian Wushuang said. No ill intentions? What a joke. You directly broke through the formation and entered the Earth's Saint Star. How dare you say you have no ill intentions? The Earth's Saint Star Master sneered. And who are you? You're just a principal's master, but you can't even greet me. You're so disrespectful to me. I can kill you for that. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had heard that Earth's Saint Star Master had a strange temper and was very difficult to get along with. It seemed that he was right. Earth's Saint Star Master, the Blood Sword Master beside me has an extraordinary position in our Star Palace. He is no less than my Palace Master. You'd better be a little more polite to him, Taoist Xian God said coldly. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. How can I be so respectful to a mere immortal saint? Xian God, you've lived for so many years. Have you become a dog? Earth's Saint Star Master laughed. Taoist Xian God's face turned cold. Jian Wushuang's eyes also turned cold. Since Earth's Saint Star Master is so difficult to talk to, there's no need to be polite with him. Earth's Saint Star Master, let me ask you, do you have the Ice Heart Glazed Jade? Ice Heart Glazed Jade. Earth's Saint Star Master curled his lips. I guess that you're here for the Ice Heart Glazed Jade. Tens of thousands of years ago, someone from your Star Palace came to me to ask about the whereabouts of the Ice Heart Glazed Jade, but I sent him away. I didn't expect that he would come here in person. So, you have the Ice Heart Glazed Jade in your hand? Jian Wushuang asked. What does it have to do with you? Earth's Saint Star Master sneered. And who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? I will discipline you on behalf of my realm today. With that, Earth's Saint Star Master waved his hand. Instantly, a surge of majestic divine power gathered in the fat void around Jian Wushuang and formed a huge palm that flapped toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Humph! Taoist Xian God snorted. Similarly, a surge of divine power swept over the huge palm, which immediately began to collapse inch by inch. Blood Sword, there's no need to waste words with him. Just attack. Earth's Saint Star Master is a typical bully. He won't be honest until he suffers a little, Taoist Xian God said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and the Cyan Spirit Divine Sword appeared in his hand. What, do you want to fight? Earth's Saint Star Master looked disdainful. Xian God, it's not that I look down on you. What can you do to me by yourself? You can't do anything to me. Although I can't do anything to you, I can do something to those people in your Star Palace. Just you wait. I won't let today go. Earth's Saint Star Master, you've misunderstood. Your opponent this time is not me, but him. Taoist Xian God pointed at Jian Wushuang with a playful smile. Him? Earth's Saint Star Master looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, he's just a principal's master. Do you expect him to fight with me? Xian God, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Humph, laugh, laugh. You'll cry later. Xian God sneered in his heart. Jian Wushuang directly attacked. Whoosh! His figure flashed and floated forward like a ghost. A cold killing intent had completely locked onto Saint Star Master. You're courting death. Saint Star Master's eyes also flashed with killing intent. He directly swung his palm toward Jian Wushuang. An expert at the ruler realm could shake the world with a single move. It seemed like a simple slap, but the divine power contained in it was enough to easily crush an expert at the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Unfortunately, he met Jian Wushuang, the only principal's master in this territory. The moment the Earth's Saint Star Master slapped his palm, Jian Wushuang also struck out. Buzz! A cold scarlet sword light with a suffocating brutal aura slashed out, like an angry ancient ferocious beast that had completely exploded. The peerless sword manual, Shixiang. It must be known that during the 100,000 years in that special space, he had made an incredible breakthrough in swordsmanship. His strongest skill, Starfire Burning Sun, was already an advanced level 7 skill, while the other swordsmanship, for example, most of the swordsmanship in the Wushuang sword manual had been upgraded to the level of a level 7 skill. For example, this move by Shixiang was an absolute skill at the level of a rank 7 ruler. At this moment, Jian Wushuang did not conceal his strength too much. He used all his strength to burst out the power of a ruler. Chapter 36-35, Advanced Ruler. Crash! The void of the Saint Star was mercilessly torn apart. The extremely violent sword light struck the palm and instantly cut it open. However, the sword light did not completely disappear. It still carried extremely powerful power and slashed toward the Saint Star Master behind him. What? Saint Star Master was shocked. He never expected that Jian Wushuang's sword would be so powerful that it could even defeat his attack. However, he was an expert at the ruler realm after all. In the face of this sudden change, he could still deal with it calmly. He took a step back and a golden red hammer appeared in his hand. He casually smashed the hammer into the void. However, ripples began to spread out crazily. When the ripples reached the sword light, the power of the sword light was weakened to the extreme. In the end, the sword light completely disappeared. Earth's Saint Star Master regained his balance and looked at Jian Wushuang again. However, there was no longer the mockery and disdain in his eyes. Instead, there was a more serious look. The battle strength of a ruler? You have already broken through to become a ruler? No wonder you were able to defeat 5 masters of the 6th realm in Devil Smoke Valley. Humph, it turns out that you deliberately concealed your aura. Saint Star Master snorted. He thought that Jian Wushuang had long broken through to become a ruler, but he had concealed his aura. Therefore, when he was in Devil Smoke Valley, Jian Wushuang was able to defeat many principal's masters with his battle strength of a ruler. However, he did not know that when Jian Wushuang was in Devil Smoke Valley, he did not have the battle strength of a ruler. Instead, he waited for his return to Star Palace and entered closed-door cultivation for 3,000 years to make a breakthrough. However, even if he made a breakthrough, his battle strength was only at the ruler realm. His true realm was only that of a principal's master. However, the Earth's Saint Star Master was not as confident as the Sky Rock ruler. The Sky Rock ruler was powerful and had a high vision. He was confident that no one in this territory could hide his aura from him. Therefore, he was very sure that Jian Wushuang was only a principal's master. However, the Earth's Saint Star Master did not dare to think so. He thought that Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough and only used a secret skill to hide his aura, so he did not see through it. Earth's Saint Star Master, I just told you that your opponent is him. Taoist Xian God sneered. Humph, so what if the Blood Sword Master has made a breakthrough and become a ruler? He still can't do anything to me. The Earth's Saint Star Master snorted. Really? Jian Wushuang curled his lips and attacked again. Whoosh! The sword light, with a hatred that would not rest until death, charged towards Saint Star Master. It was a rank 7 absolute art that would not rest until death. Boy, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Saint Star Master was not afraid at all. He held a golden red sledgehammer in each hand. The two golden-red sledgehammers emitted a monstrous power and continuously smashed out. They collided with Jian Wuxuang crazily. Clang! 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 A series of low collision sounds could be heard. Each collision produced a huge boom and power, causing the surrounding void and the earth to tremble crazily. The entire Saint Star was on the verge of collapse. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wuxuang and Saint Star Master had collided dozens of times. The two could be said to be evenly matched. Jian Wuxuang had barely gained the upper hand with his various sword skills, but it was only a slight advantage. Haha, I said that you, a newly made ruler, can't do anything to me. Even if you join forces with the Xian god, I won't be afraid. If you two have the ability, kill me today. Otherwise, after today, I will launch a crazy revenge on your Star Palace. Unless the experts of your Star Palace are hiding in their nest, I will kill every single one of them until all the experts of your Star Palace are killed. Haha. Earth's Saint Star Master laughed with a hint of madness in his voice. He was an extremely crazy person. His craziness, unbridled recklessness, and terrifying killing were well known in this territory. Because of this, few people in this territory dared to provoke him. However, Jian Wuxuang and Taoist Xian God had offended him by coming to kill him. With his character and style, he would certainly take revenge crazily. Seeing how crazy the Earth's Saint Star Master was, Taoist Xian God narrowed his eyes slightly. As for Jian Wuxuang, his eyes turned cold. If you want to take revenge on Star Palace, it depends on whether you can survive today. As soon as he finished his words, Jian Wuxuang's body suddenly shook. He activated his life divine power and heaven-cleaving skill. Once these two secret skills were used, especially the heaven-cleaving skill, Jian Wuxuang's divine power instantly doubled. It was his original power, which was 3 times the power of a ruler. When the power exploded, Jian Wuxuang also attacked. Boom! The void shook, and a huge sword shadow swept up. In an instant, it turned into a burning flame with unparalleled terrifying power and directly covered the Earth's Saint Star Master in front of him. It was an advanced level 7 skill, the strongest skill created by Jian Wuxuang, Starfire Burning Sun. This sword move was awe-inspiring. The most important thing was the terrifying explosive power hidden in the swordsmanship. Saint Star Master seemed to have noticed that Jian Wuxuang's sword move was extraordinary. At this moment, he also used all his strength to swing the 2 red gold hammers in his hands at the sword light. At first, the power of the two seemed to be too far apart. It was not until the sword light that was burning with raging flames collided with the hammers. Boom! It was as if a volcano that had been silent for many years suddenly erupted. The power of the sword shadow completely exploded. The power was completely beyond the imagination of the Saint Star Master. Impossible! The Saint Star Master's face changed dramatically, and his eyes were wide open. He could clearly sense the terrifying power of the sword shadow. The power crushed him, and the 2 hammers in his hands changed directions. Then the sky was filled with flames and sword light. It was mercilessly devouring his godly body. Who? Even with the protection of his supreme true treasure armor, Earth's Saint Star Master was still in a terrible state. He was forced back, and it took him a long time to stop. When he raised his head again, blood oozed out of the corner of Saint Star Master's mouth. His aura was obviously weaker than before. Advanced Ruler. You have the battle strength of an advanced ruler. Saint Star Master stared at Jian Wuxuang in disbelief. However, Jian Wuxuang flipped his hand slightly and a black magic sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing the black magic sword, Saint Star Master could no longer calm down. Chapter 36-36 Bullying the Weak and Fearing the Strong. The most powerful supreme treasure divine sword. Earth's Saint Star Master's heart was already surging with waves. He did not even have a supreme treasure in his hand, but now Jian Wuxuang took out a sword-type divine weapon that was just right for him to use. At this moment, the pressure on Earth's Saint Star Master increased sharply. Saint Star Master, you should know very well that just now, I only used a Supreme True Treasure magic weapon to hurt you, and if I used this Supreme True Treasure magic sword, it would be enough to kill you, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Upon hearing this, no matter how reluctant Saint Star Master was, he had to admit that Jian Wushuang was telling the truth. Jian Wushuang had clearly displayed the battle strength of an advanced ruler. An advanced ruler was already a threat to him, but if this advanced ruler had another Supreme True Treasure magic weapon that was just right for him, his attack power would skyrocket, and he would become an extremely terrifying existence in terms of killing. To him, it was indeed a threat that could threaten his life. However, even though he knew this, Earth Saint Star Master did not intend to bow his head so quickly. Blood Sword Master, so what if you're stronger than me? You can kill me, and I can escape. You still can't do anything to me, Earth Saint Star Master said. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang and Taoist Xian God both laughed. Earth Saint Star Master really won't shed a tear until he sees his coffin, Taoist Xian God sneered. Earth Saint Star Master, do you really think that we're completely unprepared? Jian Wushuang also smiled coldly. At the same time, he had already sent a message to the Temporal Temple Master in the outside world. Suddenly, a vast power of time and space exploded, covering the entire Earth Saint Star Master in the blink of an eye. A powerful space-time pressure directly pressed down on Saint Star Master. This is space-time lockdown? He actually used space-time lockdown in the universe void. How high is the use of space-time principle? Saint Star Master's expression changed drastically. Space-time lockdown was a relatively simple way to use space-time. One had to know that it was very easy to use space-time lockdown in an ordinary astral world, but in the universe void, it was much more difficult to use space-time lockdown than in an astral world. Under normal circumstances, even a ruler who was good at the space-time rule would find it difficult to use the space-time seal in the universe void, but now, as expected of the Temporal Temple Master, he can use such a large space-time seal in the universe void. His use of the space-time principles is superb. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. Of course, he knew that the Temporal Temple Master must have used the space-time supreme treasure to use the space-time seal, but even so, it was still amazing. Earth Saint Star Master, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm not the only ruler in Star Palace. There are 3 of them. The one who cast the time-space seal is another ruler in Star Palace who specializes in space-time principles. Now, do you still think you can escape from us? Taoist Xian God sneered. Earth Saint Star Master's face had completely darkened. With Jian Wushuang's strength and the supreme treasure divine sword in hand, he did not dare to confront him head-on. After all, if he were to fight Jian Wushuang head-on, with his strength, he could kill him as long as he had time. However, the surrounding space and time had been completely sealed, and with Xian Yi and Temporal Temple Master, he had no chance to escape. Knowing this, the Saint Star Master was terrified. Saint Star Master, hand over the ice heart glazed jade, or else. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Blood Sword Master, Saint Star Master said, but his tone and attitude had completely changed. Previously, when he faced Jian Wushuang, he was high and mighty, and his face was full of disdain for Jian Wushuang, the principal's master. Even after Jian Wushuang revealed his battle strength as a ruler and made him restrain his disdain, his words and actions were still extremely arrogant. But now, the Saint Star Master revealed an extremely hypocritical smile. Sure enough, just like what Xian God said, the Saint Star Master is a bully. Jian Wushuang observed the change in the Saint Star Master's expression and could not help but reveal a trace of ridicule. Blood Sword Master, it's not that I don't want to hand over the ice heart glazed jade, but I really don't have it. Earth Saint Star Master said bitterly. You don't have it? Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. You're still lying. It seems that you really think you've lived for too long. As soon as he finished his words, Jian Wushuang swung his sword toward Earth Saint Star Master with one hand. Jian Wushuang had also activated his life divine power and heaven-cleaving skill, displaying the power of an advanced ruler. Most importantly, he had used the netherworld divine sword. The pitch-black sword light mercilessly cut through the void and silently appeared in front of the Saint Star Master. The Saint Star Master was shocked and immediately brandished his sledgehammer to block the attack. However, he was immediately sent flying and his body began to tremble violently. His aura was instantly depleted. It's too powerful! His swordsmanship is too powerful! I blocked the attack head-on, but the power of the attack still reached my body and destroyed a lot of my divine power. If I couldn't block this attack, the power of his attack would be enough to destroy 30% of my divine power. 4 strikes would be enough to kill me. Earth's Saint Star Master was scared half to death. When he saw that Jian Wuxuang was going to attack again, he immediately roared. Blood Sword Master, stop! I'll tell you where the Ice Heart Glazed Jade is. Jian Wuxuang stopped what he was doing and stared at Earth's Saint Star Master. Hand it over! Blood Sword Master, I don't have the Ice Heart Glazed Jade now. I can swear on the universe origin principles, Earth's Saint Star Master said in a deep voice. Jian Wuxuang's expression changed slightly. The universe origin principles was the supreme principles in the universe, which maintained the normal operation of the universe. The universe origin principles was supreme and followed the truth of the great Tao. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to violate the oath made to the universe origin principles. Even some powerful rulers, even some supreme beings did not dare to violate it. Since the Earth Saint Star Master dared to swear to the universe origin principles, he most likely did not have the Ice Heart Glazed Jade. Impossible. My Star Palace has investigated clearly. There are 3 pieces of Ice Heart Glazed Jade in this territory. One of them was destroyed, and the other one was used first. And the last one was obtained by luck. Is there anything wrong with that? Jian Wuxuang said coldly. Chapter 36-37. The first is more. Di Xingxing Lord, what is going on here? Jian Wuxuang asked with a frown. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I have just said that the Bingxin Glazed Jade has indeed been used by me. As for the purpose, I used Bingxin Glazed Jade to create a glazed avatar for me. Di Xingxing Lord replied. The glazed avatar? The 2-sided sword is a bit ugly. The cause of this incident was that when I was wandering in the depths of Red Rock Mountain, I accidentally broke into a land of opportunity, where I got an incomparably special secret technique, which can create a state of self and oneself. The avatar with a completely equivalent strength can even have his own consciousness, and he can go out and take risks on his own, which is really too much for me, said the Lord of the Earth. After all, the 3 major battlefields are too dangerous in many places. Even if they are the masters, they will run on thin ice in those dangerous places, and they will disappear forever if they are inadvertent. Because of this, in many places, I know that there are many opportunities there, but still afraid to venture, just because of fear of death. But if there is a clone with the same strength as me, it will be completely different. As long as I have this avatar, my deity can choose to stay on the holy star in this place all the time. The enjoyment should not be lawless, and my avatar can go to the 3 battlefields according to my will. Go to adventure and adventure in the dangerous place. Even if it falls down on the way, what is lost is just a clone. Because of this, I was very surprised when I got this mystery, and immediately began to think of ways to create such an avatar. However, although this occult mystery is good, the threshold for cultivation is very high. And there are so many treasures that are needed to shape the avatar, and it is too rare. I did not collect them at all. Until then, I got a piece of Ice Heart Glass Jade. The Bingxin Glazed Jade can shape the body of the glazed body. This glazed body is extremely intoxicant. It was extremely amazing. At that time, I thought whether I could use the glazed body shaped by the Bingli Glass Jade to replace my avatar, and when I tried, it really made me successful, so there is this Wu Qing who you see now dominates. After finishing speaking, the Lord of the Earth God was silent. And Jian Wuxuang and Xian Shinto were silent. They have all understood what happened. The sacred star master of this place did get a piece of Bingxin glazed jade, but this Bingxin glazed jade was used by him to shape the glazed avatar, which is the master of Wu Qing. This Wuqing lord is the product of Bingxin glazed jade. After the success of the glazed avatar, the deity of the Lord of the Earth has remained on the celestial star. Run through the 3 battlefields, take risks for him, search for opportunities and treasures. No wonder the Wu Qingxia had no fame before his rise, and no one could trace his origins. It turned out that he was just an avatar of the Lord of the Stars. No wonder he has been sitting on the star of this place for years without worry. His original clone has been taking risks outside. This avatar Wu Qingxu's is a glazed body. The breath on his body is very different from the Divine Star Lord's deity. He has never taken the initiative to reveal the origin of the soul. Naturally, for so many years, no one has them, the two are linked together. The Xian Shinto man's face paled, but his gaze could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. At this look, he immediately found that Jian Wushuang's complexion had become extremely ugly, and there was a trace of anger in the eyebrows. Irritated, of course, Swordsman. He finally learned that there is a piece of Bingxin glazed jade in the hand of the Lord of the Stars. This piece of glazed jade represents a great hope to him and is of vital importance. For this reason, he did not hesitate to personally kill this holy star. But in the end, he did not expect that the Lord of the Stars used the ice-hearted glazed jade many years ago to create a glazed avatar. If it is used, it will be used, but no one outside knows about it, which made him look forward to coming here with great hope. But in the end it is such a result, how can he not be angry? Luli Avatar? Di Xingxing Lord, you are very good, very good. Jian Wushuang's voice was extremely cold. Hearing this, the Lord of the Divine Stars was guilty, and he could see that Jian Wushuang was extremely eager for that Bingxin Liuli, and now this result is obviously unacceptable to Jian Wushuang. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I can't help it. I have too many strong people in this territory. Many people will not hesitate to fight against me if they catch the opportunity, so I will be cautious everywhere. Like this glazed avatar, although I have shaped it, I haven't mentioned it to anyone. This is also to conceal my whole card, but I didn't expect to attract the Lord of the Blood Sword to you. Sorry. The Divine Star Lord can only repay his sins. But in fact, he didn't need to pay for it. After all, everyone is the same. He used a trick to deal with the cards, almost all of which are hidden and easily not exposed. The Lord of the Stars used Bingxin glazed jade to create a glazed avatar with the same strength as the deity. Will be swaggered, this time if it was for Jian Wushuang to kill him, he had no choice but to expose the incident in front of the sword. From the perspective of the Lord of the Earth God it is true, but from the perspective of Jian Wushuang, he is full of expectations, but he is so disappointed to leave, it is inevitable that he will be annoyed, and so annoyed unwilling to follow, of course, he wants to vent on the Earth Lord. Di Xingxing Lord, you have shaped the glazed avatar with Bingxin glazed jade, this is your freedom, and I will not blame you for this, but you did not speak badly to me before, and you directly shot to kill me. How should this be counted? Jian Wushuang glanced coldly at the Lord of the Earth. This. The Lord of the Divine Stars looked bitter, and even said, The Lord of the Blood Sword, I didn't know before that you had broken through and become the Lord. If I knew you were the Lord, I would not dare offend. Fortunately I am the Master. If I were not the Master, wouldn't it have been insulted by you in vain, or even killed by you? Jian Wushuang said coldly. The Lord of the Blood Sword. Less nonsense, hand over 3 top-level and high-level magic soldiers, and stop here today, otherwise, even if your avatar Wu Qingxua has arrived, I have the confidence to kill you. Do you believe it? Jian Wushuang stared at the Lord of the Earth. To read this site, please use the latest domain name. Chapter 36-38. Second more. Letter, of course I believe. Di Xingxing has no doubt about Jian Wushuang's strength. Even though his avatar has arrived, and he has some cards in his hands, there are also 2 master-class powerhouses of Xian Shinto and the Lord of Time and Space around Jian Wushuang. He is really not sure that he can retreat. Then he can only bow his head. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I used to speak well, and I should plead guilty to you, but aren't there too many of these 3 peaks? The Divine Star Lord bitterly said. Pinnacle Arcade is also extremely important to the Master. After all, many Masters do not have the strongest arbor, and they all use Pinnacle Arcade. And the 3-peak treasures proposed by Jian Wushuang, even though they are just ordinary attacks on the magic treasures, but the value is also extraordinary. For any elementary master, it is enough pain. How? Jian Wushuang sneered at the Lord of the Earth. Dixingxing Lord, your mighty dominating powerhouse, the 3 top peaks are all worthless to you? What's more, your avatar Wu Qingzhu has been in many dangerous places in the 3 battlefields these years. The chances of getting the precious treasures are not in the minority, right? Xian Shinto sneered beside. Okay, 3 peaks they'll give you. Dixingxing sighed lightly. But I also have a condition, that is, about my glazed avatar. I hope the 3 who are present today can keep it secret for me. After all, this glazed avatar is extremely important to me. Jian Wushuang glanced at Xian Shinto and nodded. Seeing the sword, Wushuang agreed. The Lord of the Earth Star immediately waved his hand and threw a Qianquan ring. 3 peaks and treasures are all within this ring. A sword-like sword, a sword, and finally a handle is a long stick. Lord of the Blood Sword, look at it. Jian Wushuang took the Qianquan ring, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. Earth Lord, see that you have a good faith. Let's stop here today. But you will still act a little better. Don't be too I think him right, especially in the face of the practitioners of Her Majesty's palace. More or less I pay attention to my identity and politeness. Sure. The Lord of the Earth Star nodded again and smiled. Jian Wushuang glanced at the Xian Shinto man, and then the 2 turned and left. The Lord of Space and Time outside the Earth Holy Star also stopped the blockade of this space and time, and soon the 3 disappeared into the sight of the Earth Holy Star. After seeing Jian Wushuang's 3 people leaving completely, the Lord of the Earth Saints exhaled heavily. Huh! The glazed avatar of the Divine Star Lord Wu Qingzhu appears next to him. The Lord of the Blood Sword is so good. Wu Qing ruled. It is very powerful. Just breaking through the domination, the combat power far surpassed me, and even reached the level of higher domination. The most important thing is that he has another strongest precious sword in his hand, which is enough to give me great pressure. Earth Holy Road. If you are willing to show your last move, the Lord of the Blood Sword will not only fail you, but may even leave your life here. Wu Qing dominated. No. The Lord of the Earth Star waved without hesitation. My last move was obtained with great effort and hard work. Once I use it, there is no chance for a second show. This is my strongest. The whole card is also a last resort. Unless it's time for real life and death, it must not be played. Dixingxing Lord, anyway, is also a long-established Lord-level powerhouse, and his luck has been good. First, he got the special avatar, then he got the ice-hard glass jade, and on other treasures and cards, he also got a chance once and got the strongest whole card. This strongest whole card is his biggest capital, but this whole card can only be cast once. After it is used, it is gone. That card is so important to me, and although the Lord of the Blood Swords has repeatedly persecuted me, it has finally not pushed me to the extreme, and has not forced me to desperately, it just made me pay the price of 3 peak treasures. 3 peaks of the highest treasure, anyway. I do need it myself, just give it to him. The Lord of the Earth God thought very clearly. Unless Jian Wushuang is really determined to kill him, or the conditions proposed make him completely unacceptable. Otherwise, as long as it doesn't exceed his bottom line, he will promise Jian Wushuang. These 3 peaks are clearly not exceeding his bottom line. In the final analysis, it is still my own strength that is too weak. The key is that after so many years of struggle, there is not even a suitable strongest treasure. Otherwise, I will not be so embarrassed when facing the Lord of the Blood Sword. Holy Lord sighed. The strongest treasure, not easy to get it. Wu Qing dominated. I know, so you have to work harder to figure out a way. Dixingxing said. I see. Wu Qing dominated the focus. The two of them, obviously one is the deity and the other are separate, but they talk to each other as if they were two people. This is the peculiarity of the Earth's sacred master getting the secret of the Avatar. Obviously it is the Avatar but has its own independent consciousness, but it only acts in accordance with the will of the deity. As the three swordsmen left, the star of the place calmed down quickly. In the cosmic void, the three swordsmen, the mysterious god, and the master of space and time are running in parallel. Jian Wushuang's complexion is still a bit unsightly. After all, during this trip to the Earth's Saint Star, the Bingxin glazed jade he wanted most was not obtained, and without Bingxin glazed jade, he could not shape the body of his glass for his wife, so that his wife could fully come. I did not expect that the Lord of the Stars had already formed a glazed avatar with Bingxin glazed jade, and let us run for nothing. Xian Shanao sighed there. It's not a white run after all, I also got 3 peak treasures. This is also true. Mysterious Shinto nodded slightly, but then looked at Chaos Ho Wushuang. Tia Ho Xiaoyu, don't think too much about it, you do NT get this ice-hard glass jade of the Lord of the Earth. But it does NT mean that you will NT be able to get Bingxin glass jade in the future. After all, in this territory where we are, there are too many opportunities in the 3 major battlefields. It is not guaranteed that when Bingxin glass jade will be born, or is there another treasure that can be replaced? Well, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and he didn't know too much. Mysterious Shinto people are right, Bingxin Liuyu will still have a chance to get it. What's more, he is not the only one who can make his wife awaken physically. This cold and snowy life is still good. As long as the coldness of snow is found, his wife's physical body has the same sense. End of this chapter. Please use the latest domain name to read this site. Chapter 36-39. The first is more. The strongest treasure has been obtained. As for the Bingxin glazed jade, I can only wait for another chance. Now it is also time for me to return to the early world. Jian Wushuangdo. After all, I am the owner of the Xingong Palace. I can't get out of the Xingong Palace, so let time and space accompany you back. Xian Shinto Humane. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The 3 soon returned to the Xingong Palace, and after returning to the Xingong Palace, Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Time and Space Palace went to the early divine realm. Through the cosmic passage, after spending some time, Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Time and Space Palace have already reached the edge of the early world. Came back. Returning to the early divine realm, Jian Wushuang was also a little excited. After all, he had left the early divine realm for nearly 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, it is naturally nothing to the ancient existence of Xian Shinto, the master of space and time, but it is too long for Jian Wushuang. The first time I returned from the universe battlefield to the beginning of the divine realm, did I feel very different? A bit. Jian Wushuang nodded. It's normal. It took me a long time to go to the cosmic battlefield for the first time, and I also sighed when I came back, but I will get used to it when the number of times is too high. The sword is unparalleled. He also knows that in the early days of the divine realm, many rulers were violent in the cosmic battlefield, and it took them a long time to violently once. 100,000 years, hundreds of thousands of years, are normal, especially are some strong, such as the mysterious Shinto, the master of time and space, and other dominated powers. They often stay in the universe for millions of years. Tens of millions of years, they rarely return to the beginning of the weekday's spirit world. Even if I go back, the time spent in the divine realm was too short. After all, their strength has reached their level, and there is really nothing to stay in the world in the early days, so they will spend most of their time in the universe battlefield. Tia Ho Xiaoyu, now you are back in the early world of God, can you feel the oppression of the mighty power of the Tao that day? The Lord of Time and Space asked suddenly. Compression? Jian Wushuang looked, then shook his head. No. Then you try to run your divine power, said the Lord of Time and Space. Jian Wushuang, according to the Lord of Time and Space, said that the divine power was immediately activated, and even shot directly. divine power comparable to the Master can erupt directly from Jian Wushuang. I didn't feel any oppression, so I calculated that my hand was attacking, and the power was not weakened at all. Jian Wushuangdo. Sure enough. The Lord of Space and Time laughed. Just like Xian Yi at the beginning, although the combat power is comparable to the Master, even more than the General Master, but after all, it is only a master of rules, so in the early world of the will not be suppressed by the might of the will of heaven, but we, the Masters, are different. Jian Wushuang also immediately remembered that in the early world of the gods, the dominant power would be suppressed by the will of the heavenly will. The master that would be suppressed could not exert the normal master's combat power. What should be able to be played should be between the master and the ruler. Reluctance is slightly stronger than the main part of the sacred place with the power of heavenly will. Like the mysterious Shinto, the Lord of the Heavens, the Lord of Time and Space, and the Heavenly Ancestor, all of them will be greatly suppressed in the early world of God. There is also the Lord of the Meteorites who saw Jian Wushuang before. Because it is the outside world, it is more suppressed. But the sword is unparalleled. Although he has the level of dominance, he is ultimately only a ruler. Since he is the ruler, he will not be oppressed by the might of the will of heaven, even if he broke out. Stronger than the master, will not be subject to the slightest restriction. You have no restrictions on your strength in this pre-God world. That is to say, you are still the primary master and even the higher master. Now you should be able to sweep alone. The three sacred realms, even if the three lords of the three sacred realms join forces to face you, there is only a rush to escape. The Master of Space and Time laughed. It stands to reason. Jian Wushuang also smiled slightly. Once upon a time, he was extremely terrified and persecuted by the lords of the three great realms, and even died more than once in the hands of them. But now, after breaking through the universe battlefield and becoming the ruler, the situation has completely reversed. Now the Lord of the three great holy realms, he can no longer look at it. How, if not to destroy the three sacred realms now? The Lord of Time and Space laughed. No rush. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Sooner or later these three sacred realms will be destroyed, but there is no need to be in a hurry. My most important thing now is to rush to the Seven Stars God realm and break the heavy seal to let Seven-Star Xuanzong fall asleep. Countless strong men there reappear. Of course, Jian Wushuang still has something to say, that is, he can also return to the Seven Stars God realm to see his many relatives and friends. By the way, time and space, after all, you are the master of time and space. Should you know what happened in the early world of God in the past 100,000 years? Jian Wushuang asked. No. The Lord of Space and Time nodded. In the past 100,000 years, two major events have happened in the early world of God. The first one is the rise of Zixumen. Zxiamen? Jian Wushuang looked. Zixumen is the main gate of Shenhua Demon Lord. The original Zixumen has been destroyed. But after the return of Shenhua Demon Lord, there is him who is the most powerful of the six realms. The rise of Zixumen is naturally logical. Because of your friend Shenhua Zhu who is here, the prestige and strength of the divine realm in the early days had been better than ever. In less than 100,000 years, it has become a leap. The top forces against Bafeng Tianzong, and in terms of top strength, those who are stronger than Bafeng Tianzong are far less than your friends. But the background of Zixumen is compared with Bafeng Tianzong. It's still a little worse. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and said, What about the second thing? The second thing that happened in the demon realm was the Nine-Tailed clan who had a relationship with you, and the Nine-Tailed clan leader who had a great relationship with you. Her charm method is extremely terrible. The six realms are below the limit, almost unstoppable. She relies on this secret technique to continuously nibble all the ethnic groups of the demon realm, control many powerful people, and madly enhance her own strength. Until now, these nine-tailed families have been the strongest in the demon domain, and the overall strength is so strong that the other three peak groups can only barely compete if they are united. Please use the latest domain name for reading on this site. Chapter 3640 Second, more. During this time, the Jiuwei clan has already confronted the three top peak groups. It seems that Miss Shower has a big breath to swallow up all three top peak groups, unifying the posture of the demon realm. The main hall of time and space. Unify the demon domain? Jian Wushuang frowned. Is this Lady Xiao's ambition big enough? Of course, Jian Wushuang just secretly admired, but did not intend to intervene. After all, his position is completely different from before. Just like the Xian Shinto people, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of Heaven and Earth, and the Heavenly Ancestor, they have reached an extremely transcendent position, reaching such a level that they have long been uninterested in competing for various interests in the early God world. Of course, what they really care about is the overall stability of the divine world in the early days. As long as the divine realm can evolve normally in the early days, they will not care if the internal forces fight and become a mess. Time and space, take me to see the Lord of the Heavens. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay. The Lord of Time and Space nodded, only to see his sleeve robe wave. The force of time and space swept the sword Wushuang, and the two of them flickered and disappeared. As soon as Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Time and Space returned to the early divine realm, the heavenly will power of the early divine realm was immediately sensed, and the three lords of the Holy Land were directly informed of this information. One of the three sanctuaries, within the sanctuary of life and death. The magnificent palace is magnificent. At the top of the palace, there are three parallel thrones. These three thrones are usually seated by the three holy masters. But at this moment, the other three are sitting on the three thrones. As for the three, the Lord of the Sacred Realm, however, was extremely respectful, standing below the hall. Sitting on the upper throne, of course, the three masters arrived from the Demon Star. These three masters have stayed in the Holy Island before, but now they have come to the early gods. Honestly, I really don't want to come to this early world, a third-level astral world. Tiandawo power is too restrictive for us here, we can't exert the strongest strength at all. Among the three masters, the tall man said. That is, if it is in our magic cloud star, the second-level star, we will not be subject to any restrictions at all. The evil young man also lipped. Let's bear it, after all, it is the order of the Lord. The boy brown-haired old man finally persuaded. In the vast universe, the third-order boundary star, because it is the lowest-level boundary star, will naturally have a smaller range of power. Because the laws of heaven and earth have imposed great restrictions on the tertiary stars, any combat power above the dominance level will be suppressed by the terrific power in the tertiary stars, and it is impossible to exert the dominance level. However, because the second-level boundary star has a higher level, it can bear more categories of power. The power of the dominant level will not affect the second-order boundary star too much. Therefore, in the second-level boundary star, the Dominator can play unbridled strength. The three masters in front of me, since they came to the Tai Chi God realm, will naturally be oppressed by the heavenly will of the Tai Chi God realm. The Tao of the Tao that day was dominated by the Lord of the Clouds, but the law of the universe in the meditation, even if the Lord of the Clouds can't violate it. That sword is unparalleled, back to the beginning of the world? The tall man looked down. Yes, not only that. Among the wills conveyed by the Master, it is also said that the sword Wushuang has broken through and reached the ruler. As for the combat power, I am afraid that it can already rival the Master. One of the three sacred masters, the Lord of Life and Death, said. The ruler can rival the Master? This is the perfect chaotic creature. It is no wonder that the Lord will have a little fear of him. The tall man sighed. Since the sword Wushuang's current combat power can rival the Master, and in this early world, because he is only the relationship between the ruler and the power, there will not be any suppression, that is to say, in this early world, one-on-one, he can easily defeat any of the three of us. Even if the three of us join forces, it is estimated that he will be able to compete with him directly. That's right, even if we have the treasure in our hands, but the three of us alone. If we want to kill him in the early world of God, that is simply impossible. Tong Yenha, said the old man. That being the case, what does the Lord Master want me three to come to this world of God? said the tall man. If I'm not mistaken, the Lord ordered this. It should be that the three of me can do my best to keep these three sanctuaries. The old man Tong Yen Hafa looked down at the three lords of the Holy Land below. Protect these three wastes? The tall man glanced at the three lords of the Holy Land below, but there was a scorn in his mouth. He could see at a glance that the three sacred masters in front of his eyes were actually the real strength of the six realms. The master of the rule of the six realms is too much in the universe battlefield. In their eyes, it is more like an ant, but because of the blessing of the will of the heavens, these three talents can play more than the ultimate of the six realms, the strength of the Lord of the sacred realm. Of course, these three men of the Holy Realm, did not pay much attention to the tall man. The three sacred masters at the bottom know their own weight, and have already bowed their heads after hearing the discussions of the three above, and dare not say a word. The old man Tong Yenha smiled and said, although the three themselves are not very good, they are slaves of the Lord. After all, the Lord found three people in this early God world who could perfectly accept the blessing of heavenly will. The peak of the six realms is indeed not easy. The most important thing is that these three sacred realms existed for the Lord to maintain the order of the early gods. If it was destroyed in the sword without hands, it would be extremely troublesome to recreate it in the future, so if it can be kept, it's better, naturally. Huh! The tall man snorted coldly, and said lowly, the three of you, from now on, pay close attention to the sword unparalleled, with a slight wind blowing, and immediately report to this seat. Yes, three lords of the Holy Land take command. Okay, get out. The tall man waved. The three lords of the Holy Realm immediately left in fear, and they had long lost their former heights. After the three lords of the Holy Land left. By the way, isn't Xingluo's woman in this territory? Why didn't she find her? Her strength is much better than the three of us. If she helps, we will be easier to deal with that sword, said the tall man. Xingluo? Tong Yenha made the old man shake his head. Although she is a demon star, she has always been lonely. She has been training her disciples all these years. Even if I pass her on, she will ignore it at all. I am afraid she will not bother to care about us unless the Lord orders it in person. That woman! The tall man could only hate it. To read this site, please use the latest domain name. Chapter 3641. The first is more. After returning to the early divine realm, Jian Wushuang did not startle too many people, but went directly to the blockade of the seven-star divine realm directly under the leadership of the Lord of Time and Space. With the time and space of the Lord of Time and Space, Jian Wushuang came to a hidden special space. This special space is barren and there is no life, and the only thing that is there is a special law array located at the center of this special time and space. Jian Wushuang and the Lord of Time and Space Palace came before this heavy circle. This is the space channel? Jian Wushuang surprised. It is a space passage, but this space passage only leads to one place, and in order to open this passage, we must first control the power of the hierarchy. And I was in this early world of God, although oppressed by the will of that day, he is a master, so he can barely open this space channel. Where does this space passage lead? 7 stars God realm? Jian Wushuang asked. When you get there, you will know. The Lord of Space and Time smiled, and started to open the space channel. With the integration of the divine power of the Lord of Time and Space, the space channel in front of it quickly turned into operation, and I saw a complex and mysterious pattern rising, and a strong power spread from this space channel. This space channel seems extremely extraordinary? Jian Wushuang frowned. Let's go in, said the Lord of Time and Space, and then stepped into the space channel with Jian Wushuang. The light flashed, and when Jian Wushuang appeared again, he found that he had reached a vast land. This land is boundless, but what makes the sword unsurprising is that this land has long lost its vitality, and is full of lifelessness. Where is this? Jian Wushuang wondered. Here is the 4th heaven of the early world. 4th heaven? Jian Wushuang stunned and looked at the Lord of Time and Space. That's right, the core of the early divine realm is the triple sky. The triple sky is stronger than the heavy one. Especially in the third heaven, the cultivation environment is far better than other places. At the core, the strongest hegemons in the pre-God world, such as the three sacred realms, the four protoss, and the octagonal celestial sect, all have their nests in the triple heaven. But a long time ago, when the seven-star Emperor Xuanzong was not overthrown, there was a full quadruple heaven at the core of the early divine realm. At that time, the fourth heaven was the core of the early divine realm and the best place for cultivation. Simply talking about the conditions of cultivation, the fourth sky of the day was several times stronger than the third sky of the present day. In the original fourth heaven, there was only one power, that is, seven-star Xuanzong. At that time, the seven-star Xuanzong was the sole hegemon in the fourth heaven, and it also represented its supreme power in the early world of God. Power is far from being comparable to the three sacred realms now. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help showing the shock. At the time, the fourth-day heaven, where the cultivation conditions were several times better than the current triple sky, was completely occupied by the seven-star Emperor Xuanzong. It is conceivable how powerful and formidable the original seven-star Xuanzong's strength was. After a pause, the Lord of Time and Space continued. However, since the outbreak of the war, the seven-star Xuanzong has been destroyed. After the entire seven-star God realm has been sealed, the formation of the reseal not only absorbed the vitality of countless practitioners. At the same time, almost the entire vitality of the fourth heaven has been absorbed. Coupled with the endless years of operation of the seal, it is still devouring the vitality of the fourth heaven madly, which also leads to this fourth god, it's completely deserted. Jian Wushuang felt a shock in his heart. Once the core of the divine realm in the early days and the best sacred place for cultivation, but now it has become such a deadly look in front of it, which makes Jian Wushuang secretly sigh. After the fourth heaven is completely desolate, practitioners can hardly sense the existence of the heaven and earth aura here, and naturally cannot practice. So many practitioners in the fourth heaven have left here. After all, no one would be willing to stay in a place where even the aura can't sense it. Because of this fourth-day heaven also slowly withdrew from the public's vision, until later it was even forgotten. Until now, most practitioners of the divine realm only knew the triple heaven, but never knew the early divine realm. In fact, there is another fourth day. However, although the fourth day is abandoned, the seal will still be there, and the seven-star divine realm will still be in the seal. So others will forget it, but we will not, and because the aura has completely dried up, the original many of the space channels existing in Sezhongshan have lost their effect. No one can come here again through the space channel. Simply me, Xianshan, Chotian, and Tianzu. The four of us will join forces to bring the fourth heaven and Taichu God together. The connections of the world have been erased. This also leads to the fact that in the early days of the divine realm, there was only the only space passageway we were riding on, which could lead to the fourth heaven. Others wanted to come to this fourth heaven by normal means. Possible. Only this space channel, can we come to this fourth heaven? Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Obviously, the Lord of Time and Space has protected the only channel leading to the fourth sky extremely tightly, and the space channel of value must be dominated to be able to start naturally this long time. Except for time apart from the palace master, no one can come to this fourth heaven. No. Jian Wushuang frowned suddenly. If no one can come to the fourth day, and no one can touch the sealed seven-star realm, then how did the Lord of the three holy realms open up? The one who reseals the seven stars? In the last life, in the last battle, the lords of the three great holy realms all came. If the three lords of the holy realm can't come to the fourth heaven, and can't touch the seal of the seven stars God realm, then it is impossible for them to come. I just said that it is impossible to reach this fourth heaven through normal channels, but the three holy lords are different. After all, the three holy lords are blessed by the will of heaven. They are guided by the Tao of heaven. Even if they do not pass through the space channel, they can still find a way to the fourth heaven, and they will naturally be able to contact the seven-star gods. That's it. The sword was unparalleled. After all, the fourth heaven is in the early heavenly world. As the heavenly will of the early heavenly world, it is not difficult for the three sacred masters to reach the fourth heaven. Chapter 3642. Second more. By the way, in time and space, hasn't the Celestial Alliance leader been guarding around the heavy seal all the time? That should be in the fourth heavy heaven. Why didn't you see him? Jian Wushuang asked. Don't worry, I have summoned him to come over. The master of space and time smiled. As soon as the words fell, Jian Wushuang saw the end of the barren void in front of him, and a figure appeared. This figure stepped out step by step. The speed was incredible, and it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a blink of an eye. The comer was a burly man of 2 meters in height. He wore scarlet battle armor, dark skin, and narrow eyes. A pair of gem-like pupils swept straight away, and his eyes swept away enough to make the world and the world eclipse. And above all, you are the domineering man in this burly man. This domineering, incomparable, as if the entire sky was trampled under his feet. Come, it is the Lord of the Heavens. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang used bamboo leaves to summon the conscious avatar of the Lord of the Sky, and that conscious avatar, apart from its powerful strength, has the deepest influence on him, that is, the domineering body. That domineering is really convincing. The domineering consciousness is so arrogant, and now seeing the deity of the Lord of the Sky, the natural domineering swept away, even the current sword Wushuang couldn't help secretly. He is very clear that being able to possess such powerful domineering is related to his own overwhelming strength in addition to the secrets of cultivation. The Lord of the Sky, but the most powerful of the Star Palace, has reached a higher level of a long time ago. As of now, the strength is definitely stronger. Haha, Jian Tianho, you are finally here. The domineering laughter of the Lord of the Heavens resounded between heaven and earth, his eyes burning, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. I've seen the Lord of the Heavens. Jian Wushuang was slightly saluting. Haha, you're welcome. Xianxun has already circulated to me before, saying that your current strength is already barely equal to that of the higher master. This strength is not much weaker than me. It is just that I stay in this ghost place. It's too boring. Now that you are here, come and fight with me. The voice of the Lord of the Heavens is strong, and at the same time the voice falls, a majestic divine power has risen. Jian Wushuang stunned. At this time, the Lord of Space and Time smiled, and said, Cut the sky, Xiaoho Xiao, you came here to seal the 7-star realm, not specifically to fight against you, let alone this 4th-day sky is still there. In the beginning of the divine realm, you were equally oppressed by the will of the heavens here. I am afraid that the strength you can exert is not much better than mine. However, because Xiaoho Yuyu is only the ruler of the rule, the strength is not subject to any restrictions. You're playing against him here, isn't that just asking for trouble? Yeah. The leader of the Celestial Alliance nodded again and again. I almost gave it to him. He is the same as Xianyi. He is the perfect life. The ruler can have the dominance, and has strength in the astral realm. There will be no restrictions. It is really too bad for me to play against him here. Jian Tianho, when you get to the battlefield of the universe, you and I will fight again. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. After a brief conversation, he can see that although the leader of the Skycut Alliance is extremely powerful and domineering, he is very carefree and eclectic. Such a person, regardless of his identity, is the Sword. Very happy to make friends. Okay, Cut Sky, take us to the place where the reseal is located. The Space-Time Hall main road. Well, follow me. The Lord of the Sky Slayer immediately led the way, and the Lord of the Sword and Space Palace immediately followed. The three were rushing through, traversing an extremely long distance, but still spent more than half of their time and space before they reached the core area of this fourth heavy sky, and here is a huge and imposing circular matrix that covers a long and distant territory. Is this where the heavy seal is? Jian Wushuang looked at the heavy circle in front of him with a shock. That law formation is really too big. Even if it is based on his strength, it cannot detect the marginal existence of this law formation. At the same time, Jian Wushuang can sense that this heavy law formation is running at an extremely slow speed, and during the operation, this law formation is still swallowing and squeezing the vitality of this fourth heaven. Almost all of the vitality of this fourth day has been completely swallowed up and squeezed out, but this magic array is still swallowed up? Jian Wushuang frowned. No way, after all, this magic circle can only be maintained if it is always in operation. As for the energy required to operate the magic circle, it is the reason why the sky has been here for so long. Tao. Although the vitality of this fourth day is running out, and it is difficult to supply the magic circle for operation, there are still some remaining. Jiantian has to do here to keep an eye on the vitality of this fourth heaven, and not to let the vitality of this fourth heaven be completely cut off. After all, the vitality of this fourth heaven is completely cut off. Chongtian will crash directly, but as long as it has the slightest vitality, as long as it does not crash, it will have a certain recovery ability. And Jitian will replace the fourth heavy sky at that time to supply a lot of energy to the heavy law formation, and all of this energy depends on geniuses and treasures. In these years, only for the supply the operation of this law formation has paid innumerable costs for the Shingon Palace, the Celestial Alliance, the Lord of Time and Space, and the Heavenly Ancestral Dojo. Jian Wushuang secretly marveled. He also knew how much energy it would take to maintain such a large one-size circle. Obviously, it would not be possible to sustain the fourth day vitality alone, and the reason that the circle could always exist up to now, it is natural that they have contributed a lot. Before, there was no way. This magic circle had to be running all the time. Once stopped, the reseal would always exist, and it would never be broken. The 7-star divine realm in the seal and the countless strong men left by the original 7-star Xuanzong, I will never have a chance to see the sun again, but now that you are here, all this will be easy to do. The Lord of the Cut Heavens chuckled. Xuani said at the time of the reseal, as long as you reach the main level of the rule, you can open the reseal and let the 7-star God realm see the sun again. Now you try it. Chapter 3643. One more today! Jian Wushuang did not delay any more, and swept directly towards the heavy law formation. How to crack this resealed law formation? Looking at the huge and imposing seal array in front of him, Jian Wushuang felt a headache. Although his master left a word, as long as he breaks through to reach the ruler, he can crack the seal array, but he did not know the process and steps of cracking. We don't know the specific cracking process. You can try to communicate with this reseal group first. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Even when his eyes were closed, his consciousness had covered the past with the huge seal formation facing forward. The consciousness was covered by this seal formation, and Jian Wushuang immediately connected with the heavy seal formation, and at the same time, the lingering soul that had been silent in the seal gradually woke up. Little guy, you're finally here. A soft voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Jian Wu's stature was shocked. He was too familiar with this voice. Master, master? Is it you? Jian Wushuang's voice was a little trembling. It's me. A gentle voice sounded again, while a hazy figure slowly condensed in the seal formation. He has a tall figure, a gentle face, and a very close feeling. The slight smile on his face makes him feel warmer. Familiar face, familiar smile, and familiar feeling, it is clear that the figure who appeared in the seal formation at this moment is his master, Xuani. It's just that his master has fallen, and now he is here. It is just a ray of remnant left in the reseal circle. This ray of remnant is still very weak, and he has been sleeping for many years. It is also the scent of the sword unparalleled that this remnant soul will be awakened. And the awakened remnant can only be sensed by Jian Wushuang at this moment. As for the next few lords who cut the sky, he can't sense his existence. Little fellow, how many years have you been born again? Xuani asked. His remnant has been asleep, but he hasn't known how long he has been asleep. Back to master, it has been 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang replied respectfully. 100,000 years. It's going to be a bit late than expected, but it's okay, you can break through and become the ruler, and before you come to the fourth seal of heaven, this reseal of the magic circle, you will take this remnant of my soul awakening. This shows that my original plan should be carried out relatively smoothly. Xian together. Yes, although I encountered some trouble halfway through, the disciples were hunted down by the three sacred realms more than once, and they survived, but fortunately, no luck, and finally took the risk. Jian Wushuangdo said. If you can come here, then it means that you have shown that you have been in direct contact with Xianxin, right? Xian continued to ask. Not only are my predecessors, but also the Lord of the Sky, the Master of Space and Time, and the Ancestor of Heaven, I have already contacted them, and thanks to the help of these four predecessors over the years, I can go to today. Sword Wushuangdo. Your mission, as well as the ultimate secrets of the realm, have they told you? Xian said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. That being the case, then you should also know what you should do. Xian smiled and then said, The last question, what is your strength now? Master, it's not long before I broke through the rules, but because of the disciples' chances these years, I can barely match the higher masters, and with the help of mysterious seniors, I got one of the strongest treasure soldiers. Now, I will definitely not be lower than the High Master. If it is really hard, even if you encounter some extremely terrible existence of the High Master, there is no fear at all, and only the difference is estimated to be the performance of the skycut technique, with some restrictions. Jian Wushuangdo. Before, Jian Wushuang's strength was more or less concealed. Even if the three gods, the Master of Space and Time, and the Ancestor of the Sky asked them, Jian Wushuang is only able to rival the Master, but the specific level of combat power is not too clear. However, now he is facing the most respected and most grateful Master Xuanyi in his life, but he has no concealment, and can reveal all his whole cards and strength. This is his absolute trust and conviction in his master. Yes, you can match the higher masters just after you break through. This is a robber than when you were a teacher. Xian laughed. As for the skyscraping, this mystery is very strange. I was able to create it at the same time. The chance plus luck is indeed good enough, but this secret technique is really big enough to consume the divine power. Fortunately, our perfect life is full of divine power. If we change to another person, even if we are the master, I am afraid that it will not be able to perform a few times. Such a secret technique. This mystery is suitable for your current use. It will improve your strength. As for whether you want to perform this mystery in the future, it depends on you. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Well, after asking you so many questions, in fact, as a teacher, I just want to know your situation over the years. Now it looks good. Xian smiled and continued. You are here to reseal the law formation now. Come up, do you want to crack this seal? Yes, master, but I don't know how I can break this seal array? Jian Wushuang asked. Cracking the magic array? Xian looked, but followed with a smile. It is not difficult for you to crack this magic array, but it is not easy to say. Huh! Jian Wushuang appeared in doubt. Boy, let me tell you the truth, the reason why this resealed law circle has always existed is not only to completely protect the sleeping strong man in the Seven Stars God realm, but to give Qi Xing Xuanzong a chance to rise again. Important purpose. Xian together. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was even more puzzled. Little guy, mysterious god, they should have told you that as a teacher who broke through the rules of the rule, he immediately tried to seize the power of the will of the early gods. But unfortunately I tried countless times, but I still failed. And Xian together. My predecessor told me about this. He said that you had tried millions of times and all failed, and finally came to the conclusion that if you want to regain the power of the will of the early gods, you must have perfect life. The breakthrough reached the level of domination. Sword Wushuangdo. It's so, but it's not just that. Xian expression became dignified. Sorry again, hope everyone can understand. End of this chapter. Chapter 3644. The first is more. When I broke through and became the ruler of the rule, I went directly to try to regain the primordial realm. As a result, after millions of attempts, although I failed, I felt that I had the opportunity to bring the primordial realm back. It was only because I was not strong enough to retake the house. So at the time I thought that as long as I broke through and reached the domination, I would be able to retake this pre-God world as a matter of course, but soon after, as my strength improved and my horizons became higher and higher, I understood that if you want to regain the house of the early gods, I'm afraid it's not just that I want to break through and become the master. Xianitong. Don't you just break through the master? Jian Wushuang frowned. If you want to break through the alone, this condition is already extremely harsh and difficult, and now the sword has no distance to dominate the power. He didn't want to, and the conditions needed to regain the princely kingdom of God were not just that. Just breaking through the dominator, although my strength will be greatly improved, the most important thing is that the soul will also follow suit. It will be of great help when taking over the world, but now the world is not the stage of weakness has already evolved into a long-term period, and before the beginning of the divine realm was taken away once, now the power of the heavenly will of the first realm of the divine realm is dominated by the demon star master. The heavenly will dominated by the Lord of the Clouds is completely different from the heavenly will of the normal astral world. The heavenly will of the normal astral world has no emotions and no thoughts. It only knows that it operates in accordance with the laws of the universe. Even if it is suddenly lost, its resistance is also limited. But the Lord of the Clouds is a human practitioner, and he is an extremely terrifying dominating power. If he is defeated, he will definitely fight desperately. If at the last moment, he is more likely to make some crazy behaviors, such as direct self-destruction, completely destroyed the heavenly will of the early gods, and then without the restraint of the will of the heavenly gods, the early gods would also collapse without the rule of law. Or, he directly controlled Tiandao will to destroy the early world. These are the consequences that we cannot accept. Hearing here, Jian Wushuang's look also became extremely dignified. Indeed, Jane, Lord of the Demon Cloud, is not a practitioner in the early divine realm at all. He went away from the early divine realm only for his own cultivation and to help himself improve his strength. As for the early divine realm, he did not care. Under normal circumstances, he will certainly not destroy the will of the heavenly will, or control the will of the heavens to destroy the early divine realm. At most, it will only forcibly accelerate the evolution of the early divine realm, so that he will get greater benefits in a short time. But if it is abnormal, that is, Jian Wushuang can already pose a huge threat to it, and he can regain the Prince of the Gods. When he can't stop it, he really can't say, will he make some crazy move? After all, once he can't stop Jian Wushuang, and let Jian Wushuang retake the Taiji divine realm, then this Taiji divine realm has nothing to do with him at all. Since he can't get it himself, he is likely to make it impossible for others. Because of this, I will have some concerns. I am afraid that even if you break through and reach the dominance, you will not be able to successfully recapture the original divine realm. Therefore, I deliberately left this resealed law circle to completely complete the 7-star god realm. The seal is inside. Xiani said. Master, is there anything strange about this resealed law formation? Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. Of course there is. Xiani smiled. This reseal method was originally a great opportunity that I got at first. Its role is very strange. Not only does it completely seal the 7-star god realm inside, the most important thing is the seal method. In the course of long years of operation, it will gradually evolve. Yen? Jian Wushuang stunned. From the original seal formation, gradually evolved into a complete world, and will even gradually give birth to the willpower that can dominate this world. Xuani mysteriously said. What? Jian Wushuang was startled. Complete heaven and earth? Can you even give birth to the willpower that dominates this heaven and earth? Isn't it the same as the normal astral world? Yes, when this seal array runs to the end, it is equivalent to forming a small astral world. Xianyi smiled. This small astral world will also have an autonomous operating principle that will dominate the will of this world. It is also equivalent to the power of the heavenly will in the beginning of the world. To put it plainly, it is an astral world, but it is much smaller than a normal third-level astral space. But the basic operating rules include the heavenly will and power. Yes, but still. Of course, in many respects, this small astral space is inferior to the astral space naturally bred by the cosmic circle. For example, in the gross space, the normal third-level astral space, countless practitioners can conceive countless undead saints, a lot of rules. The masters, including a few powerful men who dominate the ranks, but the small astral circle formed by the evolution of the seal circle cannot even give birth to undead saints. You should have a deep understanding of this. Wu Jianso nodded slightly. He came out of the sealed formation, and it is very clear what the limits of the practitioner's growth world are. In that seal formation, aside from those who were left from the 7-star divine realm and the 7-star Emperor Xuanzong, the strongest among the strong natural born in the heaven and earth seems to be the level of chaos only, and in the normal astral world chaos, there is no difference with the ants. Although there is little room for growth in this small astral world, don't expect any strong people to be born inside. But one thing is that it has a normal heavenly cycle, which is not much different from the normal heavenly circle of heaven. If you can master this small astral realm and fully understand the laws of the heavens, then it will be of great help to you regaining the early divine realm. Xuanyi said. Jian Wushuang knows inside. If according to his master this small astral world will not be much different from the rule of the heavens in the early days, then if he masters the small astral world, he will fully understand the operation of the heavens in the early days. In the process of the law, he will regain his house in the future, and the process of regaining his house will certainly be much easier. I said before that the heavenly will of the gods in the early days is now dominated by the Lord of the Clouds. He knows how to resist, he is desperate, and may even make crazy moves, but if you have broken through the master and he fully understands the principles of the operation of the heavenly path, then you can easily regain the Prince of the Gods in the early stage without giving him any chance to fight back. Chapter 3645. Second more. So it is. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Mastering this small astral world will not only make it easier for you to regain the primordial world in the future. In addition, this small astral world, after all, has a complete law of the heavenly cycle. As long as you master it, it will be important for your cultivation. It will also be of great benefit, at least it will definitely help you to break through the master. Xianyi Dao said. Wu Jian's heart moved. Yes, the Lord of the Devil Clouds was originally just an ordinary master, and it was not even the kind that could be confused on the Devil Star, but it was because of his coincidence that he lost the pre-God world, and his strength would be huge. Ascension, he became the overlord of Demon Star. It can be said that after the Demon King conquered the divine realm in the beginning, the benefits he received were too great. And the small astral circle evolved by the seal method, the benefits that can be obtained after mastering it, although it is far from being able to compare with a normal astral circle, but there are many benefits, and Jian Wushuang is only a rule now. The master is extremely far away from the master. If he masters such a small astral world at this time, he will definitely get a lot of benefits. However, master, how can I master this small astral world? Jian Wushuang asked. The only way you want to master this small astral world is to thoroughly refine it, Xuanyi said. Refining? Jian Wushuang stunned for a while. Can you refine this small astral world like refining? But how can this be done? Wu Jian Wushuang also has self-knowledge. Although this is just a small astral space in front of it, it is once a 7-star realm. The territory is also extremely vast. In addition, a complete heavenly cycle has been formed. How can such a small astral world be refined? Changed? Rest assured, although this small astral world is extremely difficult to refine, after all, it was created for me. When I recreated it, I have already left some means. As long as it is the perfect life at the main level of the rule, it can be refined, of course. The process of refining is certainly not easy. Xianyi smiled. Master, what should I do? Jian Wushuang respectfully said. You can leave here now to find a secret world where there is no master. First try to refine that secret world. Xianyi said. The secret world of heaven and earth? Jian Wushuang stunned. Every ruler will open up his own secret world, but there are two ways to open up. One is to spend a lot of time and energy on the basis of the circle of heaven and earth, plus a lot of treasures, to open up for the complete world. This way belongs to the real creation of a secret world by its own strength. This secret world is the most complete, and the greatest help to the ruler's strength. Under normal circumstances, after a ruler has opened up a complete secret world by his own means, the ruler will have an extra willpower. The second way to open up can be said to be a shortcut. You don't need to spend too much time and energy, just go directly to a world that has no owner or is broken and no one wants it. The mystery is refining and becoming its own. But the heaven and earth mystery refined in this way, because it was not created from the beginning, so even if it is finally refined, it will also have a willpower, but the ruler cannot really. This willpower is fully exerted, and most of the time, only the effect of this willpower can be achieved. Because of this, in the early days of the divine realm, only a few rulers who were troublesome or had no ambitions would directly find a helpless heaven and earth mystery to refine. Most rulers would still choose to test your own ability to really open up a secret world, but for you, there is no need to spend so much time and energy to open up a secret world. Xianyi Gong said this. Why? Jian Wushuang asked. Isn't he saying that only if he really set out to open up the secret world of heaven and earth, can he exert his strongest willpower? It's very simple. First of all, you have to open up the secret world by yourself. It's really too much time and energy, and you are the only hope of the gods in the beginning, so you have to fight for a few minutes and increase your strength as quickly as possible. It takes so long and energy like this to just have a little more willpower. It's not necessary at all. In addition, the most important thing is that there is this small astral space prepared for you by the division. Where do you need to open up the secret world of yourself? Even if you really open up, will the power of will that you get will be better than this? Does the small astral circle give you the power of will? Xianyi Zhang smiled. Master, do you mean to ask me to refine this small astral world into my own secret world? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. Yes, the secret world of heaven and earth is originally a heaven and earth, and this small astral world is also a heaven and earth. Refine this small astral world into your secret world, why not? Xianyi laughed. But this is too exaggerated, Jian Wushuang said in surprise. I exaggerate, in his opinion, this is indeed too exaggerated. Before Xianyi said that he wanted to refine the small astral world in front of him, he felt a little incredible. The true meaning of Xianyi turned out to be that he wanted to refine this small astral world as a secret world into. The heaven and earth secret territory belongs to one's own heaven and earth. The of this heaven and earth secret territory can determine how much willpower and power can be improved. And if there is such a huge small astral realm, if he really refines it into his own secret world, how much will he get? How strong can he improve? Thinking about it, they all felt incredible. And such an incredible thing can really be achieved? Little guy, I have specially arranged this ratio matrix to make it become a small astral world, just to make you refining into the secret world of heaven and earth. This is also the last surprise for the teacher. As for this refining process, there is no doubt that you just follow the instructions of the teacher and ensure that you can refine this small astral world into your secret world. Xianyi smiled. Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement, even respectfully saluting. Please also teach me the master. I have taught you again as a teacher. You first find a world without a master to refine it. After refining and accumulating experience, you will directly destroy this world. Tomorrow there will be 3 changes to make up the chapter owed yesterday. Chapter 3646. The first is more. Under normal circumstances, the secret world of heaven and earth is destroyed, and the empowered willpower will also completely collapse. This is bound to be an unprecedented hit for the ruler of the general rules, but for you as a perfect life, it is nothing but it's innocuous. But you've gained the experience of refining the secret world, and then you come here again, refining this small astral world, and doing more with less. Xuanyi said. I see. In this case, I will first refine a heaven and earth and then come here. Jian Wushuangdo. Go. Xianyi waved his hand. Wu Jianshou gave a respectful gift, and his consciousness returned to the body. Beyond the huge seal formation, Jian Wushuang's eyes reopened. Heavenly friend, how about? Can you crack this seal? The Lord of Time and Space looked at it quickly. Yes, but some steps are needed. Jian Wushuang recounted in detail the Xianyi's remnant soul that he saw in the seal circle and the conversation between the two. After listening to it, the Lord of the Celestial Alliance and the Lord of Space and Time both showed shock. No wonder that before Xian died, we were told in 1,000 ways that we must find a way to maintain the operation of this resealed law formation. It turned out to be this way. The purpose of this resealed law formation is not only to protect the strong left by the 7-star Xuanzong at the same time, it is also to enable you to better sacrifice the early world of God. The Lord of Time and Space sighed secretly. Jian Tianhou, are you looking for a masterless heaven and earth to refine? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. It's easy. Although the secret realm of the heaven and earth is difficult to find under normal circumstances, but if you need it, we can easily find a master who opened the rules of the realm of heaven and earth, kill him, and then forcibly it. His heaven and earth is the secret. No need. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. I just know where there is a masterless, suitable for my refining heaven and earth, and I have promised that the master of that secret world will do something for him, although I have already done all these things, but I have never returned to give him a reply. This time I just go there. Wu Jian Wushuang said, naturally is the Blood North mystery. At the time, he had a good chance in the Blood North secret, and he did promise that Blood North would go to the blood ancestor of Tianzu Daojin to complete some things, and he had already done it. After explaining that, if he wants to reach the ruler of the rule, he can go back there and refine the Blood North mystery. Jian Wushuang has now become the master of the rules, and the power is comparable to the master. At this level, the Blood North secret has not attracted him for a long time, but now that he needs to refine a heaven and earth secret to accumulate experience, the Blood North secret naturally became his first choice. I happen to be, he can go back and give Shuebei a reply. Blood North mystery, in the Endless Territory, since I want to go to the Endless Territory, I simply go to Mia Heaven first, and connect my father and mother together. Jian Wushuang secretly said. His parents, Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin, originally came from the Endless Territory. Before, they were forced to come to Mietian for their own sake. It has been more than 100,000 years so far. Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xianqin certainly wanted to go back to the Endless Territory, and their hometown went to see it. Heavenly friend, now that you have a world that can be refined, let's go. With your current strength, you can do whatever you want in this world of gods in the early days, and I don't need to tell you anything more. The Lord of Space and Time laughed. Wu Jianshou nodded slightly, and soon he left the fourth heaven, and then headed for the third heaven. In the early days of the Divine Realm, every move of Jian Wushuang was followed by Tian Dao Will. When Jian Wushuang reached the third heaven, Tian Dao Will immediately informed the 3 sacred places. The Lord. The 3 lords of the Holy Realm are suddenly close to the enemy. 3 lords, that Sword Tianhou has now come to the third heaven. He is likely to come directly to our 3 sacred realms. The 3 lords of the sanctuary stood there respectfully. All 3 were a look of anxiety. What are you 3 worried about? The 3 masters sitting high above, the tall man's cold eyes overlooked. The sword is heavenly, even if the strength is not limited in the early world of God, it is just one person, and the combat power is at best it is comparable to the ordinary primary master. With such a combat power, even if the strength of the 3 of us is greatly limited, As long as they join forces, they can still suppress him. That's right. If the sword is alone, there is no need to worry. If he comes here, I will join forces with him. He will definitely not take any advantage. If he has a little idea, let the old man find the opportunity and use it directly. That soldier might even kill him. The old man Yen Tonghafa smiled. Go on, keep staring at the sword Tia house move, there's no need to make a fuss. At last the evil young man waved his hand. Hearing this, although the three lords of the Holy Realm still had some concerns in their hearts, they could only leave honestly. The masters of these three sacred realms are worried that Jian Wushuang's purpose of going to Mietian this time is to start with their three sacred realms. However, they do not know that Jian Wushuang is not working against the three sacred realms' intended shot. After he came to Mietian, he went straight to the demon domain. One of the 8 cities called Pure Land, Piaohuo City. When Jian Wushuang first came to Demon Realm, his parents and his elder brother lived in this city. However, this time he came to Piaohuo City again, but found no trace of his parents. Isn't it in the Piaohuo City? Jian Wushuang was not surprised. He had previously heard that the Lord of Space and Time said that the changes in the Divine Realm in the beginning of the year. One of the biggest changes is the wind and clouds in the Demon Realm. Now the 8 major cities in the Demon Realm are still Pure Land on the bright side, but secretly they are already the Nine-Tailed Tribe and the other 3 peaks. The Nine-Tailed Tribe now fights with those 3 peaks. It is obviously not safe to let your parents stay in the city of Piaohuo again. So it is not surprising that his parents, his elder sister and second brother should now be within the Jiawei tribe and protected by the Jiawei tribe. Go to the Nine-Tailed Clan. Wu Jianso rushed away towards the Nine-Tailed Clan immediately. Chapter 3647. There will be 3 changes today, the second will arrive, and 1 more later. The Nine-Tailed Clan was once only one of the 4 major protoss, and it was not considered to be very powerful among the 4 major protoss. But now the Nine-Tailed Clan is already the first group recognized by the Demon Realm, and its strength is already far ahead of it. On top of any peak group, even if the other 3 peak groups are united, they can only barely compete with the current Nine-Tailed group. The immense tribal land is covered by a huge giant circle. This heavy law formation is the Nine-Tailed Guardian Law Formation and the 5 Elements Law Formation. Although this heavy array was broken by the broken feathers in the original battle, it was only temporarily broken. After the war, the Nine-Tailed family can resume the large-scale array, and the Nine-Tailed group can be restarted. Under the rule of Miss Shower, a family is getting stronger and stronger, and more treasure resources are used in this law formation, making this law formation stronger than before. Now this law formation is already a copper wall and iron wall. Even if the Lord of the Holy Land comes in person, I am afraid that this law formation cannot be shaken. However, before the current sword has no double-sided sword, it cannot meet any threat. I saw Jian was twin-shaped flickering, and he had reached the edge of the light film of the heavy law array. He raised his finger at random, slightly pointed at the light film in front of him, and a faint divine power permeated it. In the instant light film, there was a channel enough for people to enter and exit normally, but the entire matrix itself had no slight changes or movements. Until Jian Wushuang entered the Jiawei family along the passage, there was no movement, and the strong ones of the Jiawei family did not even notice it. After entering the ancestral land of the Nine-Tailed family, Jian Wushuang spread the power of his soul directly, and the entire Nine-Tailed family was exposed in front of him. Sure enough, my father and mother are indeed in the Nine-Tailed clan. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He had sensed the breath of his parents. They are now in a manor in the north of the ancestral land of the Jiawei tribe. The manor is not only guarded by many guards, but also completely protected by the human formation. Xiao, the little shower, did a good job of protecting her parents. In the past 100,000 years, these Nine-Tailed clans are indeed much stronger than they were at first. The number of rulers in this tribe alone has exceeded 100. Even the rulers who have reached the 6 realms of the void, there are also as many as 7, 2 of whom have reached the peak of 6 realms, and one has reached the extreme of 6 realms. Qi Jian Wushuang felt the arrogance of the nine-tailed family, but was quite surprised inside. He knew that Miss Shower had mastered the 9-life enchantment, and the charm method was terrible. He could directly control people without any action. In this way, he could easily control a large number of strong people and control some 6 realms. The strong are also normal. Jian Wushuang can understand even if she controls the 2 powers of the peak of 6 realms. Wu Kujian Wushuang did not expect that there is even a 6th-state extreme in this 9-tailed family. The 6 realms are extreme. Although it is nothing to the sword Jianshuang now, it is definitely the highest existence in the early world of God, second only to those who are the masters and the 3 sacred realms. And he remembered 100,000 years ago, he asked the old bone god, and learned that the 6 realms of the world at the beginning of the time were the most. In addition to the old bone himself, and the newly developed Shenhua Lord, the whole early in the world, there is only one other 6 realms. Hesitation is not possible. The other 6th strength extreme is the one who stays in front of the 9 tails. No wonder the 9-tailed family can become the first group recognized in the demon realm, and even the other 3 peak groups can barely compete. The original 9-tailed family has already reached such a level of strength. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. But he didn't bother about it. But just then. Okay? When Jian Jianshuang looked, his brows frowned slightly. He still stood in the void above the 9-tailed clan, hiding his figure. No one could find his existence at all, and his gaze was at the manor where his parents lived. Outside the manor, several figures stopped a woman who was going to enter the manor. Princess Shadow, why don't you even say hello when you see me? You rush back. Among those figures, the head is a young man wearing a white robe. This young man with a smile on his face stared at the beautiful woman in front of him. While talking, his hand was symbolic. Go pat the woman's shoulder. The beautiful woman was taken aback, took a few steps back, and said coldly, Sha Gongzi, I am already a husband, please respect yourself. Haha, what about husbands? In the early days there were many long-lived practitioners in the world. After a long period of time, it was normal to change dozens or even hundreds of husbands. What is it? Princess, in my opinion, why don't you abandon your useless husband, and follow the boy in the future? The evil smile on the face of this white-robed evil young man is stronger, and he keeps moving forward. The beautiful woman approached, and her hand stretched out towards that woman's stop. A loud drink suddenly sounded, and in the manor, a figure hurried out. Seeing the man coming out, Jian Wushuang standing in the void at the top, but a smile appeared. The man who walked out of him was his second elder Shuaping. As for the beautiful woman, of course, his wife, the Shadow Princess of the Blood Marten family. Sha Gongzi, what are you doing? Wu Shuaping came to Princess Xing and appeased Princess Xing. Then Taiching looked at the man in white robe, that is, Sha Gongzi looked at it. What do you do? What does the boy do? The expression on the face of the boy Sha has also changed, becoming a bit cold. Well, you didn't do anything best otherwise. You should be aware of the order given by the Jiawei Patriarch. Our Bishuzwang people can be different from those of the ordinary Jiawei tribe. You better be respectful. Shuapeng hummed. After speaking, Shuapeng ignored the Sha Gongzi and returned to the manor with Princess Ying. Suddenly, when Shuapeng and Ying entered the manor, the face of Sha Gongzi was completely gloomy. My son, my subordinates don't understand. This Shuapeng is just a saint-level ant. As for Princess Nang, although the princess of the Blood Mink family, the Blood Mink family is nothing at all in front of you. Why didn't you come straight? A servant beside Sha Gongzi couldn't help asking. Chapter 3648. 3 more arrived today. The servant knew the identity of Sha Gongzi and the power he possessed. There is a Blood Marten family in Wanxi district. This Shigongzi will not be considered at all. In fact, these Shigongzi have been hitting the wall for years. And when he heard the servant's words, the son of Sha said, Daughter, what do you know? If you can use strong, this son has already used strong, and you still use it? Just this Bishuzwang, and Jiawei, those people of one family are really very different. When I came to this nine-tailed family with my father, the nine-tailed patriarch said on the spot that the entire nine-tailed family, no matter who I want to get, there is no problem. Only this Bishuzwang, I can't touch, you know. He said this in front of my father. In front of the master? The servant immediately surprised. The nine-tailed patriarch has been asking for his father these years, and he is extremely polite to his father on weekdays, but this time he said it very toughly. Obviously, the position of Bishuzwang in her heart is very high, and I have also investigated Bishuzwang over the years, and I know that the reason why Bishuzwang is special is that the third son of Bishuzwang is the sword prince who made the whole world of the gods shake in the beginning of the beginning. Shagonzi said. Jiantianhe. The servant immediately surprised. Qi Jiantianhe. In the early days of the world, as long as it was an undead saint with the highest strength or the ruler of the rule, no one knew it. That was the first demon in the history of the gods in the early days. At the level of saints, he dared to shake up the existence of the three sacred masters. Although nearly 100,000 years have passed, the sword heaven has also disappeared. However, his deeds and legends have been circulating in the early world of God. This sword is truly incredible in terms of talent and potential, and his background is not ordinary. Even my father didn't dare to be a bit timid about this sword, and he also told me not to provoke Bishuzwang when he was fine. However, I have stayed in the nine-tailed family these years. Although the nine-tailed family is charming, I have been tired of playing, and the shadow princess of the Blood Martin family is really long. People, so? Master Sha Sha's words did not finish, but his servants already understood what he meant. They have been following Shagongzi, and they are very clear about what Shagongzi is, that is, a master who relies on his father and then becomes lawless. Since they followed Shagongzi, as long as he is a woman who looks like Shagongzi, almost nothing is unavailable. Even if the other party has some background and some strength, as long as the Shagzi wants, they can still be easily obtained, because those backgrounds are in front of the Shagzi's father. Nothing can be considered, no matter what kind of enemy he provokes, his father can easily set it flat. Only this time, he was tired of the Jiawei tribe, and then he liked Princess Ying, but Princess Ying is a member of Bishuzwang. To the youngest of Bishuzwang and the legendary genius of the early gods, although his father was not afraid of fear, he did not want to provoke him easily. So, he has been following the Shadow Princess for many years, but he has never dared to use hard. At most he just found a chance to harass the Shadow Princess. Son, since the princess has a sword behind her back, do you want to give up on that, son? The servant next to him whispered. Give up? Shagonzi sneered. The woman this boy looks like has never been available, and this Shadow Princess is the same, even if there is a sword Tianho behind him? The sword Tianho has disappeared. For 100,000 years, who knows whether it is death or alive now? Not to mention, I am not stupid, I will not forcibly break into the Bishuzwang to grab it. I can wait for an opportunity. As far as I know, the Shadow Princess will be accompanied by that Shuapen to stay with several guards to return to the Blood Mink family. Although the Nine-Tailed family and the Blood Martin are allies, they are two after all. Different ethnic groups do not have a directly connected space channel. She still has to return to the Nine-Tailed clan by herself, and we can start on the way. Kill their guards, kill that Shuapen, and don't give them any chance to send a message or ask for help. As for the Princess Nang, suppress her first, wait for me to get tired, and then kill her. This demon domain there are many dangers. There are countless kinds of interceptions. They are killed on the way. As long as we clean our hands and feet, who can guess that we did it? As for the sword heaven, even if he really comes back one day, he won't find our heads. My son is wise. The servants complied immediately when they heard what Shagonzi said. There was also a proud smile on Gong Nasha's face. But they didn't know that their dialogue was heard in the ear by the swordless sword above, and the expression of swordless sword had already become extremely cold. Ha! Without any warning, Jian Wu's double figure has swooped down. Outside of Bishuzwang, the son of Sha still looked at the manor in front with some nostalgia, and then he beckoned. Let's go back and find some Jiwei people first. Master Sha turned and the servants also turned. But when they turned around, they were shocked to find that a figure did not know when they had come to them. This figure came so suddenly. You know, although this Sha Gongzi is just a top-level undead saint, his ordinary ones are arranged by his father himself, and they are all the master level of rules. Among them, the one who just talked to Sha Gongzi is still master of the rules of the Four Realms. This kind of strength already existed in the realm of the gods in the early days. However, even the ruler who reached the Four Realms did not find at all when this figure came behind them. Who are you? Sha Gongzi frowned at the person in front of him. You just said that just waiting for the Princess Ying to return to the Blood Mink family, you will kill her, and Zhuopeng beside her? Jian Wu's eyes were cold, and he stared at the sand dude in front of him. What is it? Sha Gongzi said coldly. He did not expect that the dialogue with his servants had even been heard by the people in front of him, and he heard them clearly. It's nothing, I just want to tell you that you died because of what you just said. Jian Wushuang's eyes never entrained any emotions. As soon as the voice fell, his right index finger had slowly lifted up and looked forward. Sha Gongzi nodded. Chapter 3649. The first is more. Not good! Seeing Jian Wushuang suddenly shot, Sha Gongzi's servants suddenly changed their faces. These ordinary people were arranged by Sha Gongzi's father next to Sha Gongzi. The purpose is to protect the safety of Sha Gongzi. Now I see that someone actually shot at Sha Gongzi. Although I don't know who the person in front of is and what his origin, but these servants still rushed forward without hesitation, trying to stop Jian Wushuang. However, just after the servants moved, a little divine power had swept out of Jian Wushuang, covering them at the same time. There are 4 servants around Sha Gongzi, all of them are masters of the rules, but when that trace of divine power was covered on them, all 4 masters of the rules showed a horror, and all 4 of them were in stature. There 3 people watched as their gods began to collapse. This collapse, they couldn't stop it at all, and their divine power disappeared madly. Suddenly the bodies of the 3 rulers were completely disintegrated, and the 3 figures disappeared completely in this heaven and earth. The only one who survived was the one who had spoken to Sha Gongzi before reaching the rule of the void. Although he wasn't dead, he couldn't move the slightest. He could only watch the disappearance of the 3 servants beside him in horror. At the same time, the sand dude in front of him was also hit by the index finger of Jian Wushuang's right hand. There was no change on the surface of the Sha Gongzi, but the divine power in his body had been wiped out instantly, and his voice had been completely cut off, leaving only a cold body, still standing there with his eyes widened. From beginning to end, no matter whether it was the 3 servants or the Sha Gongzi, there was no time to scream, but all 4 died. Do you know why you are not the same as them? Jian Wushuang retracted his palm and looked at the servant who had reached the void in a dim manner. This servant was already scared stupid. When he heard Jian Wushuang's words, he looked at Wu Jian's Chao Jian Wushuang. The reason you didn't die is because I want you to take the body of your son to your master and tell your master why the son of Sha died and killed. His name is Jian Tiaho. Wu Jianshuang's voice was very bland, but in the ear of the servant, it sounded like a thunder. Jian Tiaho? He is Jian Tiaho! The servant's whole body trembled. Qi Jian Tiaho, the reputation of the world in the early days was too great. Even though he has disappeared for nearly 100,000 years now, various legends about him are still spread in the early world of the gods. Just now he talked to Sha Gongzi about this sword Tianho, and he knew that even the one behind them was unwilling to provoke this sword Tianho easily. Now, the man who killed Sha Gongzi turned out to be the sword Heaven. You can roll. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Where did the servant dare to stay? He immediately picked up the corpse of Sha Gongzi and ran towards the void in the side. Jian Wushuang took a look at the servant's direction of departure, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The father of Sha Gongzi should be the 6th state extreme of the 9-tailed family. He can make smart choices. To him, the Shah Gong apparently hit the attention of his loved ones, and even planned to kill the princess on the way back to the Blood Mink family. You know, that Princess Shadow is his sister-in-law, and Zhuo Peng, his second brother. Since the other party wants to kill his relatives, no matter who the other party is or what status he is, he will kill it without hesitation. What's more, he is completely despotic in the early world of God. Even the three sacred realms are completely out of his mind now. As for the father behind Sha Gongzi, Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to it. Already? If the six realms is extremely uninteresting, it's no wonder I am. The sharp sword flashed in Wu Jian's eyes, but immediately stepped into the front of the Bishuizhuang. For Jian Wushuang, the heavy law formation at Bai Bai Shuangzhuang is of no avail. He clearly came to Bai Shuizhuang, and soon outside the lobby. Before Wu entered the lobby, Jian Wushuang had already heard the conversation of his close relatives in the lobby. Yinger, rest assured, as long as there is a day of Bishuizhuang, the son of sand will never dare to hurt you. Zhuopeng comforted the Shadow Princess in her arms. The head of the Jiuwei tribe has given an order long ago. No one can get arrogant in the Bishuizhuang. Although the son of Sha Shao has an extremely remarkable father, he does not dare to overdo it in the face of the order of the head of the Jiuwei tribe. Sha Gongzi's status and identity are there. In these years, he has been wantonly in the Jiuwei clan, and no one can manage it. Now that he is focusing on the younger brother and sister, it is definitely a big trouble for us. Shui Ice Road. Father, why don't we go and talk to the patriarch of Jiuwei again? Shui Peng couldn't help it. No? Shui Yunfeng, who was sitting at the top, waved his hand and said, after all, though the Sha Gongzi has acted a little bit, he hasn't done anything really excessive. The Nine-Tailed Clan is now the first group in the demon domain, and the other three Protoss have been fighting against the Nine-Tailed Clan. At this time, we can't bother her for a trivial matter, or it may cause resentment from the Nine-Tailed Patriarch. Shui Yufeng is very clear that his family is only temporarily attached to the Jiuwei clan. The reason why the Jiuwei clan will take care of them more is because of Jian Wushuang, and the Jiuwei clan has done it for them these years. There are already enough things. If they have any trivial matters, they will take the initiative to bother the Nine-Tailed Patriarch, which will inevitably cause the other party's dissatisfaction. That can't keep the entangled in the shadows all the time, Zhuo Pengshan said. But he has just finished. Rest assured, from now on, you don't need to worry about Sha Shatzi anymore. A voice echoed suddenly in the lobby. His voice dropped, and a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the lobby. As soon as Wu Jianshuang appeared, he immediately smiled. Father, mother, older sister, second brother, I am back. When I saw the figure suddenly appearing in front of me, Zhui Yunfeng was surprised at first. Two children. Wu Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin stood up for the first time. Three brothers. Wu Zhuobing and Zhuopeng immediately ushered in towards the sword unparalleled, and their faces were full of surprises. Chapter 3650. Second more. Shuang, you are finally back. The first person who came to Jianwa's front was Luo Xinqin. As a mother, she was the most worried about Jian Wushuang among the people present. Like Shui Yunfeng, Zhuo Bing, and Zhuo Peng, although they are not worried about Jian Wushuang for so many years, they all know Jian Wushuang's strength and ability, and they believe that Jian Wushuang will definitely return, but some things are delayed in the middle already. I only have Luo Xinqin. She has always been at ease with Jian Wushuang. Even if she knows that her son is strong, she still cares about day and night. Until now, seeing Jian Wushuang appearing in front of her, she finally felt relieved. Mother, I'm sorry, these years have made you worry. Jian Wushuang apologized. He also knows that it took him too long to go outside this time. The most important thing is that because he has been trapped in that special space and time for nearly 100,000 years, it is calculated. Because it is in the cosmic void, he can't report his peace to these loved ones as soon as possible, and they will naturally cause them worry. Anyway, just come back. Shui Yunfeng smiled. Yes, the third brother, you have spent nearly 100,000 years going out this time. We were really worried at first, but now that you return home safely, it will be fine. Shui Bing also smiled. By the third brother, when you first entered the door, you said you don't have to worry about the SH Gong from now on. What's going on? Shui Peng asked. It's very simple. When I just came in, I saw the scene where he was entangled with his sister-in-law, and I also heard that Sha Shotzi discussed with his servants after you entered Bishurzwang, and only waited for the sister-in-law to return to the Blood Martin family. I intercepted you on the way, so I came forward and killed the sand dude directly. Jian Wushuang Feng Qinyan said indifferently. He could hear him, but Shui Peng was startled. Three brother, what did you just say? You killed Sha Shotzi? Shui Peng looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. It's killing. Jian Wushuang smiled. Not only him, but also his 3 servants are dead. As for his body, I took the rest of his servants back. Three brother, although Sha Sha wanted to kill us on the way between Yinger and Yinger's Blood Martin family, it really is good, but he couldn't kill him. Shui Peng frowned. Yes, the third brother, although Sha Sha is not a thing, after all, he has a very good father. His father, even the current 9-tailed patriarch, has a respectful presence. Shui Bing also. Schwanger. Shui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin also looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang anxiously. Jian Wushuang smiled. Second brother, elder sister, you don't need to worry. Although I haven't met the father of Sha Gong, I already felt his presence when I came to the Jiawei clan, and since he dared to kill Sha Gong directly, he is naturally able to cope with his father. Able to cope with his father? Shui Peng looked surprised at Xiang Jian Wushuang. Although his strength is still only a saint level, but because of his origin in Bishurzwang, he is very special in the Jiawei family. He usually has many contacts with the Jiawei family. He also naturally heard the father's ability. As far as he knows, the father of Sha Gongzi is said to be the master of the strongest rule in the early divine realm. In the early divine realm, only the 3 sacred realms can qualify to be above his father. Lord and legendary masters. Such a superpower, his third brother can easily handle it? Three brother, are you really sure? Shui Bing also looked over. Just rest assured. If Sha's father doesn't come, he's fine. If he does come, he'll lose himself. Jian Wushuang smiled, not only with absolute confidence in his words, at the same time, he also carried disdain for the father of Sha Gongzi. It is indeed true that the master of the ultimate rule of the 6 realms is indeed no longer his heart. Now he can make him face up, that is, only the strong dominated level, and not the ordinary primary dominated. As long as the higher and higher dominated, he is eligible to be treated seriously. What else is the father of Jaina Sha? Wu Jianshuang is talking to his relatives, but at this moment. People in Bishurzwang, get out of my husband! There was a roar, but it was a fierce blast in this world. This roar contained a terrifying shock wave. This shock wave was extremely arrogant. At the first time, it directly smashed the heavy law circle around Bishurzwang. At the same time, a strong oppression came immediately to everyone in Bishurzwang. Under this oppression, the guards in Bishurzwang knelt on the ground in horror, one by one shaking. As for the people in the lobby, because of the existence of Jian Wu, they could easily withstand the oppression, and naturally there was no discomfort. But after hearing this roar, Shui Yunfeng's look changed. Is Sha Gongzi's father, Shahai Lord? Shui Peng said in a low voice. Shahai Demon Lord? Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. This Shahai Demon Lord really came to the door, and yes, my previous record and fame may be able to scare the Rule Master, but this Sha, after all, the master of the sea monster, is the master of the extreme rules of the 6 realms, and he will not be scared by my previous records. Wu Jianshou smiled faintly, followed a few people around him, and said, Since the Shahai Demon Lord has come to the door actively, let's go out and meet him for a while. After finishing talking, Jian Wushuang and Zhui Yufeng walked towards the manor together. 9-tailed clan, the deepest place in the clan, the current head of the 9-tailed clan, that is, Miss Shower, is negotiating with some senior elders of the Nine-Tailed clan. The current Nine-Tailed clan has many powerful men, but most of the powerful ones are controlled by this young lady with 9 life charm. They absolutely obey the order of Miss Shower, but these elders of the Nine-Tailed clan, Shower, it is not enough to control them all. At this moment, "People in Swordsman, get out of my husband!" The roar of the Shanghai lord not only sounded in the entire Swordsman, but also the entire Nine-Tailed family. The Shower and the many elders of the Nine-Tailed family discussed here, including the countless members of the Nine-Tailed family, almost they all heard the roar. "Swordsman?" Su Shower's face suddenly changed. This voice, and this angry atmosphere, is the Lord of the Sands. Oops! Shower no longer cares about the matter at hand, and immediately sets off to rush towards Swordsman at the fastest speed. Chapter 3651. There is something temporary. There is only one chapter today, and the next chapter is due the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Because of the roar before, the Swordsman at this moment has become the focus of the Jiawei clan. Nine-Tailed clan chiefs who heard a lot of that roar arrived here, and when these clan people saw standing in the void outside Swordsman, their robes rolled, and the fierce lord of the sandy sea, and a person beside him when the icy corpses supported by the ruler were surprised. They all recognized that the corpse was the son of Shanghai Demon Lord, Sha Gongzi. Lord of the Sands, this is a super-powerful master who has reached the rule of the Lord, and this existence was invited by their patriarch at a great cost. The purpose is of course to deal with the already united 3 great Protoss. After all, the 3 Protoss joined forces, and their strength is extremely strong. Although the Nine-Tailed tribe has skyrocketed in strength over the years because of Miss Shower, the overall strength is not much stronger than the 3 Protoss joined together. Therefore, Nine-Tails, if a family wants to defeat these 3 Protoss with an overwhelming trend, or even unify the entire demon domain, then it must have a stronger combat force to join. A 6-strength extreme power can play a decisive role in the battle between the 2 camps in this monster realm. Therefore, the importance of the Shanghai Demon Lord to the Jiawei can be imagined. And let's not talk about the price that Miss Shower paid to invite the Shanghai Demon Lord to the Jiawei clan. It is just these years that Miss Shower acquiesced to the Shanghai Demon's son Sha Gongzi's wanton behavior. It can be seen that Miss Shower pays attention to Shanghai Demon Lord. It is for this reason that, in the weekdays, the Jiawei people are in awe of the Shanghai Demon Lord, and they respect their son Sha Gongzi. They dare not provoke them, but now that Sha Gongzi died, no wonder this Lord of the Sands will be so furious. Jiantianhe, get out! When the people were talking about it, the Lord of the Shanghai made another cold and scream. Jiantianhe? When I heard this name, many people of the Jiawei clan were shocked again. Suddenly in the void not far away, the Miss Shower who was galloping, and the elders and seniors of the Jiawei clan were also shocked. The names of Jiantianhe are no stranger to the Jiawei people. Sand Lord of the Sea, you dare to come! Jian Wushuang's cold laughter resounded in this heaven and earth, and his figure has slowly walked out of the Swordsman, behind him, and Zhuizhua and the Swordsman Yufeng and Luo Xinqing. As soon as I saw Jian Wushuang, the eyes of the Shanghai demon seemed to burst into anger. Jiantianhe, you have such a courage to dare to kill my son! Not only are you going to die today, but everyone in this Swordsman will have no place to die. These people in Swordsman should be yours be relatives, and ill torture these people one by one in front of you. Shanghai demon said coldly. Want to kill me, kill my loved ones? Jian Wushuang's mouth slightly angled, laughed. Then you have to have such ability. This seat will let you see. Don't think that you have some slight record, then you can run rampant in the beginning of the world. The killing spirit of the Lord of the Sands is surging wildly, and a lot of divine power is spreading like a tide. Out. All of a sudden, a terrifying coercion filled the world. Sand Master, stop! The Lord of the Shanghai Devil has not yet shot, but many high-level members of the Jiawei clan have already arrived. The current head of the Jiawei tribe Shower, the elders of the Jiawei tribe have also come to the void outside Swordsman. After arriving here, the young lady looked at the corpse around the Lord of the Sands and stood there. When the sword outside Wushwang's wang was unparalleled, her eyes and pupils shrank drastically, and her heart probably guessed the whole process. Chief Ninetail, do you want to stop me? Shanghai Demon glanced at Shower coldly. Although Xiao Shower is the head of the Nine-Tailed clan, and the Nine-Tailed clan is now as high as the sun, but as the ultimate strength of the 6 realms, the Shanghai Demon Lord did not take Shower and the Nine-Tailed clan to heart. Shanghai Demon Lord, I am afraid there is some misunderstanding of this today, Showerlian said. Misunderstanding? Shanghai Demon sneered. This sword is killing me, and the guards around him will bring his body back to me to see. Is this a misunderstanding? This. Xiao Er sank slightly, followed by Jian Wushwang looking down. Jian Tianho, what are you back in the clan? Just returned. Jian Wushwangdo. The son of Sha you killed? Xiao Er asked again. If you are talking about the corpse next to the Lord of the Sands, I did kill it. Jian Wushwang admitted frankly. I heard Jian Wushwang's answer. Xiao Er's face was even more ugly. President Nine-Tailed, you also heard that this sword Tianho killed my son and was so arrogant that he didn't put this seat in his eyes. No matter who he came out today, this seat will not give face, he also today you must die. The voice of the Shanghai Demon Lord was cold, and at the moment the voice fell, a sharp arc flashed in his eyes. Huh! There is no sign of this. The Lord of the Sands has already appeared in front of Jian Wushwang. At the same time, a cold spear has stabbed at the sword wishing deity like lightning. Too fast. This Shanghai Demon Lord is indeed a strong battler in the 6 realms. The speed of his shot is too bad. Many of the strong nine-tailed powers around him, including the Miss Shower, did not react at all. Miss Shower wanted to stop, but she was obviously too late. What's more, the spear stabbed by the Lord of the Sands is too fast and too aggressive. It is a full blow of the 6th realm extreme, and it has already completely locked Jian Wushwang. It is clear that it is not intended to give sword warriors no chance. Seeing this spear speared by lightning, many nine-tailed patriarchs around him showed their horror. The spear of might spun out of the spear, and letting it escape at will has caused many rulers present to be shocked. It is conceivable how powerful the spear is. And this spear, towards the sword Wushwang stabbed away. 2 children! 3 brother, be careful! Several people behind Zhui Yanfeng's face changed greatly. Although Jian Wushwang himself said that he didn't need to care about the Shanghai demon at all, now they saw that the Shanghai demon took the shot himself and felt the spear contained in it. Of the horror of power, they still began to worry about the sword unmatched. However, in the face of this terrifying spear, Jian Wushwang only smiled slightly. His right hand was raised, and his slowly extended. Chapter 3652. The first is here. The sound sounded like a metal impact. The shocking divine power formed a terrifying shock wave, swept away in all directions. Many of the nine-tailed ethnic groups standing in the surrounding void, those who were close to each other under this shock wave, were blown up and down, even if they were relatively far away, and were also shocked to keep their eyes open. Until a moment later, the shock wave dissipated, the talent looked up again and looked forward into the void. At this glance, everyone's eyes and pupils stared round. I saw that in the void, Jian Wushwang still stood there casually, with one hand on his back, and the index finger of the other hand was just the tip of the spear that came from the stab of the Lord of the Sands. On. You know, the spear of the Lord of the Sands once contains the power that can definitely kill any ruler under the 6 realms, even if it is the ruler of the 6 realms. At least it has to be hit hard. But now, Jian Wushwang only uses one finger to resist the spear pierced by the full force of the Lord of the Sands, but his body is still intact. What is this strength? How is that possible? The Lord of the Sands and Sea himself is also cyanotic. He knew very well that this spear was used with all his strength. With the extreme combat power of his 6 realms, he speared them with all his might, even if they were the 3 lords of the highest sanctuary in the beginning of the divine realm. It also takes a little effort to resist. With just one finger, he stagnated his spear by birth. This strength, even the three sacred masters, never possessed it. Dominate the combat power? The Lord of the Shahai could not help but think of this thought, and the bottom of his heart had set off a huge wave. He has also heard of Jian Wushuang before, and he also knows some achievements of Jian Wushuang. Although those achievements are quite amazing, the real strength of Jian Wushuang in those achievements is not enough to make his 6 realms extremely powerful. Feared. Don't talk about fear, even he doesn't have to worry about it. The reason why he was unwilling to provoke Jian Wushuang easily was mainly because of Jian Wushuang's potential. The talent and potential of Jian Wushuang are so strong that no one knows what he will achieve in the future. Because of this, he is unwilling to provoke Jian Wushuang. However, talent and potential do not mean how strong Jian Wushuang is now. At least today, when I saw Jian Wushuang, the Lord of the Sands had never thought of Jian Wushuang's combat power, and would be stronger than him. After all, Jian Wushuang lost his trace in the divine realm in the early days, and it was less than 100,000 years. In the short period of 100,000 years, it was actually a short period of time for the ruler. He thought that Jian Wushuang was here in the past 100,000 years. The strength may have improved, but never imagined that Jian Wushuang's strength has even been improved to such an incredible degree. With the help of a finger, I will go all out to pierce the spear. This kind of strength is completely dominating the level. After thinking about this, the bottom of Shahai Demon Lord made an instant decision. Escape! There was no hesitation. The moment the Lord of the Sands knew the sword's combat power, he turned around and began to flee wildly. As for the hatred of his son, he didn't want to report it at all now. Jokes, my son can regenerate, but his life is only one. The Lord of the Sands and Seas has been able to go step by step today, and has made endless efforts. Of course, he cherishes his life. I saw that the Prince of the Sand and Sea turned around and fled, and the patriarchs of the Jiawei family who were watching the surrounding scenes showed their astonishment. But Jian Wushuang smiled a little. Did you just say that you want to kill me, and have you tortured my former ones one by one to death? Now your goals have not been achieved yet, why are you anxious? Are you leaving? Wu Jianshuang's words contained a strong sense of ridicule. He watched the Lord of the Sands flee, but did not want to leave to chase. Until the Lord of the Sands has escaped to the end of the void, and seeing that he was about to escape from his sight, the two sides of the sword slowly extended their fingers. Okay! The word fell, and the power of a large number of time and space rules, with the huge power of direct coverage of the past, directly covered the entire nine-tailed tribe. Suddenly, the space-time integrating the nine-tailed clan completely stagnated, and the Shahai demon, who had escaped to the end of the void, was also caught in the stasis of time and space, and his body could not move at all. A designated sky technique. The first form of space-time magic, this sword has not been cast for a long time. After all, he was only a saint, and his divine power was not too strong. In addition, his use of the rules of time and space was not too high. The main thing is that most of the opponents he encountered along the way were far higher than his existence. This also makes it difficult for him to exert much influence on the other party even if he exerts his full power on a given sky. But now it's different. At present, his divine power is absolutely dominated. Even if the use of the rules of time and space is not too high, he can only use this outrageous divine power to perform a designated astronomy. There is basically no master of any rules can resist. As soon as a designated astronomy comes out, the 6 strength extremes such as the Lord of the Sands will immediately fall into the stagnation of time and space, and then the swordless double figure is a flash and has left the place when he appeared again. The Lord of the Sands had completely fallen into his control, and the power of the Lord of the Sands had been severed by him by more than 90%. And the whole person was already in the weakest state, even fell into a deep sleep. Miss Shower, I know that the Lord of the Sands is extremely important to you, but after all, he is the most powerful of the 6 realms. Your 9-life enchantment cannot completely control him, so now I will help you. He was forced to the weakest and deepest stage of sleep. At this time, if you can no longer control him, it is no wonder I am. Wu Jianshou smiled lightly and waved his hands at will, and the Shanghai Demon Lord, who was already so weak and had lost his resistance, was thrown to Shao's side. Sword Wushuang is right, Shanghai Demon Lord is very important to her. She must rely on the strength of Shanghai Demon Lord to suppress the three protoss. But Shanghai Demon Lord is too strong, she can't control it at all. She can ask him for help with some superior conditions or benefits. Even when the Sha Gongzi was lawless in the Nine-Tailed clan, she just opened her eyes and closed her eyes. But the power that can't be controlled is tantamount to a certain time bomb, which also keeps some scruples in her heart. And now, Jian Wushuang's move definitely helped her a lot. Chapter 3653. Hey, the second is here! Without any hesitation, Shao directly cast the 9-life charm and began to control the Lord of the Sands. In the peak period of the Shanghai Demon Lord, even if he is in the midst of severe damage, Shao cannot directly control it with charm. But now, the Shanghai Demon Lord is weak and falls asleep. At this juncture, there is absolutely no resistance. Only for a moment, Shao has controlled the Shanghai Demon Lord. Shao had an irrepressible surprise in his heart after he controlled the Lord of the Sands. You know, this is a real 6th-realm extreme. Now she has become her slave, which means that she can control this battle power as she wants, although now the Lord of the Sands has fallen asleep. However, as long as there are some talented and precious treasures, it will not be long for this Shanghai Demon Lord to wake up and restore its peak strength. I took a deep breath, and Shao finally came over to Jian Wushuang. When I came to Jian Wushuang, looking at Jian Wushuang at the moment, Shao was a little complicated inside. You know, the first time she saw Jian Wushuang in the Endless Territory, Jian Wushuang was still an ant-like figure in her eyes, just because she saw that Jian Wushuang was carrying several mysteries of Qixing Zone, and he and Qixing Xuanzong had a lot of connection, so she was willing to associate with Jian Xuanzhuang, and even formed an alliance. When we met again later, Jian Wushuang had already had a monstrous reputation in the early world of the gods, and he was also followed by a powerful Shenhua lord, and a strong man from the Xingong, even respected Jian Wushuang. At that time, it was because of the help of Jian Wushuang that she was able to regain control of the Nine-Tailed clan, and until now she has led the Nine-Tailed clan to become the first family of the demon domain. Now, this is the 3rd time she has seen Jian Wushuang. As a result, this time Wu Jianshuang's monstrous strength was revealed, but she had nothing to look at. The Master of the Sand Sea, who is the ultimate in the 6 realms, has no hands in this sword, and he is like a baby. He has no ability to struggle and resist. When I met 3 times, Jian Wushuang's growth rate was really terrible. Giant Yanhu, if I'm not mistaken, you should have reached the level of master now? Shao asked. Many people around Jiuwei also looked at Jian Wushuang in the past. They also have doubts in their hearts. Is this sword lord already dominated? Most people think that they should have already been reached. After all, the horrific combat power that Jian Wushuang just showed can only be achieved by the strong masters. But some people also think that although Jian Wushuang is far stronger than the Rule Master, it should not have reached the level of dominance. And Jian Wushuang just smiled. You can think of me as an ordinary master. As soon as the words came out, Shao knew immediately. She knows that even though Jian Wushuang is not really the master now, she definitely has the power of master level. You can't think of it in less than 100,000 years, you have already reached this step. Shao couldn't help but sigh. Miss Shao, these years, thank you for taking care of my parents and others. Jian Wushuang do. Through previous conversations with Shui Yunfeng and others, Jian Wushuang knew that in the years that he had fought in the universe, the Miss Shao was good to them, and he opened a clear water village for them in the Nine-Tailed clan. It was also commanded that the position of Fan Shuizhuang in the Jiuwei tribe is equivalent to the worship of the Jiuwei tribe. So in the past 100,000 years, Shui Yunfeng has been very comfortable here. At least no one dares to find trouble for them, and what kind of needs do they have? Even the son of Shah, it is because of Shao's strict orders and restrictions that he has never dared to overdo it in these years. I can say that this young lady is really taking care of them, and Jian Wushuang is satisfied with her care. Giant Yanhu, listen to what you mean. When you come back this time, are you taking your loved ones away? Shao asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I'm back this time to take them back to the endless territory and back to their own place. As soon as Wu Jianshuang's words were finished, Shui Yunfeng, who was standing behind, was immediately excited. Shuang, you just said we are going back to Wuxia Wasteland? Shui Yunfeng stepped forward. Yes, father. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Before I had provoked strong enemies in the early world of God. I was worried that those strong enemies would be detrimental to you, so I have always let Miss Shower take care of you, but now although those strong enemies are still there, with my current strength, I can stop paying attention to those strong enemies, and even after a short time, I will take action and destroy all those strong enemies. Naturally, you can also return to the Witch Sandy Wasteland. Jian Wushuang knows that among these close relatives, Zhua Bing and Zhua Peng are okay, but Zhua Yufeng and Luo Xinqin have stayed in Wuxia Wasteland, and have long regarded Wuxia Wasteland as their own. Roots, these years they have been under the protection of Shower. Although they have been more comfortable, they still want to return to their hometown. But they also know that Jian Wushuang handed them over to Shower to take care of them, and they definitely had a purpose, so they have not asked Shower to take them back in these years. Until now, I heard Jian Wushuang said that they could return to their hometown. Of course excited, of course rejoicing. Father, mother, go ahead and prepare, we will start tomorrow. Jian Wushuang do. It is good. Ji Zhui Yufeng and Luo Xinqin both agreed and rejoiced, and soon everyone in Bishuzwang went back to prepare. The people around the Jiawei people also began to disperse. Jian Tianho, can you talk about it in time? Shower said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Follow me. Wu Xiao led Jian Wushuang and soon came to a secret room of the Jiawei clan. Except for Xiao and Jian Wushuang, there is no one in this secret room. Even the senior elders of the Jiawei clan are not present. Jian Tianho, you said that it won't take long before you will destroy your strong enemies, and your strong enemies refer to. Xiao looked at Jian Wushuang. 3 sacred realms. Jian Wushuang said directly. Sure enough. Xiao took a secret breath. She knows some origins of Jian Wushuang, and naturally knows that Jian Wushuang's strong enemies are the 3 sacred realms, but what she did not expect is that Jian Wushuang is about to prepare for the 3 sacred realms. 3 sacred realms were deeply ingrained in the divine realm in the early days. The Lord of the 3 sacred realms had the blessing of heavenly will, and it was not easy to uproot them. Shower said. Chapter 3654. The first is here. The Lord of the 3 holy realms is nothing, but you said that the 3 holy realms are deeply entrenched and difficult to uproot. This is a fact. Sword Wushuangdo. The masters of the 3 sacred realms, even under the might of the will of the heavens, are better than the main rules, but they are far worse than the real masters. With the current combat power of Jian Wushuang, it is easy to defeat and even kill the 3 holy landlords. However, Demon Star has 3 masters, who have already come to this territory, and may have also come to the early divine realm. If the 3 masters join forces with the 3 holy masters, it will be able to cause him some trouble. But it's just some trouble. After all, this pre-God world is just a 3rd-level world star. The rules do not allow the combat power. All the masters who come to the pre-God world will be greatly limited in strength. Even if the 3 masters are magic clouds, the people under the master, the heavenly will power of the world at the beginning will still suppress them. Even if the Lord of the Clouds is not willing to suppress it, the cosmic laws in it can make him have to suppress it. Since the combat power of the 3 masters will be greatly suppressed, it is also impossible to compete with him. Ms. Shower, when I shot at the 3 holy realms, I hope you can lead the entire demon realm and help me to destroy the 3 holy realms together. Jian Wuxuangdo. It would be no problem for me to help you fully. Now I can fully grasp the extreme power of the 6 realms of the Lord of the Sands. It is not difficult to unify the entire demon realm, but the 3 sacred realms dominated the world in the beginning for a long time, relying solely on the power of my demon realm. I wanted to wipe out all the power of the 3 sacred realms. This is impossible, Shower said. It's not enough to have a demon field alone, but what about the 3 major free alliances? Jian Wuxuangdo. 3 freedom alliances? Shower froze. Miss Shower, to tell you the truth, the 3 major free alliances are on the same line as me. As long as I shoot against the 3 sanctuaries, the 3 major free alliances will help me at all costs. It is not only the 3 major free alliances, but also the many powerful men left over by Qixing Xuanzong at that time, and they will also shoot. Jian Wuxuangdo. Hearing this, Shower's figure shuddered, and he quickly looked at Jian Wuxuang. Jian Tianhou, the day you started on the 3 sacred realms, the strong man left by Qixing Xuanzong will see him again. Then, that person will also appear? Shower's voice was obviously agitated and nervous. Of course Jian Wuxuang knew who the person Shower was talking about. He smiled and said, Miss Shower, don't worry, there are many strong men left behind by Qixing Xuanzong, and the person you said, of course it will be among them, and you will naturally meet Miss Shower when you arrive. Jian Wuxuang had already learned from Shower's mouth that she had a special relationship with the 7th Emperor Xuanzong and the 7th Star Emperor 13. The one who has been dreaming about these years is Emperor 13. And Emperor 13 is within the resealed law formation. Only himself can refine the seal law formation into his own heaven and earth. At that time, he can of course let the people inside come to the kingdom of Taichu and arrange Emperor 13. It's very easy to meet Miss Shower. That being the case, now I will speed up and suppress the 3 major protoss. Before you start working on the 3 sacred realms, I will definitely unify the power of the entire demon realm to help you destroy the 3 sanctuary. Shower solemnly said. Okay, but I still have a merciless request. Jian Wuxuang said suddenly. Please say. Shower was very polite. The ancient tribe, one of the 3 major protoss, is more or less related to me. I have also received some favors from the ancient tribe, so I hope Miss Shower will be able to treat this ancient tribe when you unify the entire demon domain. Open the net. Jian Wuxuangdo. The ancient tribe, one of the 4 major protoss. Jian Wuxuang and the ancient tribe have a good relationship. Of course, this is because of the last life in the 7 star gods. At that time, he had the blood of the ancients, and he had also been inherited by a strong man from the ancients. He had also cultivated the strongest of the ancients. Refining mystery. I can say that his growth in the last life was absolutely inseparable from the ancients. Even though he did not have any contact with the ancients in this life, the ancients still had a little status in his heart. The Sword Wuxuang knew that if Shower wanted to unify the entire demon domain, he would have to take the 3 major protoss. If it was just to defeat the 3 major protoss and let the 3 major protoss bow their heads, that's fine, but its serious point, Shower may directly destroy the 3 major protoss at any time. So Jian Wuxuang will now ask the ancients for a favor. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be any intersection between you and the ancient clan. Would it make me show mercy to them? Shower looked surprised at Jian Wuxuang. Sometimes there were some people, but no one knew about it. Jian Wuxuang laughed. Well, since you plead with myself, then I will open the net to this ancient tribe and will not kill them, at least it will not destroy their ethnic group. If they know each other, they are willing to surrender to my 9-tailed tribe. Then, this ancient group will still be the pinnacle of the demon domain in the future. Shower said. Thank you so much. Jian Wuxuang smiled and arched his hand. After talking with Shower, Jian Wuxuang returned to Bishuzwang. The people in the Zhuangbi water village were also ready, and then under the leadership of Jian Wuxuang, a group of people looted toward the Endless Territory. 20 days later, the Endless Territory, one of the 9 realms of Jinwu, is within the holy realm of Danyang. In the vast void, there are dozens of silhouettes walking there. These silhouettes are male and female. They are rushing through the void, passing along some cities and even some gates along the way. The practitioners inside the door looked up to see these figures, but all of them were frightened. It should be noted that this is in an endless territory, and it is still within an ordinary sacred realm. An ordinary sacred realm is generally the strongest person who is the level of the undead saint, and it is also the type of undead saint with the lowest strength. But now, this dozens of silhouettes passing by in the void, any random breath, is enough to shock many practitioners along the way. Obviously, these dozens of silhouettes are all powerful men above the undead saints. In this Danyang holy realm, in the Jinwu 9 realms, and in the entire endless territory, the undead saints are the top strong men. So many the gathering of undead saints is naturally frightening. And these dozens of silhouettes are naturally swordsmen and others. Chapter 3655. Hey, the second is here. The reason there are dozens of people is because in the nearly 100,000 years since Jian Wushuang left, their descendants of the Zhua family have continued to multiply for many generations, except that some are not too far away from Jian Wushuang. Apart from the direct descendants, the other descendants did not live in the Jiuwei clan, so that Jian Wushuang did not see it when he arrived in Bishuzwang. Now that he wants to return to the endless territory, Zhui Yufeng will return with some of his children and grandchildren who are closer to him. Only then will there be dozens of people. Father, it's almost time to burn the Moon City. Jian Wushuangdo. Huh! Zhui Yunfeng clenched his hands. His heart was extremely excited. He is not only him, but also Luo Xinqin, Zhui Bing and Zhui Ping. A few of them were born in the endless territory, born in the Wuxia Desert area, naturally have a very high sense of belonging to this Wuxia Desert area, especially Zhui Yufeng. He was still the owner of the city of the burned moon. As for the other descendants of Zhua, including Zhui Peng's wife, Princess Ying, they are more curious about this endless territory and this city of burning moon. Soon, the group finally reached the sky above the city of burning moon. He looked down at the city below, and Jian Wushuang's soul power saw every corner of the city in his eyes, and his heart also had a hint of sigh. In this lifetime, he shot in this city of burning moon, and he also knew that before he was born, it was snowing for 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days, and his mother was pregnant with him for 9 years and 9 years. Months and 9 days. After he was born, the snowfall of the burning moon city immediately stopped, and the blood peak sword fell from the sky, causing a restlessness. With all this, Jian Wushuang at this moment couldn't help but sigh. He just sighed a little, but Zhui Yufeng and Luo Xinqin were already excited. It is the city of burning moon. I have seen the main city of that city. Although it is very different from before, the willow tree in the house is still there. It has been more than 100,000 years. This willow tree is still alive. Shi Zhui Yunfeng was trembling in shape. He ignored the surrounding swords and other people, and himself swooped down directly towards the main city hall below. Looking at your monkey anxious look, I don't know how to converge in front of the juniors. Father, wait a minute. Luo Xinqin and Zhui Bing even spoke, and they immediately swept down. Jian Wushuang and others naturally followed. The city's main mansion of the burnt moon city is indeed still there, but the lord of the burnt moon city has already changed several. The current city owner is a cultivator who has reached the realm of gods and demons. Demon God realm, in Wuxia Wasteland, is already a strong one. However, when Jian Wushuang arrived at the city's main government, they all felt a little bit of divine power, and they scared the city directly to worship, not to mention those lower-level practitioners in the city's main government. After half an hour, the main city of this city barely calmed down, but at this moment the main city of the burnt moon has been reopened by Zhui Yunfeng. As for the original city owner, Zhui Yufeng gave him some treasures at will, and let him those assistants were grateful, and left with excitement over those treasures. You know, Zhui Yufeng is now an undead saint, and he has spent so many years in the Jiuwei clan. He has such a special status and naturally gets a lot of resources. Some of the treasures he took out casually were against the demon realm. In other words, it is simply a gift from God. Of course, the Lord of the gods and demon realms is amazed. As for the position of this Lord, he still cares. 100,000 years have passed, and the city of Burning Moon has changed a lot. Chi Zhui Yufeng stood under the ancient willow in the city's main government house, stroking the willow, sighing secretly. 100,000 years is quite long for an ordinary wasteland in the sacred realm of endless territory. In the past 100,000 years, not only the Burning Moon city has changed a lot, but the pattern of the entire Wuxia wasteland has changed. A lot. Jian Wuxuang smiled slightly. After he came to the holy land of Danyang, he directly released the power of his soul. You know, in the endless territory, the space is far less stable than the triple sky. The range of the spread of his soul power can be wider. With a single thought, he can see the entire Danyang holy realm in his eyes. The changes in the world are naturally clear to him. I once say that in the Wuxia wasteland, those Zongmen forces have changed a lot. Even the entire Danyang holy realm is very different from before. However, the same as 100,000 years ago, this Danyang holy realm is still controlled by Redstone Castle, and the ruler of Redstone Castle is still Yin Suer, the daughter of Saint Redstone, and after 100,000 years, the strength of Yin Suer it has also been improved a bit more than before. It is now a genuine first-order true saint. In this Jinwu 9 realm, it is already an absolute overlord. Jian Wuxuang once had something to do with this Yin Suer, but she only promised the Redstone Sage at the beginning, which will help her take full control of the Redstone Castle. There is no extra friendship between the two, so this time, Jian Wuxuang did not intend to inform this Yin Suer, let alone meet each other. He was only here to bring his loved ones back here, and in addition to refining the Blood North secret. Now that Zhui Yufeng and others have returned to the city of Burning Moon, Jian Wuxuang has laid a simple circle for the main palace of the city of Burning Moon. To ensure that no change will occur in the city of Burning Moon, he and Zhui Yufeng and others explained that he left for the secret place of Xuebei. The North Mystery is within the sanctuary of Danyang. At the beginning, Jian Wuxuang learned about the existence of the Blood North realm under the chance, but later he got a lot of good opportunities in the Blood North secret territory, especially the star of the cosmic battlefield given by Xuebei. The map is the star map, leading him to find the special time and space in the unexplored area of the Magic Smoke Valley. And he got great chance in that special time and space. Jian Wuxuang is grateful for the Blood North, the place where the bones are buried. One of the dangerous places recognized by Danyang Holy Realm, but it is like flat ground to the current Sword Wuxuang. Jian Shuang easily came to the entrance of the Blood North mystery. Looking at the entrance in front, Jian Wuxuang couldn't help smiling. He remembers that he first came to the entrance of the Blood North scenic spot for the first time, but he brought a token. Without the token, he could not find the existence of the Blood North scenario. At that time, he felt that the Blood Northern scenario was hidden deeply and the means were extremely clever. But now, Jian Wuxuang can see through this Blood North secret at a glance. Ignoring the obstacles of the mysterious circle, Jian Wuxuang entered the mystery directly, and rushed along the way, and easily came to the core of this mystery. At the same time, Jian Wuxuang also saw the old Soul Valley in this secret realm, and a trace of consciousness left by the Blood North. Tomorrow there will be 3 changes, and the previous change owed. Chapter 3656. The first is here. Mr. Xuebei, Lao Gu, the two are here for nothing. When Jian Wuxuang appeared in front of Su Xuebei and the Ancient Two, they were startled, especially Gu Lao. You know, he is the spirit of this mysterious realm. According to the truth, whenever there is any wind and grass moving in the northern secretion, he is clear, but now someone has come to the northern secretion, and it still appears in front of them. Perception? When Xuebei and Gu Lao clearly came, they were even more shocked. You are the little guy in the first place? Xuebei's consciousness gathered and looked at Jian Wuxuang in amazement. It's me. It's been over 100,000 years. I didn't expect that this consciousness of Mr. Xuebei is still there. Jian Wushuang smiled. It's just consciousness. It doesn't matter if it exists or not. It's you. I've seen it again after 100,000 years, but I can't even see you at all, and I can enter this mysterious state in silence and appear in front of me. Your current strength should be very good. I wonder what level it has reached? Xuebei asked. He is really curious about Jian Wushuang's current strength, because he can't see the sword unmatched at all now. I have to know that he was also the master of the rules of the Void Realm during his lifetime, so that he could not see through it at all. The opponent's strength was at least not lower than he was at the peak. It didn't take long for me to break through to reach the ruler. It is only the ruler in the realm, but my combat power is slightly stronger than the realm, and I can barely match the master. Jian Wushuang said directly. He is not hiding. I don't really have anything to hide from someone who is dead and only has a hint of consciousness left. Compared to dominate? Xuebei stared. Gu Lao, who was next to him, was also startled. If someone else said that he had defeated the ruler's main combat power, and they had rivaled the ruler, they would certainly not believe it, but this is what Jian Wushuang said. 20,000 years ago, when Jian Wushuang came to the Blood North secret territory, he revealed his incredible talent and the amazing secrets contained in him. At that time, Xuebei knew that Jian Wushuang's origins were not trivial. Such a person, at the master level of the rule, dominates the combat power, but it is barely convincing. Alas, they were still shocked. You know, that's the master. How many dominated the whole world of the early gods? There are only a handful of them? I was just unwilling to die in such an unknown way, and I will give you all my chances. The purpose is also to pass you on, and let my name of the Blood North be transmitted to the early world again, but I did not expect that this behavior will even create a big monster that can rival the master at the level of the master of the rule. Xuebei shouted, and there was a hint of excitement in his heart. Although he also understands that Jian Wushuang can reach this step today, it must be that he has put in a lot of effort. As for the opportunity he gave, he may have given Jian Wushuang some help, but to say that Jian Wushuang relies on his chance to achieve this step today, it is certainly impossible. But even if this is not the case, it is worth the excitement and pride of Xuebei. After all, Jian Wushuang once got his chance, but also got his favor, and even said straightforwardly, in the growth process of Jian Wushuang, there is a stroke of him, which is really something to be proud of. Jian Tianhou. Xuebei Gang started but paused. I call you like this, is it okay? Of course, no problem. Jian Wushuang smiled. In fact, Jian Wushuang's combat power is now the dominant level, and even if the Blood North is the peak, it is only a master of the rules of the Void Realm. For strength, if the Blood North sees Sword Wushuang, it will be worshipped even if it worships the capital. Not too much. However, Xuebei had died long ago, and had grace with Jian Wushuang. Now he is directly named Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang can also accept it. When I gave the opportunity to you, I also told you to help me do some things. What happened to those things? Xuebei asked. I have done all the things you accounted for. I delivered your Qianquan ring intact to the means of the strong ancestors of the blood ancestors of Tianzu Dojo, and I also helped you to reincarnate the blood ancestors in Tianzu Dojo. Gaining status, the current bloodline, although not the strongest among the many factions in the Tianzu Taoism, but at least other factions dare not easily provoke it. Jian Wushuangdo. As for the leader of the blood race, the blood ancestor, I'm sorry that the blood ancestor has been running in the universe battlefield. Although I have also been to the universe battlefield, I have not met him, so until now, I have also never met him. To the blood ancestor, Jian Wushuang also saw its information when he was wandering in the universe battlefield. The blood ancestor is a ruler with a relatively powerful and arrogant rule, who has reached the peak of the sixth order. When Jian Wushuang first went to the ancestral dojo, the blood ancestor was trapped somewhere in the universe battlefield, and later came to the universe battlefield. Jian Wushuang knew that the blood ancestor had been trapped in the quicksand magic domain of one of the 3 battlefields before. But when he stepped on the battlefield of the universe, the blood ancestor has been out of the quicksand magic domain, and has been smashing there for years. Jian Wushuang has never been to the quicksand magic domain, and naturally has no intersection with this blood ancestor. Although I have nothing to do with the blood ancestors, the leader of the ancestral dojo, Tianzu, has an extraordinary relationship with me. Jian Wushuang smiled heartily. You can complete the things I have told you, and bring my death and the things I left to the blood ancestors. I am very grateful, not to mention that you have helped me to regain the status of the bloodlines. As for God Brother Zhu, it doesn't matter if you saw it. Shui Bai's voice was light. Yes, you just said that you also went to the battlefield of the universe, then the star map I gave you before, the special time and space where the star map is, did you go? Shui Bai asked suddenly. Go, it is because of that special time and space that my strength will be improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, I also stayed in that special time and space for a total of 97,000 years, and speaking of it was a dead life. Sword unparalleled. What is there in that special time and space? Shui Bai couldn't wait to ask. At the beginning, he also entered the special time and space because of coincidence. He got some chances in that special time and space, but he didn't dare go too far. He just chose to leave halfway and didn't really come to those 10. On the high platform where the 8 musts are, naturally, the real secret of space and time is unknown. The reason why he originally handed the star map to Jian Wushuang also hoped that Jian Wushuang would go to that special time and space, and Jian Wushuang had indeed been there and returned alive. Chapter 3657. The second one is coming, and the third one will be later. That particular time and space has a long history. Jian Wushuang simply recounted his experiences in that special time and space. Not only was he trapped in that special time and space for 97,000 years, but also the scene when he saw Feng Mao after breaking through the 18th. However, although Jian Wushuang also mentioned that the special time and space is behind a cosmic overlord from the depths of the universe and a top supreme powerhouse, he did not tell Shui Bai about the name of that supreme, that is, Lingyun Supreme. After all, he promised Feng Mao at first not to tell others about the special time and space, but now, even though he has already died, only a trace of consciousness remains, but Jian Wushuang still only said some blood north. It doesn't hurt to know. Suddenly, after learning from Jian Wushuang's mouth, Shui Bai couldn't help sighing after knowing that the special time and space was truly hidden. I guessed at the beginning that the special time and space is extraordinary. It must contain great opportunities and great opportunities. Now it seems that it is. But any chance is accompanied by a crisis. Jian Tianhou, you were able to break through the 18 perfection that even the Dominator could do nothing. It was really amazing. It should be possible to get the chance. As for me, I was lucky. I'm smart enough to keep going, otherwise. Shui Bai couldn't help shaking his head. When he first entered that special time and space for the first time, he looked forward to the opportunities in that special time and space, but fortunately, he felt an extremely scary sense of crisis in that special time and space. It was that sense of crisis stopped him, and eventually chose to leave. And if he didn't stop, walked forward and entered the trap of the high platform, then he must have died long ago. And it is absolutely impossible to leave the star map that went to that special time and space, the same special one. I'm afraid that there is nothing in Sword and Time. Mr. Shui Bai, I came to this secret place specially this time. In addition to giving you an answer, there is another thing. Jian Wushuang said positively. Do you want to refine my Blood North secret? Blood North looked at Xiang Jianshuang. When the Sword Wushuang got the chance to leave the Blood North mystery, he accounted for Jian Wushuang. If he breaks down and becomes the master of the rules in the future, he can come back and refine this Blood North mystery. Now Jian Wushuang has apparently just broken through and become the ruler, and the secret place of that day has not yet been opened. Yes, I want to refine this mystery. Jian Wushuang nodded. I'm curious. Xue Bei was surprised. You can now compete with the master, and with your strength, you could easily open up a secret world of your own, but it takes some time and energy, or if you really want to save time and refine the world of heaven and earth, with your strength, you can also find a stronger and more powerful world of heaven and earth. Why are you still interested in my blood north? Well, it's true. I already have a better choice for the secret world, but the secret world is going to be refined, but it is very difficult. It requires some experience in refining, so I came here. The sword is unparalleled. You are refining my Blood North secret, just to accumulate experience? Blood North frowned slightly. Yes, I hope you can do it, Mr. Xuebe. Jian Wushuangdo. Xuebe groaned for a moment, and then said, By the way, I am all dead. There is no use for this mystery. I originally intended to give it to you. As for how you use it, you need to refine it, and then it collapses on its own, it's all up to you, but Gu Lao here. Mr. Xuebe, please rest assured that when I collapse the Blood Behind Realm, I will leave a glimmer of life in the Blood Behind Realm, and will also give Gu Lao a group of treasure resources that can be restored in a short time. Sword unparalleled. Just do it. Xuebe was relieved. Gu Lao, I have no experience in the refining of this secret world, you are the spirit of the secret world, and I hope you can lead me. Jian Wushuang looked at the ancient glance next to him. My friend, although my secret world is considered to be the most common among many heaven and earth, but after all it is a world of heaven and earth. You have no previous experience in refining the world of heaven and earth, so even if I personally lead it, I want a mystery is completely refined. I am afraid it will take some time. Gu Lao Dao. Time is not a problem, it is not too late, let's start. Jian Wushuang smiled. Immediately, Jian Wushuang, under the guidance of the ancient himself, began to refine the Blood North mystery. After a while, 3 years passed. In the past 3 years, Jian Wushuang, under the ancient guidance, gradually refined this Blood North mystery, and finally refined this Blood North mystery into his own world. It's done. Jian Wushuang stood up, looking around the Blood North mystery that was completely under his control, and a smile appeared on his face. After refining the Blood North mystery, everything in the Blood North mystery will be in his charge. Even if he only needs a thought, the Blood North mystery can be completely contained in his body. At the same time, Jian Wushuang also found that he had more willpower. Alas, this willpower is weak and pathetic in the sight of the current sword unparalleled. Too weak. I used to know a rule at random. The power of will is much stronger than the power of will now. No wonder in the early world of God, few people choose to refine. After all, the secret world of others is not developed by oneself, and the power of will is too small. Unless it is such a huge and immortal as the sealed array, but it has formed a complete heaven and earth secret world, after refining, you can get great benefits. Jian Wushuang muttered. The mystery has been refined. Next, just a few more days of familiarity can make this mystery collapse by itself. Immediately, Jian Wushuang began to become familiar with the structure of this secret world. 20 days later, under the guidance of Jian Wushuang, this Blood North mystery began to collapse, and it directly collapsed to the extreme. When the share of willpower obtained by Jian Wushuang also completely collapsed and dissipated, Jian Wushuang stopped. At this moment, the Blood North mystery is actually a real death, but the spirit of the Blood North mystery, that is, Gu Lao, can barely exist. Jian Wushuang gave Gu Lao a group of treasures, allowing him to restore the mystery by himself, and the sword Wushuang himself left with Xuebe and Gu Lao and left for the fourth heaven. He has refined a secret world, with some experience, now he can try to refining the reseal method. Chapter 3658. Hey, the third is here. Previously, the Lord of Space and Time once took Jian Wushuang to the fourth sky, and Jian Wushuang knew where the only space passage to the fourth sky was. In addition, he himself had the dominance level combat power, and could open that space passage. He soon passed the space passage and reached the fourth sky again. In the fourth heaven, the Lord of Heaven and the Lord of Time and Space have been waiting for him. "What's the matter, boyfriend?" asked the leader of Zhan Tianming. "I have refined a heaven and earth mystery in accordance with Master S' request and accumulated some experience. Now I can begin to refine the seal circle." Jian Wuxuangdo. "Hurry up, I can't wait any longer." The leader of the Celestial Alliance laughed. "Yes, Zhuani's masterpiece uses a special matrix to construct a complete heavenly circle. This is basically equivalent to a small astral circle. I'm curious if you can refine this small astral space into your own secret world. How much benefit will you get? Is it like the ruler of the very common rules, but also a power of will?" said the Lord of Time and Space. "If refining this small astral world also obtains a willpower, then this willpower will definitely be very powerful. No matter what you can get, try it, and you will know." Jian Wuxuang smiled, and then he walked directly towards the seal formation. When he came to the area around the seal circle, Jian Wuxuang's consciousness immediately merged into the circle, awakening Zhuani's remnant soul. "Master!" I looked at Xianyi in front of me, Jian Wuxuang respectfully saluting. "Have you ever refined a secret world?" Xuani looked over. "Yes." Jian Wuxuang nodded. "However, although I have refined a heaven and earth secret and accumulated some experience, this small astral world is completely incomparable with ordinary heaven and earth secrets. I still don't know how to make it thoroughly refine. You don't need to worry about this. It took a lot of hard work for this small astral world. How could you be able to fully refine it overnight?" Xuani smiled. "But as long as you have some experience and refinement in addition, as a guide for teachers and teachers, it should be possible to refine this small astral world, but it will not take too short a time. Even if it is conservatively estimated, it will take thousands of years." "Last 1,000 years, nothing is too much," soared Wuxuangdo. "That's the case, then let's get started. You must follow the steps I said, don't be impatient, or you may suffer the crazy counterattack of this small world at any time," Xuani told. The sword has no double focus." Immediately following the command of Xianyi, Jian Wuxuang swept directly into the seal formation, and soon merged into the formation. To the naked eye, it seemed to be integrated with the formation. Within the martial arts circle, the sword sat cross-legged and had begun to refine this small astral world according to Xianyi's instructions. Time also passed quietly. As Xianyi said, this small astral world is so good that it is not an overnight thing to want to refine it. Even though Jian Wuxuang has Zhuani's guidance, he can still be fully absorbed in the refining process. There must be no distraction at all, because the casual distraction will cause the former achievements to be abandoned, and they will be immediately counterattacked by the small astral plane. Once the small astral plane has counterattacked, even if it can bear it, it will definitely be uncomfortable, and it will bring great trouble to his subsequent refinement. On the way to the small astral world of Jian Wuxuang refining, the Lord of the Celestial Sect and the Lord of Time and Space have always guarded the fourth heaven to avoid unnecessary trouble. I blinked, and then passed 1,800 years. Seal inside the circle. "It's only the last step, so be careful," Xuani instructed. "Yes." Qi Jian has no double focus, and his soul has moved toward the deepest part of the seal circle, covered by a transparent white light. That white light looks pure and flawless, nothing strange. Under the guidance of Xianyi, Jian Wuxuang knew, but that white light is the most important thing in this small astral world, the heavenly will of this small astral world. Despite this, the Tao of the Heaven is only just conceived and is in the nascent stage. Although, the will of heaven is far less tenacious than the will of heaven in the early days. But after all, it forms a complete heavenly cycle, and this heavenly will is still not easy to mess with. The reason why Jian Wuxuang was careful in the process of refining before he did not dare to make the slightest mistake is that he was worried that the heavenly will at the birth stage would be vigilant, so that he could not proceed to the next step. But now, he has completed all the previous steps, only this last step is to let this heaven will surrender. It has started. Wu Jian's eyes were dim, his soul's power had come into contact with the white light. He also felt the existence of Tao Will that day, but when he was going to directly rely on his huge soul power to persuade the other to submit, he stumbled and found that the white light, which is Tao Will that day, seemed to him there is nothing to resist. He is very tame and seems willing to listen to him. How can this be? Jian Wushuang surprised. Xianyi smiled next to him. It seems that the Tao of the Tao is more or less influenced by the teacher. Master, what is going on here? Jian Wushuang asked. It's very simple. This resealed law formation was originally created by myself. It can be said that I created this heavenly will, and when I created it I added some of my will. In other words, the heavenly will you are touching now contains some of my will as a teacher, and I am your master, and of course you are close to you. This little guy may be affected by some of my will. Will be so docile to you. Xianyi together. Is that so? Jian Wushuang knew it, but followed him and laughed. Since this little guy has no intention of resisting, this last step is the easiest for me. Jian Wushuang smiled. He contacted and communicated with the heavenly will in that white light. On that day, there was no resistance from the beginning to the end. Soon, Jian Wushuang took control of the heaven and earth will. Since then, this reseals the magic circle. This small astral world was finally refined by Jian Wushuang. In 1800 years, it's finally done. There is a thick surprise flashing in Wu Jian's eyes. At this moment, he has sensed the connection between himself and the reseal circle, and he can fully sense the existence of the seal circle. And just then, boom! There was a violent roar above the magpie, and the whole divine realm at the beginning of the primordial moment was trembling for a while. Chapter 3659. The first is here. On the fourth day, outside of the seal circle, the Lord of the Celestial Alliance and the Lord of Space and Time waited silently there. It's been 1,800 years, and I don't know if that sword Tianhou has refined this seal array. This 1800 years, we are all guarded here, and this seal law formation has not shown any movement during this 800 years' time, so it seems that Tianhou Xiaoyu should not refine this seal law formation. It's right. They are all clear. The huge seal circle in front of them has formed a complete heavenly circle. If Jian Wushuang really refined this seal circle, then there is no movement at all. Since there is no movement now, it naturally indicates that Jian Wushuang has not yet can completely refine this seal. It is such a big seal, and it also forms a complete heavenly circle, which is equivalent to a small astral world. It is really not easy to refine your own heaven and earth, the leader of the Cut Sky Alliance said. But his words just came to an end. Boom! The heaven and earth roared, and the whole fourth heavy sky shuddered. The Lord of the Heavens and the Temple of Time and Space were immediately alarmed, and the next time they both looked up, I saw above the endless void, rumbling. Sentian seemed to be forcibly penetrated by people, and a huge dark void appeared out of thin air. The dark void was too large, completely covering the entire sky, and also covering the entire fourth sky. Then, from that dark hollow, whirling, the dazzling rays of light lit up, and a supreme rule came slowly. This rule is too aloof and supreme. The most important thing is that the law of Advent seems to be able to represent everything in the heavens and the earth. Its advent has instantly stopped the entire heavenly cycle of the heavens in the early days. This is the law of the universe. The Lord of the Heavens and the Lord of Time and Space realized the law of coming down from the dark hollow above, and both of them showed an incredible expression. The law of the universe, the vast universe, the heavenly cycle, the supreme law. This law represents the operation of the universe and everything in the universe. He is like the divine world in the early days, but it is just an astral world born from the vast universe. This astral world is like a life and has its own heavenly will, but it must operate in accordance with the laws of the universe. Is formulated by the law of the universe, and countless astral and heavenly wills in the universe must obey and operate. So, the law of the universe is paramount. Now, what the Lord of the Heavens and the Lord of Time and Space did not expect is that the laws of the universe would come down in person. It's Giant Yanhu, it must be him, and it has led to the law of the universe. The Master of the Heavens Alliance shivered. Yes, this dark void is covered above the quadruple sky, and the law of the universe is clearly coming towards our fourth sky. In this fourth sky, the only thing that can cause the law of the universe to come is necessarily only Tianho Xiaoyu. The Lord of Time and Space also widened his eyes. He stared at the coming universe law. Sure enough, after the advent of the universe law, they went directly to the position of Jian Wushuang, the huge seal law formation in front of them. The law of the universe finally landed on the resealed law formation, and entered the seal law formation for the first time, enveloping Sword Wushu directly. Wu Jianwushuang still closed his eyes. At this moment, he has completely refined the seal law formation. After refining, the movement that caused him was never thought of, especially the advent of the law of the universe. When the law of the universe came upon him, Jian Wushuang only felt that his body was shocked, and then the whole person could not move. Although he could not move, he could feel the existence of the cosmic laws around him and a warm feeling. What is this? Jian Wushuang looked surprised. Xuanyi, standing next to him, also flashed unprecedented light in his eyes. The law of the universe is indeed the law of the universe. Ha! God bless me too early. Xian laughed. I have heard that in the vast universe, if there are practitioners who have achieved some incredible achievements, they will be recognized by the laws of the universe, and at the same time, the laws of the universe will come down in person and give this practitioner great benefits. I used to think that this was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true, and after you refine this reseal array, you will be recognized by the laws of the universe. This is definitely luck and unprecedented opportunity. Hearing Xuanyi's laughter, Jian Wushuang is unknown, but he understands that the coming of the law of the universe at this moment is definitely a good thing for him. Little guy, the coming of the law of the universe, this is definitely a great creation for you. Don't just sit back and feel these laws of the universe, this will be very beneficial to your future practice. Xianyi said. Sword had no double focus, and then he became fully absorbed and began to realize. The law of the universe has come. Even though it is only on the fourth heaven, this movement is still incredible. At the beginning of the divine realm, in the quadruple heaven, countless practitioners can sense the meditation at this moment, and a supreme law exists. At this moment, countless practitioners have a thought that they can't help but worship. The entire triple sky is in a state of silence because of the advent of the law of the universe. In the old nest of the three sacred realms in the magnificent hall, from the three masters of the magic cloud star, at this moment his complexion is unprecedented. What does it feel like? The tall man frowned. This supreme rule of breath, even if I am the master, I can't help but want to kneel down, as if he is the master in the underworld. Isn't this? The boy Yen Hafa vaguely guessed something. The pupils also narrowed. At this time, the Lord of Life and Death, one of the three lords of the three sacred realms, rushed in, respectfully. 3 adults, the Master told us that just now, the law of the universe has come down in person. The law of the universe? The tall man and the evil young man were taken aback. Sure enough. Tong Yenha made the old man take a breath. The supreme law of the universe, the operation of the universe, all rules are formulated by the law of the universe. Countless astral circles in the vast universe are also affected and constrained by this universal law. Such a supreme existence, even as strong as the supreme, no one can spy on it, but today it will come to this pre-God world? What is the reason for this? Tong Yenha made the old man low. Master, the Master has already said that the law of the universe is coming to the fourth heaven, and that sword heaven is now in the fourth heaven. The Lord of Life and Death suddenly said. Chapter 3660. Hey, the second is here. What did you say? The words of the Lord of Life and Death made all three masters stand up. The law of the universe is coming because of the sword heaven? The tall man's voice was low. How high is the law of the universe? And even the Supreme Strong can't lead the law of the universe to come. How can this sword be the heaven and earth? The evil charm youth also said. Does the Lord know what did the sword celestial soldiers do in order to let the law of the universe come? Tong Yenha made the old man look down. Why did the law of the universe come? The master did and he know it. The Lord of Life and Death shook his head. The master said that although he dominated the heavenly will of the early gods, this matter was about the law of the universe. From the moment the law of the universe came, in the beginning, the heavenly ways of the divine realm have stagnated. He can't touch the fourth heaven at all now, and he only inferred that the coming of the universe law followed this because he knew that Jian Tianhou was on the fourth heaven, and now that the law of the universe also came on the fourth heaven. Jian Tianhou is related. The Lord of the Demon Clouds, although it dominates the heavenly will of the early gods, but the heavenly will of a starry world is nothing in front of the laws of the universe. The law of the universe has already come. During this period, there is no of the early gods. What's wrong with Jia Tiando's will? In that case, we don't know what method the sword heavens have used to make the laws of the universe come, Tall Man said. No matter what method he uses, but since it can cause the law of the universe to come down in person, it is absolutely different. Tong Yenha said the old man solemnly. The master also said that the law of the universe is coming. It's not a trivial matter, and that sword might have huge benefits from the law of the universe, so the master wants you three to be able to keep the three holy realms as much as possible. To find out exactly why the sword heaven and earth caused the law of the universe, but also to understand what he got from the law of the universe. Finally, the master also said that in the beginning, the world of God would come to the law of the universe, which caught his attention. He would understand the events in the magic cloud star as soon as possible, and then came over in person. Adult is coming over in person? The three masters are all. They are very clear about the situation of the Lord of the Clouds. Under normal circumstances, the Lord of the Clouds will not leave the Lord of the Clouds at this time, but now, it seems that it is because of the law of the universe that the Lord of the Clouds will be against the sword. Tianhou really took it seriously. We already know what you said, go on. The tall man waved. The Lord of Life and Death immediately bowed and retreated. After the Lord of Life and Death left, Master Xingzhu wants us to find a way to understand the purpose of the coming of the law of the universe, and what the sword heaven has got in the law of the universe. How do these two think? Tong Yanhefa the old man looked around at the two people around him. What do you think? The tall man pouted his lips. Even before, we thought that the sword Tianhou had broken through to reach the rule master, and the combat power was comparable to the master. But as long as the three of us join forces, even in this early world, we can also confront him, even suppress him. But now, he actually caused the law of the universe to come, then all this is impossible. Yes, the law of the universe never came easily. Now that he has come, the sword heaven must have benefited a lot from the law of the universe, and the strength is likely to make a big breakthrough. Now, the three of us even together, I'm afraid it's not his opponent anymore. The evil charm youth said. That's it. The three of us are probably not their opponents. How do we figure out those things? At best, we can only do our best to force him to show his whole cards. Tong Yenha said the old man. We can only do this. The other two nodded. Before the three of them were unparalleled in swords, they were also full of confidence. I think that even in the early world of the gods, the strength of the three of them is very limited, but as long as they work together, they can easily suppress Jian Wushuang. But now they dare not think so. After all, the sword unparalleled has caused the law of the universe. In addition, the advent of the law of the universe also caused the Lord of the Clouds to really pay attention to the sword warriors, and even after a short while, the deity will come to himself. This is definitely something that the sword warriors did not expect. Of course, Jian Wushuang didn't know this either. He is still under the cover of the laws of the universe. The law of the universe is covered by him, and to experience the law of the universe at such a close distance, this is too great for Jian Wushuang. He is also the first time to come into contact with this supreme power. Although the process is very short, in this short period of time, he has benefited too much. Finally, the laws of the universe have disappeared. The dark void and the uppermost void has slowly converged, and the whole world has returned to peace. In the seal formation, Jian Wushuang still sat there, but his face was a little surprised. Little guy, what's the harvest? Xian Yi Chao Jian Wushuang looked over. After hearing Xuani's words, Jian Wushuang was awakened, and said, The harvest is great. After all, this is a deeper power than the rules. Although this power is beyond my grasp at this time, I have no idea about it. Strength has at least some general impressions, and it will definitely be easier to realize it in the future. Novel. Calm, that's it. You are too weak now, and you can't supreme the laws of the universe. The power of the universe alone is very high for you, but once you are strong, you will start to really touch the universe's origin. When you realize the origin of the universe, what you see today and what you feel today is very useful to you. Xian Yi smiled. Wu Jianshuang also smiled and nodded. He knew very well how much help he would have in the future in the short period of time. Yes, the coming of the law of the universe will inevitably give you a lot of things. What are they? Xuani asked. First is a willpower. Jian Wushuangdo. Willpower? Xian Yi nodded slightly. You refine the seal formation into your own secret world, and you will definitely get a willpower. But since this willpower is given by the laws of the universe, it must be very rude? It is very arrogant and unique. Like the general willpower, the power given is fixed, but the willpower given by the law of the universe is different. This willpower is completely based on my own power. If it can be decided, it can directly double my own power. Jian Wushuangdo. Chapter 3661. The first is here. Directly doubled? Xian Yi looked at Jian Wushuang in wonder. Like me now, although it is only the master of the rules, but because of the perfect level of life, the divine power that I can explode is not weaker than the ordinary primary master, and if I perform mystery and celestial magic, then my divine power is 3 times that of the primary master. But now, with this willpower given by the laws of the universe, my divine power can be doubled again on the basis of 3 times the primary domination, that is, 6 times the full, 6 times the primary domination. Divine power, this is already more tyrannical than many higher masters. Jian Wushuangdo. The primary master and the higher master, in terms of divine power alone, the difference is not too big. Before Jian Wushuang could explode 3 times the primary master power, it was close to the high master. The willpower given by the law of the universe can double his divine power again, which is equivalent to 6 times the power of the primary master. This kind of divine power is indeed very arrogant among the higher masters. Already? Yes, it is indeed the willpower given by the laws of the universe. It is indeed much stronger than the ordinary willpower. Xian Yi smiled. It is very strong, and this willpower is changed according to my own divine power, that is, as my strength increases, the divine power continues to increase, but this willpower helps my overall strength, but will not weaken at all. Jian Wushuang smiled. Apart from the power of will? Has the law of the universe given you anything else? Xuani looked at it again. Yes. The sword has no double emphasis. In addition to this willpower, the law of the universe has given me a unique mystery, to be precise, a gift of magic. Talented? Xian Yi's eyes brightened, and he smiled. It really is a talented supernatural power. Master, have you guessed it? Jian Wushuang surprised. It's not that I guess, I just entered the mysterious area by chance when I was smashing in the 3 battlefields, and I got an ancient supreme part of the memory in that secret area, and in that part of the memory, there was about the universe. The law comes down to something. After a pause, Xian Yi continued. In the vast universe, the laws of the universe rarely come, but as long as it comes and comes to a practitioner, that practitioner will get immense benefits. And most of the time, the laws of the universe will give each other a unique talent, which is also based on the special conditions achieved by the practitioner himself. It's like you are now refining a secret world comparable to a small astral world. That's no surprise. The talents given to you by the laws of the universe are bound to have a lot to do with this small astral world. Yes. Sword Wishwang smiled. The gift of magic given to me by the laws of the universe, called the primitive universe, is based on the small astral universe I am refining at the core to form a primitive universe covering everything around it. In this primitive universe, within, my strength will be greatly improved. However, this gift of magical powers must be limited. It can only be performed once every 12 hours, that is, one day, and each time, it can only last for 10 breaths. After being given the laws of the universe, Jian Wushuang already has a certain understanding of this talented supernatural power he has obtained. Primitive universe is undoubtedly an extremely powerful talent, but because it is powerful, it has many restrictions. Every gifted magical power has some limitations, let alone the gifted magical power given by the laws of the universe. Although your gifted magical power is overbearing, the rules of the universe will certainly not allow you to use it unbridled. Xianyi said. That's it. Jian Wushuang nodded. Anyway, this time the law of the universe comes, you will make a lot of money. This is all thanks to the master. Jian Wushuang is grateful. It is true that this small astral world was originally prepared for him by Xianyi. And the law of the universe also came because he refined this small astral world into his own secret world. In other words, the advent of the laws of the universe, including the endowment of him, is actually largely due to his master's credit. I'm dead. The only thing I can do now is to provide you with as much opportunity as possible, but what I can give you now is really not much. Apart from this small astral world, the only thing I have left is that town monument. However, Zhenshinbai, after all, is the ultimate treasure above the strongest treasure. Such treasures may be dazzled even by the supreme strongman. Although he received a statue for the teacher at the beginning, the follow-up refinement, but it took a long time and energy to succeed, and the refinement of this town's Tianbei can help you as a teacher, you can only work hard. Xianyi together. Disciple understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, this small astral world has been refined by you. Everything I can give you is also given. There is no need for my lingering soul. Little guy, you are the only one in my early world. Yes, it is the last glimmer of hope. I have prepared so much for you carefully. Then you must succeed in the last step. Wu Shuani took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. His body has begun to dissipate slowly. Grateful master. Qi Jian's face is cold and stern, and watching his master's last trace of remnants dissipate. Although he has grief in his heart, he is more determined. He knows that his teacher paid too much for him, and he could not repay him for his generosity. And the only thing he can do is to make his master truly aimless, and there is only one thing, that is, to complete what his master did not do that year, and to take back the divine realm from the hands of the Lord of the Devil and the Cloud. That step, he must reach it. At last, Zhonyi's body completely dissipated, but Jian Wushuang still stood there, watching where his master disappeared, and then exhaled heavily. I have been refining the seal formation, and the 7-star divine realm within this seal formation is naturally under my control. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, his thoughts moved, and he instantly nurtured through this small astral world. On that day, the will to see the entire 7-star divine realm completely. Sure enough, the subsequent evolution of the 7-star divine realm is completely imitated by the universe. Jian Wushuang secretly said. The 7-star divine realm was once a territory of the early divine realm and a complete continent, but it is completely different now. Chapter 3662. Hey, the second is here. Qi Jian Wushuang was born in this seal circle. He knew the scene here naturally. In his era, this territory was no longer called the 7-star divine realm, but was called the chaotic world of all ages. The chaotic world of all ages has undergone 3 epochs since its birth and evolution. The first is the Ancient Era. This ancient era is actually the era when the seven-star god realm had not collapsed. At that time, the seven-star god realm was still a part of the Taiji god realm, but because of that battle, the seven-star god realm collapsed, leaving behind Ancient on the battlefield. The seven-star god realm was completely isolated by the sealed formation. Since then, this territory has evolved under the operation of that law formation, and has since evolved into the First Era. The First Era experienced a long period of time, and eventually collapsed, and then the Second Era, that is, the era where Jian Wushuang was. In his time, the seven-star realm was not a whole long ago, but was composed of countless elder worlds. These elder worlds are actually equivalent to the world stars in the vast universe. The operating law and evolution of the entire chaotic world of ancient times does seem to have been largely simulated in accordance with the cycle of the universe. It's just that the chaotic world of eternity just imitates a model. The supremacy of the vast universe is the law of the universe, but there is nothing in the eternal chaos world. After completely refining the seal array, Jian Wushuang also found that this territory, which is the time flow rate of the ancient chaotic world, is completely different from the outside world. The flow rate of the ancient chaotic world is much faster than the outside world, and it opens many times. Wu Jianzhou estimated that the time flow rate of the ancient chaotic world should be equivalent to 100 times the outside world. In other words, a year has passed in the early world of the gods, but in the chaotic world of all ages, a whole 100 years have passed. Time flow rate of 100 to 1. Jian Wushuang was suddenly shocked. I have been in the early world of the gods for more than 100,000 years. Then, in the chaotic world of ancient times, wouldn't it be more than 1,000 times past? Long live? More than 10 million years? At the thought of this number, Jian Wushuang was anxious immediately. For more than 10 million years, what a long period of time he has left so long. What will this eternal chaotic world become? His hometown, what about Qinghua? I also have his parents, his relatives, his friends. Have they been there for more than 10 million years? Jian Wushuang's heart suddenly felt anxious. He didn't hesitate, he immediately looked through the heavenly will to look at the entire chaotic world of eternity. He sees everything in the chaotic world of all ages. He saw the innumerable elder world in the chaotic world of eternity, and at the same time saw the core of the eternal chaos world, where the sacred places are, where it is still the most prosperous and most powerful place in the eternal chaos world. But what makes the sword unparalleled is that the quality of the practitioners in those several holy places is indeed much higher than in other places, but the most powerful men, such as the masters of the few holy places, are called in the chaotic world of ancient times. There is no great emperor. As the most central place in the chaotic world of all ages, under normal circumstances, those who are at the level of the emperor should gather there, even if it is impossible to have all of them. At least there are a few, but none of them. This is too abnormal. Where have all those great emperors gone? Baidi, Jiuyou Xingzhu, Tianqin ancestor, none of them? Jian Wushuang was even more puzzled inside. He is in control of the heavenly will of the ever-changing world of chaos, and continues to look towards the margins. Soon he found the place where he was born, which is the largest ancient battlefield, and the huge, incredible head. That head is the head of his master Junyi, and in the position of the eyebrow of that head, there is the blue fire world. The green fire world was born from the essence of Xian Yi's life. This skull is really too big. I once again saw the huge skull in the ancient battlefield. Jian Wushuang's heart still couldn't help but marvel. When he saw the skull for the first time, he was completely frightened, and the shock in his heart was unprecedented. But later, as he learned more about his master and became a perfect life, he subconsciously felt that as long as his strength reached the level of his master, he could also enlarge his body infinitely, and he could also have his master had such a huge body and head. But as he became more and more powerful, especially now, when he is fully capable of dominating the battle, he understands that even if he is the perfect life and the strength reaches a level comparable to his master, he cannot have his division. Zun Xuan is such an incredible deity. Because Jian Wushuang has already seen, The reason why Xuanyi's deity is so large is mainly because he has cultivated a unique mystery. Jain mysticism should be able to make your body infinite, so that you can increase your combat power, and this mysticism should be from the universe battlefield. In addition, although the mystery that allows your body to be infinitely enlarged will have a certain increase in your strength, it will also have disadvantages, so for this mystery, Sword Wushuang has nothing to ask for. Green Fire World! Qi Jian Wushuang has locked his eyes on that green world. Qinghua world, that is his root. And after tens of millions of years, the Qinghua world still exists in that ancient battlefield, and because of the evolution of tens of millions of years, the current Qinghua territory is significantly wider than before. It almost occupied the entire forehead of that skull. In the green world, Jian Wushuang also felt the breath of countless practitioners. There are many breaths of those practitioners, all of which he is extremely familiar with. Father, Mother! Wu Jian's double body trembled. He has sensed the existence of his parents in the Qinghua world. Although it has been a lifetime, it has been tens of millions of years in the middle, but the two breaths are still familiar to him. Warm, just a little stronger than before. It's not just them. They are also the boss of Wan Yuan and the fourth child, as well as the Sword One, the King of Kings, and the high-level leaders of the Qinghua world. Ha! White Emperor! Lord Jiuyo, Tianqian ancestors. These great emperors, I have to lie in those sacred places. It turned out that they all came to my Qinghua world, and yes, now Qing in the fire world, the abundance of spiritual power is definitely the highest in the chaotic world of ancient times. Even if compared with the early world of the gods, the difference is not too far away. Of course, these great emperors will choose to stay here. Wu Jianshou smiled, and then he couldn't help himself anymore, and went to the fire world himself. Chapter 3663. The first is here. Qinghua world, Wushuang Holy City. After a lapse of more than 10 million years, the sacred city of Wushuang is still the cultivation holy place that countless practitioners aspire in Qinghua. Huiheng Manor, on the grass, two people sat on the ground. Two of them, one of them is not only a haplotype, but also quite a bit plump. At first glance, it looks like a small hill fell there. Another person is a beautiful young girl wearing black clothes with a bit of weakness. This young girl looks weak, but the coldness emanating from her body is enough to make countless practitioners awe. These two are Wang Yuan and Suro. Boring this day, it's getting more and more boring. Wang Yuan held a hip flask in his hand and drank it there. Don't you have a chamber of commerce under your hands? The Chamber of Commerce is now the first chamber of commerce recognized in the world of chaos in the ancient times. So a huge industry will naturally have countless things. By reason, you should be very busy. How could it be so boring? Suro looked over. You do know. My Chamber of Commerce has long given it to others to manage. I usually eat, drink, and have fun all day long, but all these years have passed. I am tired of what I can play. What I want to get, I've got it for a long time. In my life, I haven't pursued anything. Without it, I will be bored naturally. By the fourth, I heard that there wasn't an emperor pursuing you crazy some time ago. What happened? Wang Yuan asked. What do you say? Suro gave Wang Yuan an angry look. It seems you still didn't like it. Wang Yuan frowned. Yes, the emperor is indeed not qualified to be your priest. At least he must be an emperor. God Emperor. If it was placed tens of millions of years ago, in the era when Jian Wushuang was still there, God Emperor is definitely the top power in the chaotic world of all ages, second only to Great Emperor, and then tens of millions of years will pass. By now, because of the relationship between the green world, there are many more powerful people born in the chaotic world of ancient times. Xiao Guang is the great emperor, and there are a lot of them. As for the God Emperor, there are even more countless. If it was NT because of the chaotic world of ancient times, the strongest practitioners are only at the level of the Emperor. I am afraid that there will be a lot more than the existence of the Emperor. And Suro, as a sword brother and sister of worship, was already the top powerhouse and one of the powers in the Qinghua world thousands of years ago, and now her strength has already reached the chaotic world of ancient times. The highest level exists, and the power in his hand is even more monstrous. A divine emperor in Liziu district was indeed not seen by her. But my fourth child, it's been over tens of millions of years. My wife has taken hundreds of them. As for my children and grandchildren, I don't know how many generations, but you are still alone. This is a bit too lonely. In my opinion, if you have a chance, you should find someone who looks good to the eye and make it. Wang Yuan said. I heard Su Yuan's words. Su Rou looked slightly, but did not speak. Suddenly Wang Yuan said, Number 4, you won't be until now. Are you still waiting for number 3? I heard the title of Lao San. Su Rao's expression changed immediately. What are you talking about? I didn't say it blindly. At that time, I saw that your feelings for the third child are not as simple as those of your brother and sister. But unfortunately the third child has only regarded you as a younger sister, and he is also a dedicated person. Now that you have identified the cold princess of Datang, you will never change it again, so when your brother advises you, don't think about the third child anymore, and find someone who looks good to live. Wang Yuan now. My own business, I will handle it myself. Su Jiudo. Wang Yuan shrugged, and didn't say more on this issue, but sighed lightly. It's been over 10 million years since the third man left the chaotic world of eternity, and I don't know where he is now. Well, seriously, I really missed the scene where our 4 siblings made wine and joy, but unfortunately, the second child died and the third child left. Only the 2 of us are still here, living a boring day, nor know when it's head. If you think it's boring to live, tell me, I can complete you. Su Jiudo. Wu Wang Yuan could only smile dumbly. And just then, Boss Wang Yuan, the 4th child! A sudden sound of excitement sounded inside the manor. Both Wang Yuan and Su Rao's bodies shook. Wang Yuan, boss? Wang Yuan's head was a little cyanotic. Because Boss Wang Yuan's entire name, in the present chaotic world, only Su Rou calls him this way, and when Su Rou is in a good mood, he will call him this way. But now Su Rou is in front of him, then the person who now calls him the boss Wang Yuan will be Old Third? Wang Yuan looked at the figure in front of him in amazement. Boss, really you? Su Rou also stunned. Haha, why can't you 2 recognize me? Jian Wushuang smiled. Looking at Wang Yuan and Su Rou in front of her, Jian Wushuang was also very excited. You know, these 2 are his best brother and 4 sisters. At the beginning, they worshipped together, suffered together, experienced life and death together, and their relationship, even after tens of millions of years, has not weakened at all. And now I see again, Jian Wushuang's heart is also full of emotion. Haha, my 3rd son, you are finally back! Wu Wang Yuan finally confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Jian Wushuang, and he was also laughing and gave Jian Wushuang a bear hug immediately after dreaming. Jian Wushuang did not resist, and at the same time pulled the next old Su together. The 3 were directly held together, and Su Rou was just held by Jian Wushuang in his left arms. She was embraced by Sword Wushuang. Su Rou did not resist at all, and her face was even more shy. If you let the practitioners in the Qinghua world see Su Rao's expression, she will be surprised, because Su Rou in the weekdays, but the ice goddess recognized in Qinghua world, is not only powerful, high profile, but extremely majestic. After saying a word, countless gods and emperors all had worship. And such a goddess of ice and snow, even when there is a moment of shame? Woohoo! I took a deep breath, and the 3 swordsmen finally separated. Boss, what's going on? Where have you been all these years? Why have you been there for so long? Wang Yuanlian asked. He didn't know the specific whereabouts of Jian Wushuang. He only learned some things from Baidi and knew that Jian Wushuang was still alive. But where did they go? In fact, they didn't know much. In recent years, he and Su Rou have been extremely worried about the sword unparalleled. Chapter 3664. Hey, the second is here. We'll talk about it later. I have just returned now and haven't had time to see my parents. Jian Wuxuangdo. Yes, Pepsi is the first. You should go to see your parents first, but they are not in the city of Wushuang. Wang Yuan said. I know where they are. Jian Wushuang smiled. He is now the real master of this chaotic world of eternity. He knows every move in the chaotic world of eternity. Where his parents are, he certainly knows. Let us go, first see my parents, Boss Wang Yuan. You will tell me the high-level powerhouses in the Qinghua world to let them come to Wushuang Holy City. When I return, I will meet them. And explain something. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Wang Yuan nodded. Wu Jianso quickly set out to where his parents were. After the sword Wushuang left, Wang Yuan and Su Rou were still very excited. 10 millions of years, the third child, he finally came back. Wang Yuan excitedly said, The fourth child, I haven't seen a smile on your face for a long time. Today, the third child returned, you smiled immediately, and smiled it's not ordinary happiness. Su Sura gave Wang Yuan a white look, but the surprise on his face couldn't be hidden anyway. Later, Wang Yuan informed the high-level powerhouses in Qinghua world as Jian Wushuang said. King Wuji, at the foot of a towering mountain, there is a small town named Qingshan Town. All the residents of Qingshan Town make jade for a living. The whole town is quiet and peaceful, without outside disputes and killings. It seems very abrupt in the practice world where the strong are the most respected. In the town, there is a couple who have lived in this town for hundreds of years. Inside Tachijai House. Ma'am, if people in the town go to the city to sell jade again, let me go with the uncle. From our Qingshan town to the nearest town, the road is not close, and the bandits are inevitable. You can take care of it with your uncle, said a young man in black, about 20. Hearing the words of the young man in black, the couple in front of the table looked at each other with a smile, and the woman said, It is because of danger that I will not let you go. Why? Is it because I'm too weak? But I've been training with people in the town for years, and I've developed a lot of strength, and my sword skills are very good. Even the coaches in the town boast I am very talented in kendo. Now, if I encounter a bandit, there is absolutely nothing wrong with my life. Even with good luck, I can kill a few bandits. The youth in black. The daughter-in-law smiled bitterly. And the man with the stigma of Hu Jia next glanced at the young man in black and said lightly, Okay, next time you go with me, it's better to go outside to see the world more, it's better to stay there all the time. This mountain is much stronger. Haha, okay, Uncle Ant, then I'll go to practice first. After speaking, the young man in black walked out of the house happily and went to school in the town to practice. After the couple in the squatter house saw the young man in black leave, the woman sighed. Nantian, do you think this child looks like our twins? It's very similar, the same filial piety, the same dissatisfaction, not bowing to fate, and working very hard. Even the talent in kendo is really very good, said the man who kept sighing hoo-hoo. This couple is really Jian Jianshuang's parents, Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming. As for the young man in black, it was a little guy named Yi Chen who accidentally rescued 10 years ago. For the past 10 years, this Yi Chen and they have been living in this small town, and they have lived a carefree life. This Yi Chen works very hard, and the kendo talent is also extremely high, but he has inherent defects, which has led to continuous cultivation. Nothing. On the talent of kendo, he is very high. I have seen his progress in kendo over the years. Unfortunately, this little guy cannot cultivate, otherwise I would like to accept him as a disciple. Jian Nantian now. Nantian, is there really no way for this little guy's constitution? Ji Wuming asked. No way. Jian Nantian shook his head. I have been thinking of various ways in the past 10 years, and even asked the top emperors of the chaos world, including Baidi, but no one was able to ask this little guy making changes. It can be said that it is almost impossible for this little guy to cultivate in the future. Well, then you really have to suffer this little guy. Ji Wuming sighed softly. He is clearly suffering from blood and deep revenge, but he is unable to retaliate. He has been suppressing his hatred to the bottom of his heart for many years. If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid he will not be able to bear it, Nantian, or should we tell him his true identity and help him get revenge? No. Jian Nantian waved his hand directly. This little guy has a kind of indomitability in his bones. He will never bow his head easily. We now reveal his identity to him, and tell him that his physique can't be changed in any way. The blow to him is absolutely unprecedented and may even cause him to collapse completely. And now we are hiding him, at least letting him have a bit of hope for himself so that he can live. As for his hatred, I will let him report it in due course. Oh, that's the only way. Ji Wuming sighed softly. Although they have only been together for 10 years, Ji Wuming, Yi Chen, really hopes, because he saw the shadow of Jian Wushuang in Yi Chen. In this decade, she almost treated Yi Chen as her own biological. Treated by the son. But after all, Yi Chen is not a sword warrior, so they hide Yi Chen from many things, including their identity at this moment. Huh! Jian Nantian frowned suddenly. Yen Ji no Dream Lu Mei also clustered slightly. The two of them have sensed that a large group of people are approaching this town, and they are aggressive, and several of them still have the impression that they were the ones who hunted down Yi Chen. This little guy's enemies came to the door? Jian Nantian said softly. How do those people know this little guy will be in this town? Ji Wuming frowned. I don't know, but since they have already come here, then I am afraid you and I want to hide their identity in front of that little fellow. Maybe it is impossible. Jian Nantian sighed softly. Since it will be exposed sooner or later, I simply confess to the little guy today, hoping that the little guy will be stronger in the heart and able to sustain it. Yan Ji Wuming said nothing. Soon, the couple left the wooden house and came to the school ground where Yi Chen cultivated. Yi Chen was still working the school ground at the moment, but he couldn't gather a trace of spiritual power, but he gained a brute force, and the sword technique he performed was extremely good. Chapter 3665. The first is here. I can't help thinking of Shuangma when I see this little guy. Ji Wuming looked at Yi Chen in the school ground softly. Yeah, I don't know when Shuangma will come back. Jian Nantian also sighed. Suddenly, a figure appeared without any warning, appeared on the school ground, and appeared in front of Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming. Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming were shocked. Nantian, I seem to see Shuangma, am I dazzled? Ji Wuming dared not give up. I saw him too. Jian Nantian also widened his eyes. At the moment, Jian Wushuang appeared, looking at Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming in front of him. He felt guilt, self-blame, and thought in his heart, and could no longer control it. Wu Jianshou knelt down and knelt heavily on the ground of the school ground. Parents, mother, both children are back, Jian Wushuang said, his voice choked. 2 children? Are you really our 2 children? Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming have stepped forward, looking at the person kneeling in front of them, even though thousands of years have passed, but the appearance of Jian Wushuang and the breath on their bodies, they can recognize it at a glance. This is indeed their son, Jian Wushuang. Boy, it really is you! Jian Nantian suppressed his inner excitement. Li Meng reached out and raised the sword unparalleled. Get up, let Lao Tzu take a good look. Jian Wushuang got up, while Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming kept looking at Jian Wushuang up and down. No change from before, good boy, you can let me wait with your mother. Jian Nantian finally smiled. Just come back. Ji Wuming said softly. Her face was already full of tears. The family was incomplete from the beginning. In the past, it was Ji Wuming who separated from their father and son, and in order to make the family full, Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian have put in countless efforts, especially Jian Nantian, who experienced a lifetime of death before finally killing him. Heaven was absolutely sharp and rescued Ji Wuming. After a short while, their family had a short reunion. Sun Kes good times are not long, Sword Wushuang reincarnation, went to the early world of God, this go is a full 10 million years. The tens of millions of years of separation, as the parents of Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming, how rich the thoughts and worries are. But now, Jian Wushuang is finally back. No matter how much thoughts and worries were before, now that you are back, everything is fine. Uncle, madam! The snoring sounded, and Yi Chen, who practiced swordplay on the school field, ran over. Qi Jian Wushuang appeared on the school ground, and the next move has long attracted everyone's attention, including Yi Chen naturally. This is it the son you have been worried about? Yi Chen looked at Jian Wushuang. He has been with Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming for 10 years. He also often heard Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming mention Jian Wushuang. He also knew that Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming had such a son, but they left a long time ago. Went to a far, far place, and there has been no news in these years. Shuang, let me introduce you. This is Yi Chen, a little guy we adopted, Ji Wuming said. As the only son of uncle and uncle, they have not been around uncle and uncle, and there is no news at all. You are really filial when you worry about uncle and uncle for so long. Yi Chen glanced at Jian Wushuang, with a hint of reproach in his words. After living for 10 years with Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming, he also regarded Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming as their parents. He knew that his parents had been worrying about Jian Wushuang all these years. Now when he sees Jian Wushuang, he must of course blame one or two on your parents. Yi Chen, don't talk nonsense. Ji Wuming frowned. Ma'am, all that I said is true, Yi Chen said. Hearing Yi Chen's reproach, Jian Wushuang was not a little angry. He knew Yi Chen was right. I have been away for tens of millions of years, and I have no news at all. Wouldn't my parents be worried? Shuanger, Yi Chen's child is only 20 years old and very immature. What he said don't care, Ji Wuming said. Relax, mother, I won't mind, and this little guy is also very interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled and took a special look at Yi Chen. Little guy, I can see that there is a very hidden thing in your body. Strong hatred, if I guess right, you should have deep blood and hatred, and no accident, people who come outside the town should come to you. People outside the town? Yi Chen's face changed. Oh, it's here. Jian Wushuang smiled, and then turned to look at the void ahead. There were nearly 100 people rushing forward in the dense crowd. These nearly 100 people were almost the level of true gods. There was no one above the prince. In the eyes of Jian Wushuang, even cricket ants were not counted, but for the green world, especially to the territory where Qingshan town is located, the True is definitely a top powerhouse. Nearly 100 people are all true gods. This lineup is quite amazing. Seeing the arrival of nearly 100 people, Yi Chen's complexion immediately became difficult to look at, because he recognized at a glance that these people were the people who ruined his family and the people who were killed, including the head of the people. He has also met. Is that remnant of the Yi family in this town? Among the nearly 100 people, the head is a young man with blue hair. The blue-haired old man had a cold face, his eyes were cold, with a touch of coldness, and his tone of speech also carried a high attitude. The voice was spreading throughout Qingshan town. Hearing his voice, he felt the terrible breath of these people, and many residents in Qingshan town showed their horror. They know very well that these people who are here now, I am afraid that any one of them will be able to make them fleeing. Master, right here in this town, I have already seen him, slightly, right there. There was a True who said respectfully beside the old man with blue hair, and at the same time he reached out and pointed to Yi Chen, the schoolyard below. Oh, I was there. I haven't seen it in 10 years, but I grew up a lot, but this is the same as before, I can't make any progress. Now that he has found it, he will kill him directly and take his body back. As for this town, wipe it out. Yes. The real gods behind him took command and planned to take a shot. Slow. A low-pitched noise suddenly sounded, and Yi Chen looked a little embarrassed. He raised his head and stared at the people above him, and an ascendant was rising. I have to know that this Yi Chen doesn't have any cultivation, but he can possess such killing intentions, but I can imagine how strong the hatred in his heart is. Chapter 3666. Hey, the second is here. Qing Zhong, the person you want is me. It has nothing to do with the people in this town. You let them go, and I will handle it with you. Yi Qinshan said. Masters, this matter has nothing to do with me. My lords, please raise your hand up and let me, Qingshan town. Lords, let your life go. Many residents in Qingshan town have already begged for mercy, and most of them have kneeled on the ground, asking these people to spare their lives. Only Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and Ji Wuming still stood there. The three of them just watched silently and didn't speak. And when he heard Yi Qin's words, the old blue-haired old man in the void was smirking. I am here to kill you by the order of Lord God, and the command of Lord God is to wipe out anyone who has a relationship with you. You have lived in this town for 10 years, and the people in this town certainly have a relationship with you. Since it matters, all of them must die. Go ahead. When the old man with blue hair ordered, the people behind him immediately left. It's time to kill. There are more than 300 people in this town, all killed, none left. Well, it hasn't been murdered for a long time, but unfortunately, all the ants will be killed this time. A cold smile sounded, and hundreds of figures dived down instantly. No, no! Yi Qin was anxious, his eyes were red. It doesn't matter if he dies himself, but he definitely doesn't want to affect him in a big way, and treats him like a son of Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming, and everyone in the town. It's a pity that he was in a hurry, but seeing that many true gods shot above, he had no way to stop him. Suddenly, okay! A slight word dropped, but the nearly 100 practitioners who had originally swooped down were instantly frozen in the void. The old man with blue hair, including the old one, was all in the void. Although each consciousness was still awake, they found in horror that their deities could not move at all, and even their fingers could not be moved again. What is this means? The old man with blue hair was terrified, and the nearly 100 practitioners around him were terrified one by one. Sudden changes and shocks suddenly shocked everyone. In Qingshan town, more than 300 residents thought that the end was coming when they saw the people above, but the next scene happened beyond everyone's expectations, watching the assassin look like a sculpture. The inhabitants of those practitioners who were settled in the void also had cyanosis in their heads. What happened? What's wrong with this? I just seemed to hear a fixed word, and then these people were settled. Is there any shocking man who can't do anything? The military and civilians talked, and at the same time, a hint of hope was burning in their hearts. What's wrong? Yi Qin also looked faint. Only the three men next to him, Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and Ji Wuming, remained indifferent. Is this stasis of time and space? Just a thought can stagnate space and time and make nearly 100 true gods unable to move in the slightest. Schwaner, your current means are really more and more incredible. Qi Jian Nantian spoke for the first time, and there was a hint of surprise in his words. You know, he is now the top powerhouse in the Qinghua world, and can even be said to be one of the top powerhouses in the entire chaotic world of eternity. His vision is also quite high in the entire world of chaotic world, but the sword is unparalleled. The methods he uses now make him feel a little incredible. Some small means. Jian Wushuang just smiled slightly. He said this is actually humble. It is not a small means to designate astrology, but it is one of the divine magic created by the divine master of time and space. But this divine magic is applied to these true god-level cultivations, and it does not show at all out of its real power. Father, mother, the little guy you adopted, called Yi Chen, has a pretty good heart. Jian Wushuang smiled. Of course, if you have a bad heart, I and your father will not save him 10 years ago, let alone keep him with him. Unfortunately, this child was born poor, his physique is too unique, your father thought there are countless ways to change his physique and enable him to cultivate. Ji Wuming said. His physique is very special. Jian Wushuang nodded, but then Feng turned abruptly. But there is no way to resolve his physique. Oh? Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming both looked at Jian Wushuang immediately. The conversation between the three of them was not covered at all, but was clearly heard by everyone around them. For a moment, everyone understood that the means by which the nearly 100 practitioners were frozen in the void at the same time was that these three people were on display. Uncle, ma'am, you? Yi Chin looked at Jian Nantian and Ji Woman in shock. Yi Chin, your matter, I'll talk about it later. Let's first get rid of these people who are in the way. Jian Nantian now? Qi Jian Wushuang also nodded, and immediately looked up at the nearly 100 true gods in the void. The practitioners, who were frozen in the void, were extremely panicked at this moment, and the young man with the head of hair was equally frightened and asked, You, who are you? Who are we? Ji Woman's expression became cold. Did you just say that you would kill all the people related to Yi Chen in this town? Tell you that 10 years ago, it was my couple. The two people saved this Yi Chen in the past 10 years. This little guy has always been with us. It is our adoptive son. In this town, the couple and my couple are related to him. The closest thing is, you want to kill, and logically you should kill my couple first. This. The blue-haired old man agitated his throat and immediately smiled. 3 adults, this may be a bit misunderstood. I'm also waiting for the order of my adult. My adult is the purple of Bai Heiyang. Emperor, his master is the famous Mo Zui Emperor in the chaotic world of ancient times. I also hope that the 3 adults will bypass my waiting for the sake of my god. Purple Heaven Emperor? Emperor Mo Zui? Oh, a big name. Jian Nantian disdain. He had heard of the demon emperor, but he was just an ordinary emperor, and he wasn't even considered by him, let alone the Emperor Zetian. The 2 people who don't even care about him, it's nothing more for Jian Wushuang. Purple Heaven Emperor, Emperor Mo Zui, isn't it? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, but then he grabbed his hands against the surrounding void. Walala! The void was broken directly, and then 2 ridiculous figures rolled out of the broken void. Today's birthday, ask for a wave of blessings. Chapter 3667. The first is more. Looking at the 2 figures rolling out from the broken void, the blue-haired old man was completely wiped out. Those 2 figures, one of whom he did not know, but the other he was very clear and familiar, that is his patron, which is the Emperor Zetian who he just mentioned. And the person he did not know, the breath emanating from his body was stronger than the Purple Heaven God Emperor. At this moment, the old man with green hair guessed that the 8 achievements of that man were the Master of the Purple Heaven God Emperor and the Great Emperor of the Water. He also mentioned separately that the 2 people who were intentionally moved out appeared in front of him in a blink of an eye, and the 2 were obviously caught here by life. Where is this? Master, are you here? What is going on? Emperor Zetian and Emperor Mo Zui, tumbling out of the broken void, are at a loss. They didn't know what was happening, they just knew that they were good. Suddenly, a big shot was taken and they caught them. Then they both appeared here, and the place where they are now is obviously different from where they were before. The gathering was extremely distant. Breaking through the void directly and catching them here from an extremely distant place is enough to make the Emperor Zetian and Emperor Mo Zui tremble. My dignified emperor, without any resistance, was caught here. This is incredible. Even if he is recognized as the strongest man in the chaotic world of all ages, he can never do this. Who is it? Who? The Magic Water Emperor's eyes immediately looked around. And soon he saw Jian Wushuang on the ground below, as far as Jian Nantian was concerned. When seeing Jian Nantian, the eyes of Emperor Mo Zui suddenly shrank. Jian Nantian, as one of the leaders of the Qinghua world, is also a top emperor. Of course, the Mo Zui Emperor knows it. To Jian Nantian, the Emperor of Mo Zui has a trace of awe in his heart, but it is just awe, but not too fearful, and he knows more or less the strength of Jian Nantian, much better than him, but compared with Baidi it may be slightly weaker, and naturally it is impossible to catch here in an instant. And then, he saw the existence of Jian Wushuang. When seeing the sword unparalleled, the brow of this Magic Water Emperor immediately frowned. He felt Jian Wushuang's appearance a little familiar for the first time, but he couldn't remember when he had seen each other. Although Jian Wushuang didn't have any breath, it looked like an ordinary person at first glance, but that was it. The ordinary feeling made the Emperor of the Waters dignified. My name is Jian Wushuang, you may have heard of it, Jian Wushuang said flatly. Sword warriors? The Mozhui Emperor looked disappointed. Sword warriors? Millions of years ago, the leader of the chaotic world of ancient times was enough to sit on an equal footing with Bai Di, and even surpassed Bai Dis Wushuang's sword to a certain extent. Emperor? The savior of the chaotic world of all ages, the creator of the unparalleled holy city in Qinghua, the unparalleled lord of the city? Wushuang's sword emperor? Savior? Wushuang's city lord? Jian Wushuang smiled. When did I have so many titles? Hearing Jian Wushuang's admission, the Emperor Mozhui couldn't help but take a breath. Anyway, he is also an emperor-level powerhouse. As one of the top powerhouses in the chaos world of Vanguard, he certainly knows something about thousands of years ago, and the chaos world in Vanguard was in a state of despair for a while. In the dilemma, there is a genius named Jian Wushuang, who turned the tide and helped the chaotic world of eternity survive the crisis. And this sword unparalleled, also known as the savior of the chaotic world of eternity by the later practitioners, now millions of years later, the name of the sword unparalleled has long become a legend and myth, but the many cultivations left over 10 million years ago the author still keeps in mind this super-existence. Therefore, when Brother Mozhui learned that the person in front of him turned out to be the legendary sword unparalleled, the shock in his heart could not be described in words. In addition to shock, the Mozhui Emperor came immediately, and was frightened. He understood that since the man in front of him was the legendary Wushuang city lord, it must have been he who had just caught himself here, and such a super-existent. If there was nothing, how could he be forced to force him for no reason? Caught here? Magic Water and His Majesty's disciples, Zitian, met the Lord of Wushuang City. I do and know what Lord City Lord asked you to come to me. What do you tell me? Whenever my teachers and apprentices can serve, my teachers and apprentices will never quit. The great Emperor Water looks very respectful. The Emperor Zitian next to the Emperor Mozhui was even afraid to come out. He had heard the name of Jian Wushuang. Although he didn't know much about it, but the horror power just revealed from Jian Wushuang and his respectful expression of his master at the moment, he understood that the person in front of him was not theirs. What can be provoked? Evil Lord Mozhui, I do and have any grudges with you and your disciple, but just now, this person said that he had served your disciple, the Emperor Zitian, to kill all the people in this town death, including my parents. After I came forward to block him, he also moved the two of you out and threatened me. You said, what should I do? Jian Wushuang's voice was flat. Although Jian Wushuang did not show any anger and killing intentions, his words were heard in the ears of the Emperor Mozhui and the Emperor Tiantian, but it was like a thunderstorm on a sunny day. To kill the parents of Wushuang City Lord? Emperor Mozhui only felt his head dizzy. Stupid, these stupid idiots! The Emperor Zitian growled and looked at the eyes of the blue-haired old man and others, full of shocking intentions. He wanted the green-haired old man and others to chase and kill Yi Qin and also ordered them to kill everyone who has a relationship with Yi Qin, but he didn't let these people go to provoke Jian Wushuang. Want to kill Jian Wushuang's parents? This is simply a big joke. In fact, the blue-haired old man and others were also very innocent. They did just follow the instructions of the Emperor Zitian, but they did not expect that there were a few hidden Buddhas in this town. They also want to cry without tears. At this time, the Demon Emperor once again said, Master, Lord, you can rest assured that I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Really? Then I wait. Jian Wushuang smiled. The Magic Water Emperor's eyes were cold, but the next moment, he shot like lightning. Naturally, he did not dare to shoot at sword unparalleled, including the residents in this town. He also did not dare to shoot, and at this moment he was shot against, and it was almost 100 old gods such as the green-haired old man. Chapter 3668. Second more. The dignified emperor is the top existence in the chaotic world of ancient times. To deal with a group of real life, it is like an elephant crushing a bunch of ants. Within a short period of time, nearly 100 true gods were beheaded and killed, none of them escaped. But after beheading those real lives, the Mosui Emperor did not intend to stop, but instead looked at the Emperor Zetian. Master, what are you going to do? Upon seeing the eyes of the Emperor Mosui, the Emperor Tiantian's complexion suddenly changed. Zetian, the teacher has always been good to you, but this time your offended the Wushuang City Lord. In order to eliminate the anger of the Wushuang City Lord, you can only go with them. The Emperor of the Waters said lightly. Hearing this, the Emperor Tiantian was astonished. He didn't expect that after his master had killed his men, in order to eliminate the anger of Jian Wushuang, he even planned to kill him together? Master! The Emperor Zetian just wanted to speak. Let's die. The Emperor Moss has already shot without hesitation. For Mosui Emperor, his life is more important than anything. As for the Emperor Zetian, although he is a disciple, in front of his own life, he can even abandon his own son, let alone a disciple. However, just as the Emperor Mosui was about to kill the Purple Emperor. Enough! Jian Wushuang said. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Emperor Mosui immediately stopped his movements and showed respect. This little guy has a deep sea of hatred against the Emperor Zetian. The death of this Emperor Zetian will let this little guy take it later. Jian Wushuang pointed to Yichen next to him, calmly. Yes. Lord Mosui nodded respectfully. The Emperor Zetian exhaled heavily, and he glanced at Yichen with a slight glance at first, but soon relaxed again. He and Yichen indeed have deep blood and deep feuds. Yichen's former family is also a first-class family in the Qinghua realm. This family was uprooted by him and slaughtered the whole family. Yichen definitely wanted to kill him. However, what Jian Wushuang said was that he would kill Yichen himself, and then he would not be afraid. After all, he also knows something about Yichen. He was a man who was born to be mediocre, and was destined to be mediocre all his life. If it weren't for Yichen's possession of something left by the Yi family, he wouldn't bother to hunt it down. Waste. He is not afraid of such a congenital waste even if there is a sword to support him now. Master of Wushuang City, I wonder if I can leave now. Emperor Mosui watched Jian Wushuang carefully. Get out. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. When the great Emperor Mosui was approaching amnesty, he immediately turned around and left quickly, and the Purple Emperor also left at the same time. Schwanger, are you really sure to change this little guy's physique so that he can practice? Jian Nan Tian Chao Jian Wushuang looked over. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled, and his eyes finally looked at Yichen next to him. Yichen at this moment is still stunned. He hasn't returned from the shock just now, not just him, but all the residents of this town. The scene that just happened was completely beyond their imagination. For a moment, nearly 100 true gods could not move. Reach out at will, and the top powerhouses, such as the Emperor Zetian Emperor and the Emperor Mosui, hundreds of millions of miles away, were arrested directly. That's a superpower at the level of God and Emperor. Although the residents of this town don't have much world, they also know that the Emperor and the Emperor are already at the top of this world. But this kind of existence, in front of the sword without double-sided, but like a newborn baby, there is no ability to resist at all. The Emperor even decisively killed nearly 100 true gods in order to wipe out his anger, and even nearly killed his disciples. This scene is too incredible for people in the town, just like dreaming. Looking at Yichen in the middle of sluggishness, Jian Wushuang's mouth also showed a playful smile and shouted, Hi, wake up, little guy! Yichen finally returned to God. He looked at Jian Wushuang in horror, and asked subconsciously, Who are you? I said that my name is Jian Wushuang. It is your uncle and aunt who have been remembering their son, and the unfilial son you just said, Jian Wushuang said. Yichen was shocked. He just did an injustice for Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming, saying that Jian Wushuang was an unfilial son. But now, knowing Jian Wushuang's superb strength and means, he suddenly became cold. You know, this is a super powerful who respects even the power of the Emperor level, and he was scolded by him? If the other person's temper is a little bit short, he may kill him with an idea. Okay, son, stop teasing this little guy. It was Ji Wuming who spoke and resolved the embarrassment on the field. Yi Chen, you don't have to be afraid. The strength of the two children is strong, but their temper is still good. They have a broad-minded mind, and they will not know anything like you. Ji Wuming laughed. Yi Chen was relieved, but he still did not dare to look up at the sword unparalleled. Uncle, ma'am, your identity shouldn't be that simple, right? Yi Chen warily. Jian Nantian smiled at Ji Wuming, and then Jian Nantian smiled and said, Stupid boy, no matter what the identity of my couple, we are still your uncle and aunt. This will not change. You and my couple, the two have lived together for 10 years, but our couple will treat you as their biological son. Otherwise, I will not be so troubled to find a way to change your physique. Hearing this, Yi Chen only smiled arrogantly, but followed his look. Uncle, you just mentioned my constitution many times. Is my constitution really special? Yi Chen's expression was also tense. He knew that he had some special constitutions, which was why he could not really cultivate. But he always thought that as long as he worked hard, there was a chance to change, but now. Your physique is really special. Jian Nantian told the person he had looked for before and briefly explained the method, and said, Let us say that I have already come close to all methods. It can be said that in Wandu, within the limits of the chaotic world, it is impossible to change your physique. Even I used to believe that in your life, you were only destined to become an ordinary person, but now that Schwanger is back, everything is different. You guys, if you want to change your physique and become a true cultivator, then you have to ask for good pairs. Jian Nantian smiled. Chapter 3669. The first is more. None, Brother Wishwang. Yi Chen could not help looking at Xiang Jian Wishwang. Brother? Jian Wishwang touched his nose. This Yi Chen was adopted by Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming, and both of them have been treated like sons and daughters in the past 10 years. It is understandable that Yi Chen called his elder brother. Just shout at you, I will help you with your constitution. Jian Wishwang smiled slightly. Come on, let me take a closer look. Yi Chen honestly walked to Jian Wishwang, and Jian Wishwang extended his right hand and touched Yi Chen's forehead lightly. Don't resist. Instantly, a peculiar divine power burst out from Jian Wu's hands and merged into Yi Chen's body, and then everything in Yi Chen's entire body was exposed in front of Jian Wishwang. Sure enough, it was born in a perfect vein. Jian Wishwang raised his eyebrows, and a little surprised at the corner of his mouth. Born by nature? What is that? Jian Nantian looked over. Born by nature, it is a restriction imposed by Tian Dao will on him. This restriction will prevent this little guy from becoming a practitioner in his whole life, but this constitution has advantages and disadvantages. Jian Wushuangdo. It's good to make one person unable to practice for a lifetime. Jian Nantian frowned. Of course, because this constitution may seem terrible, but in fact, a person who can possess this constitution is definitely an incredible super genius. His talent can even make Tian Dao jealous, so Tian Dao will forcibly give him a heavy weight. Restrictions, but if this person is lucky and can meet the top powerhouse to lift this heavy restriction for him, then his talent will be better demonstrated. Since then, the carp has jumped into the dragon gate and skyrocketed. Jian Wushuangdo. Is that so? Jian Nantian was startled. Born by nature, this kind of constitution is very rare, let alone in this ancient chaotic world. Even in the world where I have been in these years, few people can have this kind of constitution. I am lucky, but I have encountered two-bit. Jian Wishwang smiled. The reason why he was able to determine that Yi Chen was born in an instant is because he had been in contact with a practitioner who was born in a perfect vein. His friend Shenhua Lord is a born in the pulse owner, and when he and Shenhua Lord went to the demon realm, he encountered another natural-born owner, Zhao Meng, on the way. In the end, Zhao Meng was accepted as a disciple by Shenhua Demon Lord, and Zhao Meng's innate pulse was released by Shenhua Demon Lord. After lifting the natural vein, Zhao Meng showed his horrific cultivation talent, and even Jian Shuang was extremely amazed. Born by nature, such a strange physique, did not expect that even one in the ancient chaotic world appeared? Jian Wushuang couldn't help sighing. Shuang, you just said that only the top powerhouse in your world can lift this heavy restriction. Can you do it now? Jian Nantian asked. Rest assured, if I had to lift the heavy restrictions on this little guy before, it would still take some hands and feet, and even collect some rare geniuses, but now, it's very simple. With a smile on his face, Jian Wushuang smiled, and a faint golden divine power rushed directly towards Yi Chen. This golden divine power also carries an extremely special power. This power is the will power given by the laws of the universe. The will power given by the laws of the universe more or less carried the breadth of some laws of the universe. After entering Yi Chen's body, the heavy restrictions in Yi Chen's body were lifted almost instantly. Once the restriction was lifted, Yi Chen felt only his body shape. After a shock, he could sense the existence of the vast spiritual ocean around him very clearly. This is spiritual power? Yi Chen was shocked in his eyes. But Jian Wushuang's mouth turned up again. Little guy, let me help you again. As soon as the voice fell, the trace of will power that had entered Yi Chen's body turned into action instantly. The rumbling of the sky and the earth, a horrible devouring force suddenly burst out from Yi Chen. Suddenly, the surrounding void, the endless spiritual power, immediately gathered at Yi Chen at an incredible speed, but Yi Chen seemed like a huge spring eye. All the spiritual power came towards him, and was subsequently taken by him. Relentlessly devoured and absorbed. And with the crazy devouring of these spiritual powers, his breath began to skyrocket at an alarming rate. You know, this Yi Chen was originally just an ordinary person, but just a moment of effort, this Yi Chen has already climbed to the top of the Celestial Master. Immediately, click! Thunder clouds rolled, the sky above them was dark, clouds were thick, and thunderstorms were already brewing. Jesus? Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming looked up staggeringly. Whenever a cultivator born in the eternal realm breaks through and becomes the realm god, he will inevitably cross the realm. Jian Wushuang had also crossed it at first, but now, Yi Chen's strength has suddenly skyrocketed, even from an ordinary person to the point where he has to cross the world, and this is obviously only the beginning. Boom! Click! Thunder calamity did not last long before it came directly. And Yi Chen below is still devouring the surrounding spiritual force frantically, turning a blind eye to that thunder rob. Seeing this, Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming frowned. Shuanger, this world of gods is nothing to us, but as soon as this little guy has the qualifications to practice, he can directly cross the world of gods. Can this be done? Jian Nantian asked. Father, you are too underestimated this little guy, to be precise, to underestimate his physique and potential, although I just slightly stimulated his physical potential, but no accident is enough for him instantly reach the top of the true God, and even the level of the general monarch. As for the gods in this world, for him, it is only a slight transition, how can it threaten him? Jian Wushuang laughed. You said that he could reach the top of the real life right away or even the level of gods? Jian Nantian's eyes widened. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded, his heart secretly booing. Cultivators with special physiques are indeed far beyond what ordinary practitioners can compare to, especially those who are born with the absolute veins like Yi Chen and Zhao Meng. They are born with natural evils and monsters. These natural evil spirits cultivate, it is as simple as eating and drinking. At the beginning, in the demon domain, the Xinhua Lord helped Zhao Meng to lift the restriction. In just 10 years, Zhao Meng leapt from an ordinary person to the level of an undead saint. What a shocking thing. Now, this Yi Chen has also inspired some potentials, but unfortunately it is in the chaotic world of eternity, a small astral world, the restrictions are too great, so he can only reach God at best level. If it was in the early world of God, this Yi Chen could ascend far more than that. End of this chapter. Chapter 3670. 3673 Sword, Second More. As Jian Wuxuang said, Yi Chen's ascension this time is not at all. For Yi Chen, the gods in this world can't pose any threat at all. When the first heavy realm came, Yi Chen's cultivation has almost reached the top of the triple realm god. When the triple heaven realm god came, Yi Chixiu had already surpassed the average true god. Therefore, this heavy realm of gods came directly to Yi Chen, not enough to tickle Yi Chen and strengthen God. Just stop. Soon, the world's disaster was completely over. Yi Chen's cultivation has also reached the top level of true God, but he continues promotion. After another moment of effort, Yi Chen's breath soared again, and his cultivation went one step further, reaching the level of monarch. Times. It was just an ordinary person just now. He didn't even master the spiritual power. Tao, at the beginning Jian Wuxuang practiced from the beginning and stepped into the step by step, but it took a lot of hard work with the years, let alone countless life and death experience. But a cultivator like Yi Chen who is favored by heaven is not the same. As long as the restrictions are lifted, he immediately flew into the sky. It's no wonder that Jian Wuxuang couldn't help sighing, and couldn't help but have a hint of jealousy in his heart. Finally, the swallowing power on Yi Chen slowly weakened, and the growth of his breath slowly subsided. The end of Yi Chen's cultivation is at the level of normal monarch. Call! With a spit out of stale air, Yi Chen opened his eyes and felt the majestic power that he now had, and his face appeared. Unprecedented surprise. Little guy, come here. Jian Wuxuang beckoned. Yi Chen immediately stepped forward. How do you feel? Jian Wuxuang asked. Very good, never before. Yi Chen looked around his body and asked. Wuxuang, the brother, I wonder what level I have reached now. Yi Chen was not a practitioner before, and he knew only a little about the realm of the practitioner, although he now has strong control strength, but he didn't know exactly where he was now. You are now a monarch. Of course, if it is in the world I have been in these years, it is chaos. Practitioners. Sword unparalleled. Is God king? Yi Chen could not help holding his hands. He knew what the was, and his destroyed Yi family had the gods before, and his enemies were purple gods. The emperor is nothing but the emperor. Above the emperor is the emperor. Unexpectedly, this was just a moment of effort. The gap between him and his enemy, Zetian God Emperor, had been so close. Little guy, I see you carrying a sword behind you. It seems that you are also good at swordsmanship? Jian Wuxuang asked suddenly. Yes, I am good at swordsmanship, Yi Chen said. Xuan, although this little guy could not become a real practitioner because of his constitution, but he worked harder than anyone else. In this decade, not only has she experienced brute force, but also in swordplay, some achievements. His kendo talent is very good, much better than many kendo geniuses I have seen, even me. I dare not say that he is stronger in kendo talent. Jian Nantian now. Father, you dare not say that kendo is better than him? Jian Wuxuang was really surprised. He knew, however, that his father was an extremely rare sword spirit. That was the body of the reincarnation of the top Excalibur spirit in the astonishing battle of the destruction of Qixing Xuanzong. The sword spirit can step into the samsara on its own. This divine sword must be a very high-level cosmic treasure, and such a sword spirit the body is extremely high in kendo talent. At least, it's better than many rulers who are good at kendo's rules in the early days. Just because Jian Nantian stayed at Wan in the ancient chaotic world, his achievements would be limited if he could not contact the outside world, otherwise. But Jian Dao talent is the incredible Jinanshan, saying that his kendo talent may not be comparable to this Yi Chen. Jian Wuxuang immediately became interested. You guys, take my face now and practice swordsmanship. Jian Wuxuang do. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. Without any hesitation, he started practicing swordsmanship on the school ground. In this exercise, Jian Wuxuang's eyes brightened. Before he met me, he was an ordinary person, but his understanding of swordsmanship was so high. Father, it is difficult. Do you teach the Tao? Jian Wuxuang looked to Jian Nantian. If I had only taught him that he had reached this step, then I would not be so surprised by his kendo talent. The point is that he hasn't been instructed by anyone, he is purely exploring, and he has grown to this day in the kendo step by step. Yes, 10 years ago, when I rescued him, he started to really touch the sword. Jian Nantian now. No one has taught him, and he has only explored it by himself. In just 10 years, his understanding of swordsmanship is so high? Jian Wushuang secretly nodded. Yes, his kendo talent is really great, but to say that his kendo talent is better than his father Yu if it is stronger, then it may not be. Jian Wushuang smiled, and then waved his hand. It's okay, come on. Yichen came over again. Brother Wushuang, how is my swordplay? Yichen asked expectantly. Oh, you are also called swordsmanship? It's a joke. Jian Wushuang taunted him politely, but it was backward taking a step back. Little guy, you're optimistic. Jian Wushuang did not pull out the sword, he put out a finger, and then slowly made a stroke towards the void in front. There is no movement, no power, not even sword intention, sword shadow, any material. On this school ground, many residents in the town are still there, and they have been paying attention to it, and they have also seen Sword Unparalleled wave this finger. However, in the eyes of these residents, Jian Wushuang is clearly a finger swipe, without any magic, including the person who is the strongest in this town thinks the same. Even Ji Wuming was a little stunned, not knowing what Jian Wushuang was doing. Only Jian Nantian, because he is the body of the sword spirit, the moment he saw Jian Wushuang waving his finger, his eyes suddenly flashed, an unprecedented flash of brilliance. He saw the incredible, discussed the mystery. As for Yi Chen, at this moment he was already stunned. It wasn't until that stroke was completely dropped that Jian Wushuang had retracted his palm that he finally recovered. But after returning to God, he looked blank. Chapter 3671. The first is more. Little guy, I just saw that sword, can you see clearly? Jian Wushuang looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head subconsciously. It's normal. Who is Jian Wushuang? Even in the early days, the world was already at the highest level. As for Kendo, it is even more at the level of the origin of the universe of the sword. None of this Yi Chen can see clearly. I have printed the sword just in your mind completely. In addition, I will give you 10 years. In 10 years, if you can understand the sword just to 1/10,000th, I will accept you as named disciple, preach your kendo, and in the future will take you to a more expansive world. But if you can't understand that sword art for 1/10 of 10 years, your achievements in this life can only stop in this chaotic world of ancient times. Sword of Wushuangdo. 10 years, is it just 1/10 of a comprehension? Yi Chen immediately rejoiced. Although he knew that the sword that Wushuang had just cast was unfathomable, but he only realized 1/1000th, and he still had a full 10 years. 10 years has been a long time for him since he was only 20 years old. He was confident that he would be able to learn some of the sword art within 10 years, even more than 1/10,000th. Little guy, I advise you not to be so confident. The sword play I just practiced, even if it is only 1/1,000,000th, but it is not something ordinary people can do. Jian Wushuang laughed. What he said is the fact that he just took the sword with the origin of Kendo universe, let alone the strength of that level to Yi Chen, even for Jian Nantian, it is an unattainable thing. In 10 years, I realize that 1/1,000,000th mystery is definitely a huge and difficult test for Yi Chen. No matter how difficult it is, I will reach it. Yi Chen clenched his hands. Okay, then you should work hard. When you think you have realized the mystery, come to me again. If you haven't realized the mystery within 10 years, you don't need to find me again. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, then he suddenly received a message from Wang Yuan. Father, Mother, Boss Wang Yuan has sent me a message. Many of the top powerhouses in the Qinghua world and the chaotic world of eternity have now gathered in Wushuang City. I will now make some things public to the public. Come join me. The sword is unparalleled. Okay. Jian Nantian nodded with Ji Wuming. Yi Chen, go with us too. Jian Nantian now. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Then a group of 4 left the town directly and headed for Wushuang Holy City. The warrior's sacred city was originally a sacred place for practitioners in the Blue Fire world. The number of practitioners who stayed there all year round was very high, but most of them were those who had not yet reached the top of the field. Not many people in the world of fire and the chaotic world of top chaos stay there. But today, there is a strong gathering in Wushuang Holy City. Not only are many of the top powerhouses in the Qinghua realm, but also the chaotic world of eternity. Many great emperors have already arrived here. Among them were some who had dealt with Jian Wushuang at the time, and some of his close people. For example, he experienced a life-and-death friend Duan Feng when he was in the chaotic world of ancient times. His brother is also Shui Lingtian of Xian Yi's disciple. His disciple, Lin Lan. And Mochizuki, who lived in him for a long time, king. In addition, the ancient Wang Gatong and other people also came here. OM. In the majestic temple, a throne stands on both sides, and at a glance, there are at least hundreds of thrones. Sitting on these hundreds of thrones are the top powerhouses in the green world and the chaotic world of eternity. As for the front of the temple, there are only 2 thrones side by side. On one of them, there is a man with fair skin and elegant figure. This man is Baidi. After tens of millions of years, White Emperor is still recognized as the #1 strong person in the chaotic world of Vanguard, and also the most noble one in the chaotic world of Vanguard. As for the other throne, there was no one at all until Jian Wushuang's figure slowly emerged, and finally landed on the throne, juxtaposed with Baidi. Jian Wushuang, you are finally back. Baidi glanced at Jian Wushuang. Baidi, don't come without a fool. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. He had a good relationship with Baidi, and later he also learned that Baidi himself was an experimental figure of his master Xuanyi. Like him, he had also impacted on the perfect level of life. Unfortunately, for some special reasons, Baidi Emperor has long lost the potential to become a perfect life. But those who are also valued by Xianyi naturally have a closer relationship with each other. The seemingly wandering conversation between Jian Wushuang and Baidi made hundreds of top powerhouses from the Qinghua world and the chaotic world of eternity heard on the throne below, and immediately discussed. That man is swordless? It is rumored that the sword Wushuang saved the chaotic world of waters and fires thousands of years ago. Many people said that he was the savior of the chaotic world of ages, and his strength was said to have been recognized at the time. After tens of millions of years, I do not know what level his strength has reached. It is estimated that it will not be weaker than Baidi, but if it is stronger than Baidi, it is not known. Most people are talking about Jian Wushuang's strength, and most of them compare Baidi and Jian Wushuang. Many people think that Jian Wushuang was once a super genius. Before he disappeared, his strength was not much weaker than that of Baidi. Now he will return after 10,000 years of disappearance. The strength is definitely stronger, and it should already be comparable to Bai Emperor, may even be stronger than Baidi. Of course, these are just some of the sword warriors who know a lot, or they are practices that have survived from millions of years ago to the present. But there are still a lot of people on the field. They are people who have only grown up in these millions of years. Because of the improvement of the cultivation environment in the Qinghua world in these 10,000 years, many geniuses were born in the chaotic world of ancient times, and naturally many powerful people were created. Nearly half of the hundreds of strong men present have grown up in these 10 million years. They did not live in the era where Jian Wushuang was originally. Even when they grew up, they only heard about Jian Wushuang. Some legends stop. After all, legends are not seen with their own eyes, so there will be some doubts. For example, many people have questioned Jian Wushuang. End of this chapter. Chapter 3672. Little guy, did you see what I just did? Jian Wushuang looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head subconsciously. It was normal. Jian Wushuang was the top existence in the divine beginning realm. As for sword principle, it was at the level of the origin of the sword universe. The swordsmanship he displayed, even if it was just a casual display. It was not something that a little guy like Yi Chen could see clearly. I have completely imprinted that sword in your mind. In addition, I will give you 10 years. Within 10 years, if you can comprehend 1,000th of that sword's skill, I will take you as an unnamed disciple and teach you sword principle. In the future, I will also take you to explore the wider world. But if you can't comprehend 1,000th of the swordsmanship in 10 years, then your achievements in this life will be limited to this eternal chaotic world, Jian Wushuang said. 10 years, just 1,000th of the swordsmanship? Yi Chen was immediately delighted. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang's sword was unfathomable, it was only 1,000th of the swordsmanship, and he still had 10 years. 10 years was a long time for him, who was only 20 years old. He was confident that he would be able to comprehend some of the swordsmanship within 10 years, or even more than 1/10,000th. Little guy, I advise you not to be so confident. The swordsmanship I just displayed, even if I only comprehended 1/10,000th of it, is not something an ordinary person can do, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. What he said was the truth. His sword just now contained the universe origin of sword principle. That level of power was unattainable even for Jian Nantian, let alone Yi Chen. In 10 years' time, comprehending 1/10th of a profound mystery was definitely a huge and extremely difficult test for Yi Chen. No matter how difficult it is, I will definitely achieve it. Yi Chen clenched his hands. All right, then work hard. When you feel that you have comprehended some profound mysteries, you can look for me. If you haven't comprehended any profound mysteries within 10 years, there's no need to look for me again. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. At this moment, he suddenly received a message from Wang Yuan. Father, Mother, Boss Wang Yuan has sent me a message. Many top experts from the Green Fire world and the Eternal Chaotic world have gathered in Wushuang City. I'm going to go over now and announce some things to the public. You guys should come too, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming nodded. Yi Chen, you should come with us, Jian Nantian said. Yes. Yi Chen also nodded. Then the four of them left the small town and went to the Wushuang Saint Realm. The Wushuang Saint Realm was originally a saint realm for cultivators from the Green Fire world. There were many cultivators who stayed there all year round, but most of them were not at the top yet. They were cultivating with the help of the cultivation resources of the Wushuang Saint Realm. As for the top experts in the Green Fire world and the Eternal Chaotic world, not many people stayed there. However, today, the Wushuang Saint Realm was filled with experts. Not only were there many top experts in the Green Fire world, but there were also many ruler existences in the Eternal Chaotic world who had rushed here. Among them were some people who had interacted with Jian Wushuang before, as well as some people who were close to him. For example, his good friend Duan Lingfeng, who had gone through life and death together when he was adventuring in the Eternal Chaotic world. His senior brother was also Shui Lingtian, a disciple of Xian Yi. His disciple was Lin Lan. There was also the Full Moon Gu King, who had once lived in his body for a long time. In addition, the ancient god clans Gu Tong King and the others had also come here. In the towering and majestic divine hall, throne after throne stood on both sides. At a glance, there were at least several hundred thrones. These several hundred thrones sat the top experts of the Green Fire world and the Eternal Chaotic world. As for the front of the divine hall, there were only 2 thrones lined up side by side. On one of the thrones, there was a white-skinned man with a graceful figure. This man was none other than the White Emperor. After tens of millions of years, the White Emperor was still recognized as the #1 expert in the Eternal Chaotic world. He was also the most exalted existence in the Eternal Chaotic world. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. As for the other throne, it was originally empty until Jian Wushuang's figure slowly appeared and finally landed on the throne, standing side by side with the White Emperor. Jian Wushuang, you're finally back. The White Emperor glanced at Jian Wushuang. White Emperor, how have you been? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. He had a good relationship with the White Emperor. Later, he learned that the White Emperor was an experimental figure of his master, Xian Yi. Like him, he had been striving for the perfect life level. Unfortunately, due to some special reasons, the White Emperor had long lost the potential to become a perfect ruler. However, since they were both valued by Xian Yi, they were naturally closer to each other. The seemingly leisurely conversation between Jian Wushuang and the White Emperor was heard by the hundreds of top experts from the Green Fire world and the eternal chaotic world on the throne below. They immediately began to discuss. That person is Jian Wushuang? It's rumored that Jian Wushuang saved the eternal chaotic world from fire and water tens of millions of years ago. Many people said that he was the savior of the eternal chaotic world. It's also said that his strength was recognized at that time, and he was not weaker than the White Emperor. Now that he has disappeared for tens of millions of years, I wonder what level his strength has reached. I don't think he's weaker than the White Emperor, but I don't know if he's stronger than the White Emperor. Most of the people were talking about Jian Wushuang's strength, and most of them compared the White Emperor to Jian Wushuang. Many people thought that Jian Wushuang was once a super genius who was not much weaker than the White Emperor before he disappeared. Now that he had returned after tens of millions of years, he must be stronger and should be able to completely rival the White Emperor. He might even be stronger than the White Emperor. Of course, this was only because he knew more about Jian Wushuang, or because he had lived from tens of millions of years ago until now. However, there were still many people on the field who had only grown up during these tens of millions of years. Because of the improvement of the cultivation environment in the Green Fire world during these tens of millions of years, many geniuses were born in the eternal chaotic world, which naturally created many experts. Nearly half of the hundreds of experts present had only grown up in the past tens of millions of years. They did not live in the era where Jian Wushuang was from. Even if they had grown up, they had only heard some legends about Jian Wushuang. After all, they had not seen the legends with their own eyes, so there would be some doubts about them. For example, many people now had doubts about Jian Wushuang. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3673. The first is more. Jian Wushuang, are you saying that our eternal chaotic world has been separated from that early world of gods? Bai Di looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Due to the existence of the resealable formation, the divine realm was completely isolated from the chaotic world of the ancient times, which led to the gradual decline of the chaotic world of ancient times. Even those powerful ones left from ancient times, or they can only be forced to fall asleep, but they cannot leave the world at all, and if they want to change this situation, they must lift the resealable formation. Sword unparalleled, since you can return to the chaotic world of ancient times from the beginning of the world, then there must be a way to lift the seal circle? Baidi asked. I naturally have a way to lift the seal, but I wouldn't do it. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, There is no concealment. The existence of this heavy seal is extremely special, and now I have changed that the reseal array was completely refined, and even the chaotic world of ancient times was refined into my secret world. In this case, I can't lift this resealed circle again, but I can leave a passage to the early world of God. In the future, all practitioners in the chaotic world of ancient times will meet certain conditions and will through that channel, you can enter the Taizhou divine realm by yourself. Baidi nodded secretly. Although Jian Wushuang did not directly lift the seal array, as long as there is a channel connecting the Taichu world, the practitioners of the ancient chaotic world can enter the Taichu world normally, and that's enough. By the way, you just said that after you refined that seal formation, even the entire chaotic world of eternity has become your secret world. What does this mean? Baidi asked, puzzled. It means that the chaotic world of eternal chaos is completely within my control. To be precise, that is me now. It can be said that it represents the heavenly will of the chaotic world of eternal chaos. All the rules, the order of heaven, are under my control. Jian Wushuangdo. What? Baidi was startled. Hundreds of practitioners on the throne below were scared when they heard Jian Wushuang's words. The sword is unparalleled, which is equivalent to the will of heaven in the chaotic world of all ages. These practitioners of the chaotic world of eternity have always been in awe of the will of heaven and earth in the underworld, because that kind of power is out of their reach at all. But what Jian Wushuang said now, he became eternal chaos. The heavenly will of the world, in the eyes of everyone present, is simply incredible. Jian Wushuang, are you telling the truth? Baidi was unbelievable. Of course it is true, and I will certainly prove it. Jian Wushuang did not explain too much, but waved his hand directly. In an instant, the world changed. The people who were originally in the hall of Wushuang Holy City have come to the vast expanse of darkness in the next moment. Darkness? Are we in darkness? It's really dark emptiness. With a wave of your hand, we silently take us into the dark emptiness. What is this means? In the horror of the crowd, Jian Wushuang raised his hand again. He pointed slightly towards the dark void in front. Ning! The word fell, and the special power in the dark moment came. This power, representing the heavenly will of the eternal chaotic world, represents the order and rules of this world, and descends directly into this vast void. Then, under the guidance of Jian Wushuang, an elder world began to nurture slowly, and quickly evolved. Under normal circumstances, the time it takes for an ancient world to grow up from its incubation to full growth is extremely long, but now under the guidance of Jian Wushuang, this ancient world is evolving at an incredible speed. It takes only a moment to work completed the early pregnancy. An extremely complete elder world just appeared in front of the crowd in this way, and within that elder world, practitioners have begun to be born. These scenes shocked the hundreds of practitioners who could not speak. Many people, seeing this scene, subconsciously think that this is illusion. They are silently caught in the illusion, but soon after their perception becomes clearer, even after a brief contact with the ancient world before they understand. This is not a fantasy, but a real existence. Jian Wushuang, just a thought, will directly form a complete eternal world. There is also the power that came from the dark world when condensing eternity. All of this has been proven that what Jian Wushuang said before is true. He now really has complete control of the chaotic world of eternity, and his will is equal to the heavenly will of eternal chaos. He is the heavenly way of the chaotic world of all ages. The sword is unparalleled. I didn't expect that, but in millions of years you have reached such an incredible level, directly refining the chaotic world of eternity, and controlling the order of heaven and earth in the chaotic world of eternity, alas? Bai Di looked at Jian Wushuang and couldn't help but admire. If you are not mistaken, you who can control the heavenly order of my eternal chaos world, even if you are in the early world of God, you must already be the top powerhouse? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. It was the default. Sure enough. Bai Di sighed, but followed straightforwardly. You just said that we'll leave a passage to the Taichu world, so that practitioners in our ever-chaotic world can enter the Taichu world in the chaotic world of ancient times. In addition to our native practitioners, there are also those sleeping ancient strongmen. As soon as your channel is opened, those ancient strongmen will certainly be alarmed. That is, of course. Although the cultivation conditions in the chaotic world of ancient times have been improved much more than millions of years ago, they are still incomparable compared to the early world of the gods. Those ancient strongmen are forced to sleep here. Once they have a chance to return to the early divine realm, they will surely grasp it. When the passage to the early divine realm is opened, those ancient strongmen are expected to wake up. Jian Wushuang. If this is the case, then you have to be careful. After all, those ancient strong men are all very capable, if they all wake up in one breath. If they can keep the rules, but if they don't, that is definitely a disaster for our eternal chaotic world. Bai Di frowned. Although he has been recognized as the #1 power in the chaotic world of ancient times, he knows how terrible those ancient powers that are sleeping in the world of chaotic world, and Bai Di has always been jealous of those ancient powers. End of this chapter. Chapter 3674. Second more. Jian Wushuang also knew why Bai Di was so afraid of those ancient strong ones. You know, the chaotic world of thousands of years ago was almost destroyed in the hands of those ancient strong. Of course, that is mainly the strong left over from the original 3 sacred camps, but the people left by the 7-star Schwanzone will not threaten the chaotic world of eternity. After all, the chaotic world of eternity was evolved from the original 7-star realm. Rest assured, since I can open the channel of the world in the early days, naturally there are ways to restrain those ancient strongmen who have awakened. With me, they will not mess up, Jian Wushuang said with absolute confidence. He is indeed confident. No matter whether it is the strongman left by Qixing Xuanzong or those left by the 3 sacred camps, he doesn't need to care now. Not to mention this is the chaotic world of ancient times. The strength of those ancient strong will be greatly suppressed. Even in the early world of God, let their strengths reach their peak, Jian Wushuang can still suppress them easily. If it is the only one that is more troublesome, I'm afraid that one will exist. Bidey, let's meet the ancient strongmen together. Jian Wushuang smiled, and followed the big hand again. The world changed, and everyone in the dark and empty space came to a huge ancient battlefield in a blink of an eye. This ancient battlefield is exactly the giant Sake battlefield where the Qinghua world lies. In recent years, as the spiritual power of the blue fire world began to recover rapidly, this ancient power has more and more aura, which has led to the ancient powers who have fallen asleep all over the chaotic world of ancient times. Here, the number of ancient strongmen who are now sleeping on this ancient battlefield can be very large. All of you, 7-star Xuanzong, wake up! Jian Wushuang overlooked the ancient battlefield below, but spoke softly. His voice was casual, but with a transcendent will, it spread at an alarming rate. This ancient battlefield, and even the entire chaotic world of eternity, a large number of those who belong to the 7-star Xuanzong camp that have been left over from the World Extinction War, have been sleeping here. No matter how long they sleep, no matter what their current state is, they are extremely clear heard this voice, and at the same time they felt the transcendent will. Suddenly, those powerful men who had fallen asleep in this ancient battlefield, and even the entire chaotic world of the 7 stars Xuanzong were awake. Hum! 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 Sky and earth shook in succession. An ancient and majestic atmosphere rises from all corners of the ancient chaotic world, especially on this ancient battlefield where the Qinghua world is located. Hundreds of high-level strong men in the sword chaos, Bidey, and the chaotic world of ancient times all gathered in the void of this ancient battlefield. At this moment, they could very clearly sense the tremors from the surroundings, making them tremble. A terrifying breath to suffocate. These breaths, any one of them, gives the feeling of being unstoppable. Most of these hundreds of practitioners in the chaotic world of eternity, even as the Emperor, are now trembling. Even those the emperors who have reached the top level are already trembling. Even though it was Bidey, his complexion was terrible. There was only Jian Wushuang, who noticed the rising atmosphere, and his face had a faint smile from beginning to end. Ha! 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 The towering figures rushed over from all corners of the ancient battlefield. But in the blink of an eye, there are already hundreds of ancient strongmen who have arrived here, and they are still increasing. Half an hour has passed, the number of these ancient strongmen has exceeded 400, and there have also been some figures that Jian Wushuang has seen. Such as Soul Sage, Snake Flower Mother-in-law, Ice Fire Sage, Reckless Old Man, Pretty Emperor, these people, but all helped him at the beginning. Among them, there is a star. Ha ha, who am I? It turned out to be you. Yi Xingwen immediately saw Jian Wushuang in front of him, and immediately understood that it was Jian Wushuang who awakened them, and he couldn't help but play a hearty laugh. 1 star, long time no see. Jian Wushuang also smiled slightly. 1 star, he once had a life-saving favor for him, and also gave him a chance. Although the strength of this star is no longer in front of him, but that kindness, Jian Wushuang has been anxious. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's attitude towards 1 star is naturally different. This time we are awake, there are a lot of people. Except for the top ones, most of them are here. 1 star looked around the void. Well, in the first battle, the casualties were too severe. The strong men left by my 7-star Emperor Xuanzong were few, and in this world, there were endless years of deep sleep. Among them, more than 90% of the strong people were in the years of sleep have died, or they can never wake up again, and now we can be awakened, only us. Shiwa mother-in-law said. Little guy, do you wake us up this time? Is there anything that can't be done with our help? Yixing Wang looked at Jian Wushuang. Not in a hurry, wait until those people come, Jian Wushuang said. One star and others nodded secretly, and were not in a hurry. Anyway, in this ancient battlefield, the spiritual power is still strong. Even if they don't sleep, they can stay for a long time. And waiting for everyone, soon there were 9 people who seemed to be negotiating and came side by side. Seeing these 9 people coming side by side, the star and mother-in-law who came before immediately showed respect. When Jian Wushuang saw these 9 people, a smile appeared on his face. These 9 people he have all met. 8 of them were the 8 strong men who had been awakened by Xian Yi to give him great help. At the time, Jian Wushuang didn't know how powerful these 8 were, but now they can be seen at a glance. Already, these 8 people are all the masters of the rules, and 3 of them are still very strong among the masters of the rules. As for one other person, a white robe with fair skin and a warm face, like Wen Yu, was extremely indifferent. There was no emotion between the eyes, and he didn't stand in front of him. The 8 rulers faintly led him. And at the moment of this person's arrival, Jian Wushuang immediately felt a shocking sword meaning from the other side. That sword meaning was not only horrible, but most importantly, it could also trigger the origin of Kendo universe. And in the whole kingdom of God in the beginning of the early days, the 4th stage of Kendo achievement was reached, and only one person was able to move the origin of Kendo universe except him. Emperor 10s, 2 more arrived today. Chapter 3675. The first is more. Jian Wushuang can sense the shocking sword meaning hidden in Emperor 13, and Emperor 13 can also feel the sword meaning hidden in him. When you left this world, you just got started in Kendo, but now Kendo, you have such a powerful sword in your body. No accident, you should have taken that step only right. Emperor 13 looked at Jian Wushuang. Of course, Jian Wushuang knew what step Emperor 13 said, and he couldn't help laughing. I went to the universe battlefield, and I had a special opportunity, so I was able to take that step. Yes, before me, of course, the Lord of the Gods rule in the early days, of course, no one could take that step on Kendo. I was the first, and you wonder if it was the second? Emperor 13 asked. He slept for too long in the chaotic world of ancient times. He didn't know what happened in the pre-God world. Naturally, it wasn't clear whether the pre-God world had any other Kendo genius in these years. The origin of the universe. Should not. Jian Wushuang shook his head. In this way, you are the master of the rule of the gods in the early days. The only person in Kendo who is qualified to be comparable to me, sword is unparalleled. I would like to teach you the sword skills now. Emperor 13. I also want to teach you swordsmanship, but now I am not in a hurry. After all, there are too many restrictions in this realm, and your power can't be fully exerted. You still have to go to the beginning of the world, you and I will try again. The sword is unparalleled. Going to the divine realm? Emperor 13's expression moved. The 8 rulers behind him, as well as the top undead saints such as Yixing Wang and mother-in-law of Snake Flower, immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you will wake me up this time. Couldn't find a way to leave this world? Emperor 13 asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then stared suddenly into the void around him. Is that finally here? With the murmur of Jian Wushuang's soft murmur, in the vast expanse of surrounding space, there was a rush. The space was broken like a piece of paper. A huge space passage emerged out of thin air, followed closely by a silhouette of a mighty shore stepping out slowly. This is a tall, handsome, dark-haired man. He has a beautiful face and is more enchanting than the average woman. His narrow eyes are like the ocean in calm, and he holds a slap on his right shoulder. Size golden dragon turtle. After he stepped out of the space channel, a transcendent breath slowly diffused, and the entire world around him was completely silent. This person also instantly became the focus of everything in the world. Seeing the coming people, the strong men of the 7-star Xuanzong and even Emperor 13 all showed their respectfulness immediately. Meet Lord Gong! 7-star Xuanzong, everyone respectfully saluted. Xian Yan, one of the 3 masters of Qi Xing Zongzong during the peak period, is also the master of Qi Xing Zongzong's punishment of the Heavenly Palace. At the time of the World War I, the 3 main powers of the 7-star Xuanzong died, and Xian God escaped, and the Xianxian escaped, and lurked in the early world of the gods. In these years, he continued to accumulate power, and created a huge star palace. The divine punisher, Xian Yan, was left behind with the strong men of the 7-star Xuanzong, staying in this world, and has been sleeping. When Jian Wushuang was wandering in the chaotic world of ancient times, the first 7-star Emperor Xuanzong to be in contact with him, except for his master, was this mysterious inflammation. At that time, he inadvertently broke into the sleeping place of Xian Yan, and he also saw a deep sleep. Xian Yan. Of course, there is the golden dragon turtle on the shoulder of Xian Yan. The golden dragon turtle now looks only the size of a slap, but Jian Wushuang is very clear. It is a horse of Xian Yan. Its real size is comparable to a huge one. Mountains. This time sword warriors awakened all the strong men of the 7-star Emperor Xuanzong, and of course Xian Yan would also be awakened. Mr. Xian Yan, hello? Looking at Xian Yan in front of him, a smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. You are the little guy that Xian Yi sees? Xian Yan glanced at Jian Wushuang. At first Xian Yi took a lot of effort, even with the help of this person and others, before sending your soul into reincarnation channel, entering the early world of God. Why are you back now? And the breath on your body. Xuanyan's eye pupils shrank slightly. He is dominated. Although he is still in the weakest stage and his strength cannot be exerted at all, he is still keenly aware of the breath. He can see at a glance that Jian Wushuang has reached the level of the ruler. And it is not just the ruler of general rule. It seems that you have had some special opportunities and fortunes in these early years of the divine realm. Xian Yan's voice was dull. The person who awakened this seat is also you, let's say, awakened this seat. Why is that? Mr. Xian Yan, I awaken you and the 7-star Xuanzongs today to tell you that I will soon open a passage to the Taichi God realm, so that you can return to the Taichi God realm and let everyone is back to its peak strength. Jian Wushuangdo. Can you open the way to the Taichi God realm? Xian Yan looked. Xian Yi's seal formation was costly at first, even if there were so many strong in the 3 sacred camps. At all costs, there is no way to open the channel that the 2 circles saw. You can? Xian Yan with a hint of doubt. Not only him, but also the powerful men of Qixing Xuanzong. Even though you can rest assured I naturally have a way to open that channel, but after that channel is opened, I hope you can obey my arrangements. Leave here as soon as possible. Jian Wushuangdo. Boy, you just said, you want to obey your arrangements? Xuanyan's eyes froze. The powerful men of Qixing Xuanzong were shocked to see the change in Xuanyan's look. They are very clear about the temper of this punishing the palace master, the 3 main dominating powers of Qixing Xuanzong. This punishing the palace master Xian Yan is the most temperamental and the most irritable one. Because of this, he will be the punishment palace master is responsible for various punishments in Qixing Xuanzong. At the same time, the divine master of the palace is extremely arrogant and has a large frame, which is difficult to get along with. This can be seen from the name he has been complaining about for a long time. And so difficult to get along with, the big man and the dignified master, now that he wants this Xian Yan to obey his arrangements. This sentence alone, to these people of Qixing Xuanzong, seems to have annoyed the Xian Yan palace lord. Sure enough, the Xian Yan palace took the initiative to be angry. Chapter 3676. 3679 Sword, Second More. Boy, you forcibly awakened this seat from your deep sleep, and then you saw this seat and did not see you kneeling or doingly, that's all. This seat is for Zhani's sake, and I don't want to care about you as a junior, but now you are so surprised still want to obey your arrangements. What a joke! Xian Yan made you with a hint of coldness. It seems that you, like your master Zun Xian, are so self-righteous, but Xian Yi is dead. Can't teach you, this book represents Xuani today, so come to discipline you. As soon as the voice fell, the body of Xian Yan immediately had large white flames. These white flames contained the terrifying temperature. The moment it rose, immediately burned the void frantically, breaking up the surrounding void. Come on! And this white flame is still spreading wildly, already spreading towards the void where Jian Wushuang is located. Seeing these white flames, those practitioners of Qixing Xuanzong showed horror. As for the so-called great emperors in the chaotic world of all ages, even the white emperor is pale at the moment. The white flame was too scary to them. Even if it's just a little escape, I'm afraid it's enough to easily burn them to ashes, let alone this big blockbuster, a wave of flames like waves. But in the face of this white flame, Jian Wushuang just smiled slightly. Off! A simple word spit out, and the terrifying power of time was covered. This power is not only the power of Jian Wushuang's own power, but also after he has refined this eternal chaotic world, here the heavenly will power that the world possesses. Boom! Under the impact of might, the white flame rushing like a tide, like an encounter with a nemesis, was instantly extinguished. In a blink of an eye, these white flames had disappeared, and the mighty power sweeping out of Jian Wushuang was as full of the surrounding void, covering the entire person of Xian Yan. Even if Xian Yan is a strong leader, but at this moment, his state was there, and in the face of this mighty impact, there was no room for resistance. He stood there, trying to use power, and as soon as his power rose, he was immediately filled with willpower to ruthlessly annihilate. This scene made him look extremely ugly. Mr. Xian Yan, you may not know yet. The reason I was able to return here from the beginning of the divine realm was because I had already refining this world completely and calling it my own heaven and earth. Even the formed heaven and earth will of this world is under my control. Now I, in this realm, is absolutely omnipotent. Since you are in this realm, you will naturally suffer. I am bound. In this world I am the sky, even if your strength is at its peak, but as long as you come here, I still can suppress you easily, I hope you understand. Sword unparalleled. You have completely refined this world, and refined it into your own world? Even though it was Xian Yan, she was quite shocked when she learned about it. The powerful men of Qixing Xuanzong were also shocked. You know, although this world is now called the ancient chaotic world, it used to be the most prosperous 7-star in the early world of God domain. This sword is unparalleled, refining the 7-star divine realm into its own secret world. It seems that this seat is looking down upon you. Xian Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. Mr. Xian Yan, please rest assured, as long as you obey my arrangements, I guarantee that you can enter the early gods smoothly. Industry, and within a short period of time, strength can be restored to its peak. Sword unparalleled. What guarantee do you take? Xian Yan looked over. It's very simple. Jian Wushuang smiled, but then turned over, and a sign appeared in his hand. With the influx of divine power, a hazy figure rose slowly among the symbols. Xian Yan, Emperor 13, and all of you, haven't seen you for a long time. A loud voice came out of the shadowy shadow. Xianshin? Xian Yan clearly saw the shadowy figure, and her body suddenly shocked. Metropolitan? The people of Qixing Xuanzong were shocked at first, but followed Kiki's salute. Meet the Lord! Let's get up! Xianshin waved his hand, and everyone from Qixing Xuanzong stood up. Xian Yan, look at your dissatisfied look, is it possible that you just did something with Tianhou Xiaoyu? Xian Shunrao looking at Xian Yan with interest. Xian Yan sank and did not answer. And he didn't answer, naturally it was the default. Haha, you really fought with Wushuang Xiaoyu. Xian Shun laughed immediately. Xian Yan, I didn't say it, it's been so many years, your self-exalted temperament has not changed, And you have nothing to do with the strength of Tianhou Xiaoyu, no? You dare to fight with Tianhou Xiaoyu? What do you mean? Xian Yan looked over. To tell you the truth, do nt look at Tianhou Xiaoyu. Now he is only a ruler, but he is the same as Xianyou. In this way, they are perfect levels of life. Although they are only the masters of rules, their combat power is by no means weaker than ordinary masters. Tianhou Xiaoyu has had some big chances these years, and his strength is already comparable to higher masters. In the whole world of the beginning of the gods, except that there is hope that Zhu Tian can compete with him, like us the master is not his opponent, and your strength is worse than mine. You have been in the 7 stars gods these years. Sleeping inside, I'm afraid there is no chance of improvement, let alone you are still in a weak stage. At this time, how dare you take the initiative to challenge Tianhou Xiaoyu? Well, thankfully Tianhou Xiaoyu is your own person. It's a change of someone else, I'm afraid you're dead. Xianxin smiled brightly. After listening to the words of Xianxin, Xianyan was a little cyanotic. Qixing Zanzong's crowd looked at Xiang Jianwushuang one by one. The sword unparalleled in front of him already has the combat power of a higher master? Xianxin, what you just said is true? Xian Yan is still incredible. Of course, how can I lie to you? Xianxin sneered. This is still before, now Tianhou Xiaoyu has refined the 7-star divine realm into his own heaven and earth mystery, and has attracted the universe. The law came down in person, and he definitely got more benefits. His current strength has already reached a higher level. At what level, I don't even know, but what is certain is that he was absolutely invincible in the early world of God. Yes, as far as the 7-star God realm is concerned, he is even more equivalent to heaven. You dare to provoke him in this 7-star realm? I don't know where you came from. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.